Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome one and all back to NACL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Hawk, and I couldn't be more excited. It's been 7 weeks in the making, and I finally am here, and it's when the stakes couldn't be higher, my friend. I'm excited to be rejoined with you at least.
You know, Mazel, we just felt the NACL wasn't exciting enough, so we had to bring you back when we needed you most, just as the playoff race is getting
Where's
crazy.
my cape?
It's good to have you here, brother.
Yeah, it's going to be a great time. And, we have some very, very tight-knit series this week that'll be a lot of fun to kind of keep an eye on. But before we get going into this week, at least, I think it's a little bit important, at least, to go ahead and look at week number 6, which was a doozy in itself. So let's go ahead and recap.
What's up, everybody? It's Slayer here, bringing you the Week 6 NACL recap, where we're going to focus in on Citadel's huge upset over NRG. Game 1 saw Citadel draft 5 champions with dashes and high mobility to shut down NRG's heavy CC composition. And after a very clean early game from Griffin and Bradley, CTG secured nearly every neutral objective on the map to open up a resounding lead. In Game 2, Citadel knew they had league-leading NRG on the ropes, and Bradley decided it was time to take over, locking in Irelia mid and immediately grabbing a solo kill in style, 1 versus 2. From there was little NRG could do to stop the Citadel freight train. Try as they might, the CTG deathball composition couldn't lose a fight. Aaron on 5, all it took was a catch onto Spica's Senna outside the NRG base to cement Citadel's sweep of NRG's first series loss, and the biggest upset of the split no one saw coming. Let's take a look at our standings with playoffs just a couple of weeks away. Maryville and NRG have locked in postseason play already, with CCG and Supernova not too far behind. But the real battle will be for those final 2 playoff spots, currently held by Winthrop University and Conviction, and Dorado Gaming and Citadel on the outside looking in, with the regular season winding down. And there's your Week 6 recap of the NACL, brought to you by our friends Philips Norelco. Make sure to follow us on Twitter and tune in for another week of NACL at twitch.tv/NACL. I hope to see you there.
What a week it was. I can't believe that NRG lost, and the fact that it was a 2-0. What a crazy one indeed. There was a lot of other crazy games as well, but that one definitely stood out, Hawk.
Yeah, big resurgence, I think it's fair to say, for Citadel, who not only took down NRG 2-0, they also took a game off of CCG. Honestly, maybe snubbed a little bit on our Dream Team, but it's a little bit difficult to get Dream Team when Maryville University goes 4-0 on the week, and UG and Spyrax are playing like it's 2023.
Dude, it's like they never left. I don't know what it is, man, but they got the special sauce when they're together. Mobility, cool to see. Obstinatus, obviously, out there and the bot lane. But Hoarder, for me, glad to see him back in the spotlight, at least for that week 6. We'll see what they've got here for this week as well. But, yep, that's your recap and the Dream Team for week number 6. We'll see what we end up getting here for week number 7. Obviously, 3 days, a lot of opportunities and a lot of moments to be made, at least as we move forward. And let's go and take a look at the standings here. You heard there in the recap, obviously Maryville University and NRG locked, but still a lot of discussion to be made in that pack in the middle.
Yeah, a lot of discussion to be made, but 2 teams can lock up a spot if Supernova wins later today. Them and CCG will clinch if Supernova takes down Dorado Gaming in our second series. Also, looking towards the bottom, Apex Mission Impossible already locked into the promotion relegation tournament. As a reminder for everyone at home, game score is the #1 tiebreaker. Teams are not considered tied unless their game and match score is tied. So Apex Mission Impossible, they no longer can catch Dorado or the Citadel. They are locked in to 9th and 10th. And if Dorado wins even a single map on the remainder of the series, Blue Otter is also locked into the relegation tournament. So we could have that shaking out here today with only then 4 teams duking things out for playoffs and, well, just waiting for next split. But let's hope that doesn't happen because there's a lot of room for craziness.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. Obviously, it's a important factor that we only have like a couple. You saw AMI only has like 1 game left, right? And I think the important factor is that you make every moment count from here on out, at least. Speaking of making every moment count, NRG bouncing back from the loss. You get to talk with Razvan. Let's go ahead and break his mind open and see what he's got to get the comeback going.
Oh, goodness gracious. Break his mind open sounds so brutal. But let's bring Razvan in anyway, and maybe I can break something. Razvan, how you doing, man? It's a big series today.
Well, yeah, I'm doing well. Just came back from the dentist, so I'm a bit numb. Hopefully, I'll be happy after the series today and the one tomorrow.
Absolutely, yeah. Hopefully, we can be feeling a little bit more amped up for sure after maybe a good win. But first question I got to ask you is, funnily enough, not going to be about your team, but big roster changes coming through from the opposition. We got Tactical and Bounty starting in the bottom lane for Conviction. Does that change anything for NRG coming into today?
Well, our prep changed a bit. I think when it comes to the support change, they're somewhat similar when it comes to their champion pool. But I would say that Eddie, Tactical, is different compared to Mitch. He's more of a veteran, right? Someone with a stronger laning phase, very good mechanics, and brings that like LCS experience. Mitch also had an LCS stint, but the amounts of time spent over there are quite different, right? They're a scary team. They might lack a bit of synergy with how they move on the map. That usually happens when you change support. But we took our preparation very seriously, and I'm looking forward to see how strong or weak, stronger or weaker they became. But I think they're still gonna be a team that's gonna fight for that first place for playoffs. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm really glad to hear that. Despite preparation maybe changing a bit, it still sounds like we're pretty locked in for this. And speaking of, taking the first loss of the season last week, how has the team sort of handled the loss of Citadel? Viewing it as a wake-up call or just a bump in the road on the way to playoffs?
Realistically speaking, we knew that a loss might come at some point, right? The main problem last week was that realistically none of us showed up with our best selves from draft to like the performance that we had in the games. I think it's a good wake-up call. There are a lot of lessons that we can get from that game, and that's gonna take us forward. We had an inside joke with the management because they kept telling us that they want us to lose. I think you might have heard it from the players, and they got, their wish came true. But we will work hard to make sure the wish never comes true again. That's kind of my goal. So.
Better now than in playoffs, I would definitely say. Can't set the expectations too high though going in. Totally get it. But last question I have for you, as we look ahead, last couple games of the regular season are coming up for you all this week. Anything we can expect to see differently or that you all are working on as we ramp into the playoffs?
One of the things that we were kind of lacking in was the setup around our Drakes, right? We had somewhat different ideas about how to play them, but it's something that we've worked on the last, during the last week, as well as we're gonna work on it going into playoffs, right? Especially because we kind of get a week off somewhat next week. Some other teams are playing, so we'll get some extra practice on that. So yeah, I expect us to be a more dominant team when it comes to the health of the map, right? Because we played a lot for individual advantages. We're really good at that. We have super talented players, but we just need to put it together and make sure we overwhelm the opposition and don't give them any angles to actually make the game harder for us.
I love it.
So yeah.
I love it. Keeping a healthy map. Definitely sounds like a good plan to me. Razvan, anything else that you want to say? Any shout outs before I let you go?
I mean, shout out to the management at NRG. Super happy with like the project that we put together. They allowed us to run a rookie project with role swaps and a lot of like shenanigans going on behind the scenes. I'm super happy to be a part of this project. Honestly, I was kind of retired, but they pulled me out of my retirement home for one last ride, and they gave me some of the best rookies and talent available in NA. You know, so shout out to them. Shout out to my boy Joey, who took a bit of the slack this week because I was a bit busy with ENC as the Romanian head coach. And shout out to the players, right? Because I'm sure they're gonna bounce back based on what happened last week. And from now on, hopefully we show up at least 80% of our selves every match. You know, ideally we aim for that 100, but it's not realistic to think you will be at 100% all the time. So, yeah.
For sure. I love it. I love it. The retired org pulling the retired coach out and playing with one of the youngest rosters, most exciting rosters in the league. Razvan, always a pleasure. We look forward to continuing to see NRG's rise, but I'll let you get back, prepare with the team for an important series against Conviction. We can bring Mazel back in here to get through the rest of the pre-show. A lot of good things there from Razvan.
Yeah.
I loved how he talked about they're focusing on having a healthy map state. I love that term, healthy map. And then also something that stuck out to me is when talking about the new bottom lane for Conviction. You know, bounty to breezy to bounty, potentially not changing too much, but Meech to tactical. I think I would agree. Two players that are a little bit different, so changing up the prep a little bit for them.
Tactical was running the league the last time he was around, so you know that might make a little bit of difference. I also give a shout out to NRG for bringing Razvan out. I'm a big fan of his, and happy to have him still in the scene and coaching through, and especially with some of the developing talent in NA. It's important to highlight those factors. That's why I love these coaches interviews so much. As let's go ahead and take a look at the docket for today. As we were talking about, obviously a very important matchup for this first one here, NRG versus Conviction. A lot on the line in terms of trying to get those moments for Conviction to get into that playoff conversation, or at least lock themselves there. Then the probably ultimate match of the day, Hawk, as Dorado Gaming taking on Supernova. A lot of implications in that second series.
Yeah, Dorado versus Supernova, one of the most important series remaining, I would say, in the entire season, alongside Dorado Conviction, which does come at the end of the season. So some really important Dorado matches. This one has a lot of playoff implications, but Conviction still wants to get every win that they can. So while this one against NRG at the top of the day is not technically a must win, I mean, win and in, man. If you win every game that you play,
Let's be
you
real.
will make
Confidence
playoffs.
is key. Yeah, exactly. Building some of that confidence is extremely, extremely important. But speaking of confidence, I think there is a bit of confidence in who's going to win today. As we do take a look at the predictions here, it is NRG across the board for this first match and Supernova for this second, at least between the four that we have here.
And it's pretty incredible how expectations change over just the course of 7 weeks. Coming to the split, we would have had Conviction as likely the favorites, but NRG, maybe a team that could contest with them if their split goes really well. And now things for NRG have gone great. And for Conviction, it's been the opposite story. New bottom lane, just the faith, I think, not generally there that they might have the sauce, if you will, to contend with the top of the table, at least immediately. And then for Dorado, for as many good things as we have seen out of them, I think Supernova, clearly a top of the standings team. For Dorado, still a bit of a work in progress, perhaps you could say, over the course of the split.
Yeah. And that's the hardest thing is, you know, we're getting to the end of that split. So all that hard work, it needs to come up with something at least. So maybe, hey, you never know. Upsets do exist for a reason. And I do wonder if we're going to get some of that to start off our week number 7. It would be a spicy start to the week, at least, to get us going for the latter half. But that being said, we're going to be taking a look at the rosters here very soon, especially this NRG roster who, you know, is going to be starting 5-Mini today. I know you were saying before, undefeated with 5-Mini, undefeated. Doesn't matter. Obviously, the importance is, though, the structure that he brings to the team and the way that they kind of play with Kisno around that too.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is just fair to say that this is the stronger version of NRG. I'm really glad that NRG is splitting time between these two developmental pieces in mid lane and giving both Zero and Fi Mini a shot. But Fi Mini definitely, to me, looking like a player that is ready to contest the top half of the NACL table and compete for a championship. I think Zero just not quite there yet. So to me, this is NRG saying, hey, we want to bounce back. We want to win. We want a playoff bye, which is something that they are playing for in this last week. And so I think putting in Fi Mini for that reason makes a lot of sense.
And I'm particularly looking at that bot lane here as well for NRG. Duo that has been incredibly good, but especially against some incumbents coming in, the change up at the bot lane for Conviction. I want to see if that stability and consistency can really shine through for NRG's bot lane at least. But on the other side, I know we foreshadowed, we've talked about it a little bit. We even asked Razvan about it. But this Conviction roster definitely going to be looking a little bit different here this week. But they're hoping it's the push that they need to get them over the line.
Yeah, I mean, it is out with Meech and Breezy for the moment, and Tactical and Bounty stepping in. Tactical, as you mentioned, a player that we are very familiar with here in the NACL. It is now officially the old Luminosity core of Tomio and CNV and Tactical being reunited, but critically, still no Zazel. We get Bounty, a 3-time CBLOL Academy champion, a reigning ACL champion, and the current support for Grandview University, one of the hottest commodities coming up in what is now the North American free agent marketplace. Bounty to pair alongside him. And for Conviction, if you ask me, Mazel, I may be in the minority on this. I think some change was necessary. I know mid-split changes can be rough, but I think it's clear that something was just not working for this team. And this is a squad that hopes to be contending for an LCS promotion spot by the end of the season. So if you know something's not working, may as well try to fix it as soon as possible. And this is the direction that they have decided to go with changes in the bottom lane. But I do really want to emphasize, I don't think it was, the struggles were entirely on Meech and Breezy's shoulders. I think Sniper has also had a bit of a up and down split. And Tomio and Insanity, while they've been fine, I don't think have looked like the NACL dominating players we've come to know them as.
Yeah. And I think leaning on some of that veterancy that you were talking about earlier is going to be extremely important. It's not like Bounty is a fresh face, right? Obviously, I've been around for a little bit. So we really want to see what that bot lane duo has to offer. And I know I was saying earlier, but like I have a lot of expectations of Tactical, even if he's taken some time away. Again, this guy was literally running the league the last time he was here. So really excited to see what that matchup has in store for us. But we're going to be taking a look at a little bit of a dive into another matchup that we want to take a look at as well. It's going to be that top lane. You were saying, you know, obviously Sniper having some issues. Zamudo, not many issues. This guy's, he's pretty good.
Best top laner in the league is what I would say as we get the face-to-face represented by Philips Norelco OneBlade. I mean, everyone thinks he should be an LCS. We all wish he could have been an LCS. Obviously, you know, visa problems did end up coming through, but Zamudo, he's not missed a step, man. He is the king in the top side of the map. Maybe a little bit elo held on NRG last week, to be honest with you, as he was solo killing Stray a lot. But I mean, first in laning stats, his other stats are very good. And for Sniper, you can just see that the laning stats not really looking all that great. We've seen significant struggles from him getting beat up on by Denethor, by Hoarder, two players that I think have had really great step-up splits in their own right. And we're really wanting to see Sniper bounce back, considering, you know, just a year ago, he was playing in the LCS.
Yeah, and a little bit of LCS experience, a little bit of pro play experience on both sides, at least. As we take a look at the champ pools here, too, I was curious because they're, you know, obviously not as much relevancy in terms of what they're playing being kind of tied together. I know we have those four in the middle that are kind of shared between the two, but it's been interesting to see their different shades of top lane between these two guys.
Yeah, a lot of carries for, well, really both guys, but Sniper especially, right? We've got things like the Irelia, like the Riven, that you can never count Sniper out to be able to play. It is always good to see, you know, sometimes putting the Scion fries in the bag, sometimes having the Gnar as well. But I think for Zamudo, you could see the diversity in his champion pool, and definitely something that it has been a boon for this player over the course of his career.
Yeah, it definitely has. And I want to see, because I think while we're talking so much about bot lane, I think top lane is going to have a lot of influence. And I think when you were looking at those stats, just a little thing, obviously Sniper's stats in lane aren't necessarily that great, but I really want to see what kind of impact he has outside of lane, because I think that's something that both of them have been trying to work on, at least in some regards. But I think it'll be a curious side-eye matchup today, especially depending on where those resources start getting delved out early.
I mean, we saw last week Supernova went really hard on trying to put down, or maybe this was 2 weeks ago, trying to put down Sniper. A lot of resources put into that player on the wrong side of things, right? And so I'm curious if NRG wants to go a similar direction, or if Conviction's able to counteract things better. I think a big question is generally going to be who is the main carry on this Conviction squad. In the past, Tactical has generally been that guy for whatever team he's on.
I'd say so, especially when we look at that Luminosity. You can't help but look at that Luminosity team and think so highly of them. But it's good to have him back, and I guess that brings me to my next conversation of the new patch and the things that we maybe get to see, at least going into this, and see if there's going to be any variation in what we've been seeing. I mean, I feel like the NACL meta has been all over the place, at least, but maybe changing it up a little bit coming in.
Yeah, we get the suck boots now, Mazel. We get the Deathfire touch. Comet is really strong. And Ambessa's ultimate is slower. So maybe we won't see that being the #1 top laner for a week.
Unfortunately, that's one of Sniper's pool gone.
Yeah.
So no.
And
I
unfortunately,
think we might still see it.
I think we will too. I don't think the nerf is like that huge. It's big, but it's not like I don't think she's unplayable. The problem is I talked about her being maybe not the #1 top laner. Rumble is even more OP with Deathfire touch now.
Oh yeah, baby.
I think we're gonna see a lot of Rumble.
More Rumble. I expect to see Rumble in the bans. Maybe it gets through, I guess, but I would probably not
any
give that one
B1 Rumblers out there. I know Zamudo would do it.
I mean, hey, if it's you see it in tier 1 all the time. If it's open, it's usually never open. But it's going to be interesting. I know something that we really haven't talked about, which personally, if I'm putting all my bias out there, my personal favorite matchup here has to be jungle. And we've talked around it so much, but jungle is where those resources are going to get delved out. They're the ones, the deciders of who's going to be the important focus today. And it's also 2 legendary tier 2 players, and sometimes tier 1 players too, in Kisto, as well as Tomio. And these 2 guys not only have a lot of pedigree, Kisto a little bit more of the up-and-comer, I guess, with quotes on that, but a very, very impactful jungle matchup here I am expecting.
I mean, shoot, Mazel, as a guy that came up in 2022, 2023, it is so awesome to hear you putting Kisno's name with the same respect of Tomio's, because Tomio was already that guy when I came up, right? Kisno came up alongside me, so it's super cool to see like this like next generation of player get into the same conversation. I think rightfully so, because as you say, Kisno's been great.
Yeah, and I mean, he was even in conversations for tier 1. There was a lot of fluctuation where he was going to end up, the things that he, obviously a little bit of time in Maryville, things along those lines. But both these guys like to have control. They like to be kind of that pace setter on the map as well. And that's typical, I feel like, in a lot of ways in jungle right now. But when that doesn't go according to plan, sometimes things can fall apart. It's obviously worked a lot better for NRG's side with Kisno than it has with the side of Tomio, but I think it's going to be super crucial to see first of all, what style of champions they end up getting, if it's going to be facilitation, if it's going to be bruiser or kind of skirmish heavy, and then how they execute those first paths in particular.
Especially because I do think not just in terms of champions, but in terms of how they play the game. There's a slight stylistic difference between these two players. Both of them very aggressive, but I think for Tomio, little bit more likes to index towards playing for lanes, playing for the team fights around objectives, making sure his team can be strong together. But Kizno, a master of attacking the enemy jungler more directly and playing for skirmishes. So I am expecting fireworks nonetheless between these two guys, but it is going to be interesting to see if Tomio can effectively attack Kizno's lanes or if Kizno can attack Tomio.
Yeah, I think those combinations are super crucial. And as we get a little bit closer and closer to draft here, do you have any big expectations for the changes in kinds of priority? Like, do you think things are going to majorly stay the same? Is there anything particular that you're looking for today in this matchup specifically between these two teams?
So specifically between these two teams, not necessarily, but just some other like draft things to keep an eye out for. Ezreal's already been high priority. I think he might even go up in priority off of the new patch. Another really big one in the AD carry role, or maybe even mid, is going to be Smolder. Pretty widely considered to be one of the strongest champions on the current patch. We've not really seen Smolder in the NACL too much this split. But I'm wondering if teams are going to put a little bit more priority on that one. Obviously, a lot of the really strong 2v2s like Ezreal Karma, Ashe Seraphine, Lulu Yunara, they're still there. That has not changed. Where does this potential Smolder pick fit into the fabric of the picks and bans here for patch? What is it, 26.9? Is that what we're on?
Yep. And where does it fit into this man's tactical mind? Pun intended. Don't know if we're going to get it, but maybe. I'd be excited. You think it's the Deathfire touch build? You think it's the for Smolder?
Yeah. Funnily enough, I need to
Great
pull up
rune,
which
by the
Smolder
way.
build has been the one terrorizing. I just know that this champion has been very strong. You got a 54% win rate, man. That's when you know champions. Yeah, Deathfire touch has been extremely strong on this character. Jeez, these runes have a 56% win rate. That's outrageous.
Pretty good rune.
It's a pretty good rune.
One.
It's getting nerfed on next patch. We've already gotten the Spider X tweet about that one.
Should.
Yeah.
Absolutely should. But hey, we'll see what this team has in store for us as we take a look through the rosters and everything. I just am very, very curious what this bot lane is going to have in store for us, because I've had such a great time watching Sushi and Spica, and obviously knowing some of the fun behind the scenes of Spica being in support and him, having a little guiding hand, or trying to have a guiding hand in Kizno's jungle pathings, but specifically trying to improve as a support player. It's been really fun to kind of see him mesh with the role a lot. And again, going back to our previous conversation, is they should have the upper hand. Yes, tactical is great. Bounty is interested coming into NACL, but this is a bot lane who has dominated, and they need to get back to that precipice here for Sushi and Spica. And as we get into it, it will be the Orianna Ezreal ban from NRG's side. We do get the Rise and the Varus from Conviction side of things.
Meta still looking about the same. Ezreal maybe going up in priority a bit to catch a ban. Orianna obviously still been the permaban really throughout the split for most teams. But to emphasize the point that you made about Sushi and Spica, I agree. Look, one bad week does not define a split, and I think regardless of how good we think Tactical and Bounty are, which I think these are both great players, Tactical obviously has proven it at this level, Bounty looking to do so, it's really difficult as a bot lane with maybe a couple days of practicing together to beat a bot lane that's been playing together for all of 2026. It's not just been 7 weeks of stage games for Sushi and Spica, it's also been, since this roster was announced, and even before then, these two guys have been working together. But
yeah.
Conviction, I love this. Red side first pick for game one.
Okay, let's go with the first pick Bard as well for Bounty. So gonna have some map presence available to Conviction's side. I do, just a little side note, like the jungle priority bans, at least in the Jarvan and the Nocturne at the very end. Just make sure to whittle things down a little bit more for Kizno and Tomio, things they don't want to be facing off against. But now, I mean, do you start by picking your support side of things? Do you try to go for this bot lane for NRG? They're going to start off with the Caitlyn here.
Caitlyn, always a strong pick. Sushi, really been working on that laning so far this split. I think it has mostly showed. Pantheon goes up in priority, yeah, a lot, especially with the Nocturne getting banned out. So not surprised to see Kisno go for that one. We talk about something that can attack early. Well, there you go.
Yeah, I guess that's all you really need for Kisno to get the ball rolling. But they did, interestingly enough, pick the half of their bot lane here. I do wonder if they want to use that final pick in the first phase to finish that one out, since they will probably know what the bot lane has in store. And Tactical's first game back, and it's going to be on Jhin. I know I'm happy, but I know those stats and the community are not.
Yeah, you know, the Jhin, I've not been too impressed by the split, but it is a tactical special, and I think Jhin is a good champion, especially in its ability to keep up in the lane with Sushi's Caitlyn. One thing I do want to point out is NRG, Rafa and I had a theory last week that they were trying to experiment with Anivia Caitlyn, but then Caitlyn got banned away from them in the second phase of bans. Do they pick Anivia here for Spica and try to like live practice this bottom lane? That's what I felt like they were doing last week.
True. Well, did it work out for them last week?
It was
maybe not.
Well, the Anivia Jhin, because Caitlyn got banned, was bad. So, okay.
Yeah.
No more Spica Anivia. I'm going to
there.
be honest. I'm okay with this.
Karma Pantheon is disgusting. Not only is the laning phase, the 2v2, going to be really, really spicy there, but once Spica gets out on the map, I think that's going to be so difficult to deal with. We are getting the Trundle that had gotten picked earlier for Tomio. It's going to be his first Trundle of the split so far. And now we are in the second phase of bans. We do see the Syndra banned by NRG, so trying to whittle down Insanity's mid lane pool. And it's going to be the Aurora as a rebuttal from Conviction.
I'm really curious to see Rumble still available through the draft. Do we get something like an Ornn ban here from NRG? Rumble could be a very easy blind pick for Zamudo. Gnar also a very safe blind pick for either top laner, depending on which direction NRG did want to go. I have to imagine that they're going to preserve that B5 counter pick for Mini. Instead, though, it does look like they're trying to protect him, maybe setting up for a blind. There's a lot of mid lane focus going down. It's already 4-5 champions having been removed. Make it a 6th. I mean, something like Ahri, Annie, these champions are all of a sudden starting to look viable again.
Very true. A lot of the, scaling mids are being whittled down here. Something I'm really interested as well for Mini. I know it's been a while since I've talked to him. It was at the beginning of the split, but his reliance, or at least his want to improve outside of lane, and I'm very curious what he's going to get to kind of continue seeing that. At least we do get that Rumble that just had fallen through the draft and picked up by Zamudo. I said before, if Zamudo gets it, that's terrifying. Well, he got it.
And you've already got this Caitlyn Pantheon composition as well. NRG really building themselves a nice death ball, full court press style of composition. And we're going to get the Anivia from Insanity. I'm going to be honest with you, Conviction really looking like they're lacking ways to take space with their composition at this point. They are good at defending it once they have it, and the Ornn on R5, there we go. That is a champion that can actually walk in. First Ornn game of the split for Sniper. I was wondering if he was going to pick this into the Rumble. It's not something we've seen from him yet, but it's been a pretty classical counter pick, and it provides that needed front line for Conviction.
And it goes, yeah, exactly. And it goes exactly what we were saying in some regard of like, lane not been the greatest for Sniper in most cases, obviously, but his team impact is where we're really looking to see that next level. And I think on the Ornn, you at least give yourself an avenue with that for Conviction. Now, Mini will be locking in the way. A lot of versatility out of that mid lane.
And a lot of range. Again, how do you walk into NRG's composition? Their biggest weakness, a lack of frontline, but they're going to have good shove in the mid lane despite this Anivia pick from this long range way. A great mid jungle 2v2 really on both sides, but NRG more ability to go forward, and the mid game team fight going to be extremely explosive. I think the biggest thing, Conviction, they do have Bounty on a pick where he can look to influence the map. CL watching the run he went on with Dorado en route to a championship, the thing that stuck out to me the most was his intelligence on the map and just his feel for the flow of Summoner's Rift, taking good walks on good timers. The Bard allows him to flex those muscles, and with this Ornn front line, scaling is good on their side should the front-to-back team fight come to pass.
And I also just really like, I think when you have any kinds of roster changes and things along those lines, I think it's really important to lean into comfort as well. And while, you know, Bard isn't most played for him in his career, it's still something that can give you a lot of breathing room as a support. And as we get into game number 1 of the day, it's week number 7, everything on the line from here on out, and it's got to be now. Only a couple series left for each team, and this one is going to start off a wonderful week in NACL.
A wonderful week indeed, as we get 2 very important matches on this fine Wednesday to start things off. I cannot wait to see what this new look NRG bot lane has to bring to the table, but they're staring down the barrel of a Caitlyn Karma in game 1. Definitely a win condition off rip here for NRG. The composition that really would like to play aggressively early.
Would indeed. We see those subs in and out. Leech and Breezy gone, and Tactical's about to be gone too. That's going to be the flash burned early. A lot of summoner spells on both sides, but the most important one is the flash on Tactical. He's going to have to play so far back now.
Excellent trading there from Sushi, just utilizing the barrier to give himself the extra HP and recognizing that he can just kind of walk down Tactical in the middle of that minion wave. So big advantage early on for this NRG bot lane, as both junglers are pathing down towards that side, means top laners to be isolated in this Rumble Ornn matchup.
And I'll just say, as a Jhin connoisseur, as we get a pause, I get to go on my Jhin soapbox. I see and obviously know why you take the Jhin sometimes into the Caitlyn, but once Caitlyn gets an upper hand in that matchup, it doesn't feel good until you get a couple items under your belt as Jhin. And now that NRG's bot lane actually has some pushing power and a little bit of presence there, I do want to see how Tactical kind of navigates this earlier part of the game to keep his head above water at least. Because if things get too out of control, Caitlyn will just be the crit 80 carry you know her to be and take you out.
And not only that, it'll shut down Bounty's ability to influence the map, which is what NRG's composition, I think, is really relying on in these early stages. If Bard is not able to get going, and you've got a bottom lane that's getting pushed in, you've got potentially a mid lane that's getting pushed in, at least for the first 6 levels, and a free map for a Pantheon, that sounds like a really scary proposition for an early game.
I'd say so. I think it's a little bit difficult, but we'll have to take a look how those early paths are going if Kisno wants to kind of get involved on that first path or just continue clearing until he can use that side lane Grand Starfall, which is also just a terrifying proposition as well. But I guess I'd be curious to pick your brain on what you think about the jungle matchup here, the Trundle into the Pantheon setup at least. And obviously it's, you know, Tomio's first Trundle of the split, but not his first Trundle in general. Does have a lot of fighting power.
Yeah, this is very true. I mean, Trundle can definitely beat up on a lot of these bruiser junglers. I always like to use the term, he kind of just eats them up when they try to go in on him, right? Something
Literally.
like a Pantheons and Zhao. Trundle can kind of just hit them and not really fret too much. The biggest problem, though, right, is he doesn't carry the same setup in his kit that these other champions do. So he does need to be a bit more aware of where the certain pieces are on the map at any given time, make sure he's not getting isolated out and bursted down, and also making sure that somebody else is able to bring that setup for him.
It's going to be fun to keep an eye on. As I did give word, we're going to be getting back into it here soon and see how the continuation of this poke bot lane is going to be going. Both junglers going to be pathing down towards bot, so could see some shenaniganery down on this Scuttle Crab in the river.
So I am realizing for Tactical, it is the Boots quad pot start on this Jhin. I'm going to be honest with you, Mazel. I know you're much more of a Jhin player than me. I have never really liked this start. It feels like you're just saying, okay, I am going to lose the lane, but hopefully I don't have to take a super early base.
Yeah, it doesn't feel the greatest, especially in kind of the trading power, but let's be real. I think against Caitlyn Karma, I don't know if you're ever going to get that trading power as you step up and you probably get half your health taken down from you. So I guess we'll just see how it pans out for him, but definitely a little bit of a soft start for Tactical. Was wondering if he was going to go try for like a hyper carry his first game back, try to go for like an old class. Maybe the Tristana of Tactical comes out, but
he's saving it for game 3.
Jin. True. I would be here for it. But I don't think Tristana is in the bed, unfortunately, right now. But it is just constant press on this spot side for NRG.
Anyway.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I mistook that. Doesn't matter what's meta.
Right. We make our own meta.
That's the NACL way. It is going to be a trade for the Scuttle Crabs, as Tomio said, I don't want any of that on bot side, and just immediately path after he finished his blue side back towards top. Looks like nothing will be done in the early phases here. Just the domination of CS differential in the bot lane in favor of NRG.
Zumudo also doing a really nice job farming up against Sniper, up about a wave and creeps. Is pushing in a bounce back right now, but yeah, this bottom side, I mean, I think definitely the focus so far. This is the first look, remember, of this Bounty and Tactical bottom lane getting pulled onto this roster really last minute throughout the split. I mean, it's worth noting as well for Conviction. There were rumors for about a week that they might be making changes in the bottom lane. It was unclear though who the players coming in would be. So I think like some people seeing the names actually get announced, we're not really sure who to expect. And I think definitely some good ones coming out, but I think also alluding to the fact that things for Conviction, definitely slightly spur of the moment in terms of the decisions.
Yeah, and it comes off the back of, wanting to break this threshold, right? You're trying to make this push for playoffs. It's not going well. You need to do something, and their decision was to change the bot lane. And obviously that puts a lot more weight on the shoulders of Tactical and Bounty coming in because they have to make an immediate difference, it feels like. But it's also a team that's trying to gear up for the longer haul, at least, of this first split.
And I definitely do think that's why things, week quote-unquote 1 for them, week 7 this week is, I think where we're going to be looking at as a starting point. We want to see where they're going to get to over the course of time. We'll say Tactical, I mean, he's down, but not completely getting destroyed. He only drank 3 of his 4 brews, was able to pick up a decent amount of the CS under the tower. It's not terrible. He's playing Jin after all.
Yeah, true. I do wonder, he's got the pickaxe start. I really been loving the double BF sword item build with like the Storm Razors plus IE. I know we haven't seen that as much in pro play especially, but I do wonder what he's going to be starting with, at least in that bot side. But second clears coming through for both junglers. Still nothing to be said about skirmishes. There is Dragon on the table. Grub's coming up in about 2 minutes. A little bit of vision prio over mid lane in favor of NRG. It does look like we're just kind of ships in the night right now.
And critically, some level 6 is starting to come online. The Equalizer, a very big ability. Insanity, getting that Glacial Storm to really start putting some push into Fimini's way. And a level 5 Trundle doesn't even need his ultimate to be one of the best champions in the game at soloing the Dragon.
So much damage as he just cleared that one very quickly. And it'll be a first Dragon, Hex Dragon. So that's going to feel decently well. But could also set up Conviction for stacking these dragons as time goes on. We're going to be getting closer to this first fight, potentially over the Grubs. Conviction could obviously just give that one up, but with all this positioning on this side of the map, I do expect some sort of tussle. So who do you got in terms of an early prio of this big objective on the top side?
I mean, I definitely do favor NRG's composition in these early skirmishes. The Pantheon adding so much, as well as the Rumble, I think just relative to their counterparts. And also Spica, with the push currently, should have a look for first move to really contribute a lot of additional HP to the fight if he's able to. As definitely vision coverage suggesting that NRG would like to play for these Grubs in a minute. With that being said, though, Kisno is pathing down towards the bottom side. He's got the man drop if they wanted to go aggressive on this side of the map.
I gotta say, though, this is like classic solo queue setup in the bot side. You're just getting belted under turret as Tactical and Bounty. You have no escape, and Sushi's just slowly and surely getting 20 to 30 CS above you. It just feels like there's nothing that you can do on the side of Conviction but hold out.
And again, this is the laning that we had come to expect from Sushi and Spica. Last week, a blip on the radar for them, but they have been very dominant in the 2v2s throughout this split. And I think it's pretty important putting Tactical behind, given that NRG does have a lack of frontline in their composition. Jhin, so frequently very powerful into that sort of comp. So definitely going to feel good, I think, making sure that Jhin not going to be one-tapping everyone too early into the game. Nice trading from Insanity in mid.
Very good. I mean, he's using most of his mana here, but good trade to keep some prio for himself, or at least try to. Tactical step it up to try to get some minions there, and Sushi will lock the door behind him, and that will be a little bit of minions lost under turret, actually, for NRG, but that doesn't matter. The Grubs are up on the top side, but there's a little bit of a catch out here. Spica playing with his life, playing a little bit aggressive, is going to be just fine for now. Should be a little tussle over the Scuttle Crab. And there's actually some big tussles coming as Kisno went a little bit over-eager there. Gonna get the Pillar of Filth onto him. Deadly Flourish on top of that. And Kisno can't really get out of this one. First blood goes to Insanity. Nice little 9 caliber net on Tomio. Tomio's gonna flash away. Tempered Fate goes a bit wide. Flash is coming out aplenty. Spica gonna dodge away from the curtain call, and that's all she wrote. Conviction with first blood. Follow it up with a second. No! The Deathfire touch, it's not enough, is it? The bird! He's healing, he's fine. 5 and he is out.
Oh my goodness, the shield pool from Mini, I think, saving his life from the DFT proc to avoid what could have been a catastrophic play for NRG. Still most certainly going against them, though, as it's Insanity picking up the first kill of the game. Kisno just walking too aggressively into the enemy jungle. Well, yeah, we may favor NRG's composition in these early skirmishes somewhat. You can't just disrespect the Anivia Trundle like that.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you're extended like that, you know what's coming, and it's going to be a CC chain from hell. Grand Starfall used in the mid lane, but the Magical Journey is just that, Conviction Escape.
That's a nice walk from Bounty to be able to get his mid laner out of dodge without any cooldowns of consequence getting burned. That is the man drop from Kisno, no longer available for the next 2 minutes or so.
Sheesh, Insanity is doing work on 5 mini in the mid lane. A little bit of CS differential coming out too. Still going to be primarily focused towards this bot side. Both junglers just returning to farm here. And nobody is actually going for the early grub setup.
It's Mudo putting some serious beatdown on the sniper, though, in this top lane, up about 20 CS in his own right. Insanity really the only one with a significant gold lead on Conviction's side. I do want to give Insanity some credit. I've been very critical of a lot of the members of Conviction throughout this split so far, and I think, you know, in many ways justified, but I do think for Insanity, while he's not been a world beater, he's not, I think, been #1 mid of the NACL or anything like that. It is regular season Insanity, right? Yeah. And I think he has been the strongest performing member on this Conviction squad, and against a great young mid laner in Mini, someone that I was praising in the pre-show. It's really nice to see that Insanity is still showing the youngster how it's done, up 20 CS, up a kill, and definitely carrying the torch for the squad right now.
And I'm just so... I mean, Insanity's always been known as the chef, right? Like, I can't tell you how many chef graphics we made of Insanity back in the day, but there was a lot. And he's always been somebody who's been really willing to flex those picks. And you see that in some of the champ pool that he brings out, but I love the fact that Anivia has been a staple for him so far this split, and good and bad, but it's still that special style that you love to see from Insanity himself. Now, Dragon number 2 is started. Tempered Fate going to land on the 2. Curtain Call going to be called up from behind them. There's a flanking Jhin, and Kisno is about to bite it. It's going to be a nice little exit strategy here. Sushi dodging, or at least blocking. The flash play from Tactical. He's back, baby, and he gets his kill. That's going to be a 4th shot going to Sushi, but he's not going to be long for this world. Insanity is blocking. Zamudo has TP'd, so has Sniper. The Orn Horn, is it enough? They're going to try to focus on the Sushi. He gets clapped himself. Meanwhile, the egg is turned into a scramble as Zamudo burns him alive. It's going to be a hefty trade, but NRG still up.
It ends up being a 5 versus 5 in the extension. NRG does trade out 2 for 2 with Conviction, but their waves were in a slightly better position. So NRG does come out with the gold advantage, as I want to give credit to Bounty. A really nice Tempered Fate to set up the pincer move, and the lack of frontline from NRG already starting to show. When Kisno is getting focused down, he is not that tanky, even with the Aegis, which can only block damage from one direction. So he ends up going down first. It's really Zamudo that ends up being the one to salvage the fight with the teleport from topside.
Yeah, I mean, the double TP giving a lot of room for that 5v5 to take place. And honestly, both of them having major impacts. You know, Sniper being able to catch out Sushi there is pretty massive. I just love the flash from Tactical, man. You love to see that early aggression. Even if he dies for it, even if he overextends for it, he gets the kill nonetheless. And will get the Hex Optics there as well. So both bot laners on their first items here. There'll be some nice spikes for themselves. Big thing is, though, Sushi with that CS differential already has a pickaxe in addition. And we do see now, eventually, the grubs being taken by NRG.
I gotta give Conviction a lot of credit, though. Tomio taking that first dragon, and then now them denying that the second dragon in this previous fight means that NRG's game acceleration is very delayed. They're actually not even going to get this one, so they cannot get a first dragon for themselves until 19 minutes into the game at best, with grubs not getting taken until this 13-minute mark either. A composition that wants to have a very explosive mid-game, not really going to be given access to that if Conviction just chooses to not interact until their item spikes come through.
And I definitely think scaling does have some fluctuations between the sides, but I think something you always have to focus on is the fact that Ornn provides so many extra stats, so much extra gold as time goes on as well. And honestly, the side of Conviction are be chilling literally as more scaling, more items start coming through.
Exactly. I think NRG still has plenty of champions that scale nicely into the game in terms of their damage and utility, but Ornn is Ornn, man, and I only see him on one side of the rift, so it can be very difficult as that's a catch.
Insanity punished heavily. Did not expect the entirety of the 3 of NRG to be down here. He will not have egg, and he will go down after his flash, too.
And I think that's the kind of play that NRG's been wanting to get going this entire time. Better late than never for sure. And despite some of their early game stumbles, they are still up 1.8k. So Conviction, they've done a great job to keep things close, but NRG is still finding their windows.
What? Dude, Sushi, how did he make it out of that deadly flourish? I want to know.
I thought that hit him.
As Jin players around the world are appalled. I can't believe he just made it out of that one. He was dead to rights if he gets hit by it, but it doesn't matter. Sushi stays calm, cool, collected, burns his flash, but is alive. And a 2,000 gold lead has developed for NRG 15 minutes in.
That's the classic miss W on CC target right there from Tactical. Okay, 5 mini, though, going to be
Round
the target.
2? All right, another flash.
This is what we talk about, though. Tomio's so good at attacking lanes. He just got both the flashes off of NRG's carries in about 30 seconds. Those are not going to be available for this next dragon, which I think is a fight that both teams are going to be very interested in taking, especially now that Conviction does have that resource advantage.
He's trying to use some of it, too, as obviously really like the Trinity Force spike for Tomio as well. Rift Herald is up. We saw the hesitancy of those top lane objectives, didn't get the grubs till super late. It has been primarily the dragon focus, but now with that being 3 minutes out, NRG going to use this small lead to go ahead and take another topside neutral.
Conviction wisely not
Look
going
at
to
this play
contest.
from Conviction.
Zamudo could potentially be the target. He has the equalizer to try to clear out this wave. Might be too late, though. Bard and Trundle have already collapsed.
Yeah, they're looking if we can go to bot side and try to see it. The CC chain doesn't land, but the Bard does. Tempered Fate. Oh, no, it catches Tomio. Zamudo does finally get taken down. Insanity will tank up the turret. He still had egg as well, so he is fine, and Conviction will respond to the Rift Herald play with a kill of their own.
Bit of a scuff dive right there from Conviction. I think Zamudo just needs slightly better awareness on Summoner's Rift to drop the equalizer earlier, and also better, missing one of the caster minions with that ability means that Conviction is able to continue the dive. A nice cross map from them to pick something up.
That lead slowly but surely getting chunked. Oh, Tactical. You have run into a Pantheon and you are just a little Jin. He does have his team, does have the barrier. He will burn it and gets away from Kisno, who was looking bloodthirsty there. Rift Herald play still at the ready. Do they want to try to go for it now? It looks like they'll deploy it. Ace in the hole got used to try to stop the back. Tactical almost died. The Speaker. He almost takes him down there. Rift Herald's going to charge in the mid lane. They should be able to take down that turret. It's a avalanche play by NRG.
Yeah, I mean, just consistently stopping the backs, getting a lot of tempo on the map. Not
gonna
only
go
are they
bot
going to
lane.
get this important mid lane tier 1, but also a lot of vision control being taken on the bottom side of the map and the bot lane tier 1. Conviction just kind of getting caught with their pants down. I think, given the state of Summoner's Rift right there.
All I'm going to say, Kizno, you deserve your license. There was so much terrain there. There were so many things like in the road, and he was able to navigate it. He did crash into the wall in the end, but that's neither here nor there, Hawk. All right. Kizno driver's license approved. It is unfortunate, though, for Conviction, where they've been making some of these positive plays, find themselves still at a deficit. And another big fight coming up because we're already at potentially soul point for them on a Mountain Soul in about 40 seconds.
And remember, Conviction was able to get those 2 important flashes just a few minutes ago. Zamudo also using his in the dive. So NRG down a lot of resources, but they are on a pretty good spike. You've got Sundered Sky for Kizno, Leandries for Zamudo, Sushi a little bit weak with just the Hex Optics, but Insanity yet to proc that Roa. So I think NRG looking to play STV.
The wall already goes up. There's the Maw as well. Tempered Fate going to be used. Equalizer there as a deflector. It's going to be an engage straight onto the mid side with all focus on a 5 mini. But Tomio has already fallen to the side, and that just leaves Sniper by himself. The rest of his team already took the magical journey out. And that should just mean that Dragon goes to NRG, putting a stop to the scaling factor of Conviction and a nice little block from Spica for his mid laner. Got to stay cool. Okay, all right, he's fine. He's fine.
And that's a pretty big fight for just a little bit. You never know. Do you ever do the thing against Jhin where like you both keep clicking to try to block each other, but then you're not blocking each other because you're like passing one another? Good coordination from the NRG mid support right there to not let things go. But we can get another look at this fight, an important fight for Conviction, and we can see how difficult it is. NRG has so much range in their composition with the Caitlyn, with the Wei. Sniper arrives a little bit late with that teleport, and by the time he really gets into the fight and the engage comes through onto Phi Mini, their jungler is already dead, the health bars were already too low, and Sniper got left alone on the dive.
And that's a bit unfortunate because he looked like he was going to have a payday there on the 5 mini. And it unfortunately turns back around on him. And now Zamudo, a key matchup we said in the face-to-face Norelco matchup. We do end up seeing Zamudo winning out on that so far. And I did warn, if he gets his Rumble, you got to be careful. So far, it's paid off.
On last patch, I would have said that giving Zamudo a Rumble is a questionable life choice. And on this patch, I'm just going to emphasize that even more, especially considering I don't think Sniper...
down.
I don't think Sniper's looked that comfortable on this Horn, to be honest with you, Lennon. He got beat pretty badly in the lane, and I think Sniper needs to be at the fight sooner. You said I'm not just watching Sniper's lane phase, I want to see his impact outside of it. He is the front line for the squad. He needs to be at the fight before it starts, and now he's potentially caught out.
They're all committing here. That's going to be 4 members top. TP coming in a little bit late, going to make it 5 for Conviction.
Oh, Bounty got
NRG
burned.
Still full health, and he's just dead to the equalizer. Got burned alive by his feet on the ground, and that's going to be Speaking now. A little bit caught. He's going to get CC'd, but the rest of NRG are right here, and then they just bounce straight onto Insanity. He's going to get scrambled up yet again. You like a good breakfast, says NRG. And now Sushi, 90 caliber net to the headshot combo. My God, NRG, they are running away with this game. 6,000 gold up now, 21 minutes in.
That's Sushi or Double Lift, man. I know they used to be teammates for a short period of time, but that looked like old school Caitlyn right there. Sushi just sniping down Tactical as NRG is playing with the range of their composition so well. Bounty stands on the equalizer, gets sniped by the ace in the hole, and just one shot as Conviction tried to come through with the collapse. But NRG, they are just stronger right now. That's going to be your precision play presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade, as Bounty, at this point in the fight, already dead. And in the extension, CNV, I don't really know what they're thinking. They're down resources in a 5 versus 4. But regardless, it's a nice catch onto Insanity. And then the mechanics right here from Sushi, just putting the moves onto Tactical with the help of his mid laner.
My heart, like, you just can't do anything. You can still watch Sushi style on you, and you have to stand there and take it. Oh my goodness, what a way to blow open this game number 1 at least. Now Conviction struggling to find their feet under themselves at least, as Tomio was hovering around mid lane, is on vision though. Conviction, the scaling, I don't know if it's going to come online soon enough. You have hit 2 items on a decent amount of members and close for Tactical as well, but they've decided to play away from NRG, and NRG will take that all day. They go ahead and take an entire tier 2 turret in the top side, a trade for an outer turret in the bot lane.
Big objective bounty though for the split push
Remember,
inhibi
Fake
as
got used on the Sushi. Oh, Sniper didn't even get a chance to use the Ornhorn back. Grand Starfall came back in, and Sushi threatened for a moment, but not for long.
Right now, it's 4 versus 4 on the top side. Tomio's harassing Zamudo on the mid wave. I don't think he's really going to be able to kill this Rumble, but I think just trying to slow down the push from Zamudo, as that is the natural next place for NRG to rotate over to, is that mid lane tier 2.
Insanity got hit by 1 fear, loses 3/4 of his health. It's all good. Couldn't even fight back. Just had to take the range, as that's the beauty of NRG's comp. A tier 2 turret in the mid lane falls to Zamudo, who is absolutely cooking him now, and it's going to be now a meatball style comp from NRG going to be brought to fruition. About 35 seconds till that next dragon. Does Conviction even have a chance to fight this one?
I mean, they've got 2 item spikes on everybody, but no ornaments to come through for anyone except for Sniper. They have some setup over this. I think
it's
this
the
is
Hex Optics.
Oh, you're right. Oh, he didn't get the right item. Well, clearly first game with Ornn for us, for Conviction on the split, as we forgot to reorder our inventory. This is a good pick, though.
Oh, fine mini. Big pick, gonna miss the curtain call. Oh, finally the chop comes through. I was gonna say, there's no way that he's getting out of this one. Big shutdown goes over to Tomio. Meanwhile, on the river, though, it's a 4v5 now that Conviction are reassuming position. So this should just be sole point for Conviction. Really nicely executed to get a pick before the objective.
Pretty significant blunder from NRG. I'm not really sure why Fi Mini was deploying to bot side on that timer. I feel like you can just go mid, stack up as 5. I was going to say, before we started talking about ornaments, is you know, I think for Conviction, I would have been fine with them dropping that dragon, but they can fight it if they have a good angle, and they're able to find it. So credit to them. They cut about 1.5k into this lead, and not only that, I mean, Dragon Soul is not really a realistic win condition for NRG at this point, and that is something that if the game goes another 5 minutes, Conviction can really look to take over with.
Oh, Insanity spreads his wings and flies away with his TP. Let's get away from the collapse of NRG. You can see some snickers and smiles on the side of NRG's player cams there, trying to pick him out, and they aren't able to do so. So now it feels like you got something to work with Conviction. You've gotten, yes, a big deficit laid up against you, but you are 1 dragon away from that Mountain Soul, and a heap of extra stats as more Ornn items are coming through as well. Malignance is going to be upgraded for Insanity. Going to be waiting on Tomio and Bounty here for just a little bit longer.
And that Mountain Soul potentially going to enhance this Conviction front line that much more. Remember, for NRG, their scaling is good, but a little bit of a timer for them to try and outpace this Ornn before Sniper gets too big. I think it's always the case of the first mistake won't kill you, the second one will. NRG, they get 1, but I don't want to see another one if they are going to cleanly close out this game.
Now they are trying to find a little bit of pick. Okay, Kizno caught out again. Does have a lot of CC thrown his way. Going to shield up there as well. Sniper coming with the flank across the board here. Zamudo's going to be burning on Sniper. Tomio's getting low. Everything's getting low for Conviction, and it's going to be NRG that's going to be stepping forward. He's flashing forward. He's got another flame spitter. He's going to burn Insanity. He should get the egg. No, it's not going to be the case. Sniper does go down in the end, and it will be a Kizno trade for 2 bodies on Conviction.
And Insanity, he's up the creek without a paddle. Remember, no teleport. He used it last time.
He's out.
Is Zamudo going to find him? He's looking, and I think he's actually going to get out. So it just ends up being a 2-for-1. But Zamudo basically solo winning that fight for NRG, as it was Kizno that gets caught out. But a 4-man equalizer into Flame Spitter flash forward from Zamudo, basically picking up the 2 kills on his own. little bit of help, of course, from his mid laner and his AD carry on the back, as it's a really nice catch here from Conviction, but look at how the Equalizer splits the team. Good damage from the Spiraling Despair as well, and Zamudo just leading this charge forward, recognizing that Conviction does not have the health bars to stand and fight this Rumble.
And I love it because Zamudo was literally tweeting out last week, this was not a performance I can be proud of. I want to do better. I'm going to do better. And damn, he's doing better. 4-1-5 on the Rumble. As I say it, he's going to get a little bit caught. Does have his team near him and a little bit of a speed up. But he is sitting pretty on the Rumble here in game number 1. Almost 3,000 gold up over his opponent. And now NRG have their pick of the litter of what they want to do next. Still about 2 minutes, a little bit less so for that next dragon. The threat of the Baron is always looming, but the comp not necessarily doing the most significant sustained damage as a whole. Obviously, you have Sushi with 3.5 items, and that's going to feel good. So NRG going to start it up.
It's a little bit difficult to just rip a Baron with Conviction staring you down, though. Remember, NRG's composition so good at holding space. Conviction really relying on Sniper, utilizing his health bar to walk in and take over, but it's difficult when you're outranged like this to really get in there, especially when you're behind in items like Sniper is.
Wow, that's a lot of damage there. Tempered Fate goes through. Bounty trying to find a little bit of a pick. Again, 50 seconds till the dragon, but my God, the damage differential is immense right now between these two teams.
Conviction doing a pretty good job, though, of finding themselves a foothold. They need to be careful not to get caught. Tomio.
They're getting surrounded. Kisno is thinking about going for it. Just gets the engage on a sniper. My God, that was one hit, one headshot on Sniper. Now with the Lord Doms, it is Sushi who's cooking him. Spica, a little bit caught here. It's an Ornhorn used, but the Equalizer is beautifully positioned. Look, Conviction can't do anything. They can't even step forward. Big Curtain Call is going to pick out Spica. Now it's going to be another one. 2-shot kill for Tactical, but Sushi still untouched and still unbothered. Going to flash away. It's going to be the CCG Bounty. Bounty goes for Tactical's making mincemeat of these guys. It's a 4th shot ready to go. 5 minutes going to go down to Tomio and Conviction. They have done it. They took a huge fight off of multiple picks on NRG.
And that might just be the fight that Conviction needs. The gold lead gets slashed in half, and it's going to be a soul take for the composition with the bigger frontline. Conviction right back into this game.
We're scaling, baby. We're scaling. That's all Conviction needed. That is so massive. A mountain soul to Conviction, and all of a sudden, everything has been turned on its head.
And this fight was so close. It's Spica that initially gets caught out, loses so much HP. Zamudo sells him with the Zonias. The damage, though, from Sushi and Phi Mini is still significant. A massive kill onto Zamudo, though, to remove one of these big carries. But it's a stun from Insanity, barely clipping Sushi on the flash forward, who wanted the highlight play. And then Bounty follows it with the Cosmic Binding onto both of the carries. Those are the spells that win the fight and potentially put Conviction in control of this game.
Zamudo absolutely just got Spica canned there. That's going to feel so bad, but it's going to feel so dang good for Conviction. Really lining up their CC, and now it just gets a little bit better for them, right? They're going to be on 3 items, working on 4 for a lot of their carries. All the ornaments are going to be here soon. You already have the Spirit Visage upgraded for Tomio here, and they're going to start feeling a lot more confident to take some of these fights. They're already going for more picks. They've got the Pillar of Filth there. Spica is going to flash away, does not get CC down this time, and it's Conviction who are just all 5 grouping looking for picks.
And NRG, lacking frontline, going to really have a hard time retaking this space into the Baron area. You can see the long-range pick and engage potential of Conviction on full display as Spica was forced to flash by one Tempered Fate landing.
I mean, Bounty is finding a lot of angles with these Tempered Fates. Even if one of them misses, if the next one hits, that's all that really matters. And a little bit of an engage potential here. You can tell that Conviction realized the rest of the map isn't going to be much of an importance. They are looking for fights. They're looking for picks when they are strong, but they also need to be a little bit hesitant to take too much of an overzealous fight.
NRG at the very least able to see the river again. This team's really just jockeying for positioning back and forth. These stuns, though, every time they land on a Kisno, remember, he's not that tanky. He gets burned down so much.
He's got his GA now, so that'll give him a little bit of a benefit of the doubt if he gives his body for one of these fights. But it's Insanity and Tactical who's keeping them at bay. For a comp that's so long ranged as NRG, they cannot find the damage to at least stick onto Conviction. They're going to try to look for a little bit of a pincer, or at least a close in of the trap here, but aren't going to catch Conviction lacking just yet. And we're literally just getting a 5-on-5 mid lane, man.
This is a classic NA-RAM. Look at these side waves. Bot wave, top wave. So many good gold-filled creeps dying to towers right now. Here come the collections.
The taxes are due, minions. You must pay them with your life. It's kind of messed up.
You know, taxes were due a few weeks ago, Lennon. I think if you haven't done yours yet, you might want to file an extension or something.
Well, yeah, I'm more concerned about the minions. I just want to make sure they're taken care of.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. So tax day on Summoner's Rift is May 15th. May 15th, not April.
That's what it is. Yes, of course, it's coming up. That would be a funny content piece, though. Tax day on Summoner's Rift. You go down to like Taxman to the Gromp, the Krugs. There's a lot of dependence for the Krugs.
Do you think Piltover has like an IRS? They probably do. Like it would be a very Piltovian thing.
Probably. High society.
But they don't like Zaun. You know? That's the reason why they don't like Zaun, is because they're actually just a bunch of tax evaders, and that's the only problem like that they have with each other.
That's how it all started. You didn't realize there was a prequel to Arcane, and that's what happened. I'm looking at this prequel though, and there's a Grand Starfall coming in to catch Sniper out.
This is very low.
The tankiest member. Look at that equalizer. It's gonna burn a little bit, but doesn't really find its home. And that was the play pull by NRG that goes wide.
Oh, Spica! Oh my goodness, he was dead at that hit. Oh my goodness!
God, Spica's dancing on him, man. He dodged out of everything. Finally gets locked down. Tactical will take him down. Jin is starting to cook now. Got the curtain call unleashed. Zamudo trying to put some pressure onto him. Shots are going a bit wide. He's finally going to connect. It's going to go on to Kisno. Kisno's going to give his life with the GA, but he might take down Sniper with him. That's going to be one. Insanity flashed away. Sushi trying to find him. The ace in the hole is going to be there. Now they're going to go for the egg too. Tactical on the other side is fighting, but he gets taken down by 5 Mini. And all of a sudden, Conviction lose all that hope that they had. They lose almost every single member. And NRG are looking to push down mid.
Tomio going to try to cut the wave. It's Desperation Hour, but it's not going to last very long. NRG going to at least break into the base, maybe look to end this game. Still 30 seconds on every member that matters. As Zamudo, he's chasing Tomio. I think Tomio's out. He's got a dead man's.
Dead man. Oh, the equalizer. Oh, it's fine. That will be the dead man's play coming to work for Tomio, but it's NRG going to work on Conviction. It was dicey. There was a moment of hesitation. They lost soul, but it doesn't matter in the end. NRG will bounce back at least in game number 1 and take the series to a 1-0 lead.
It's the result we were expecting about 10 minutes ago, but man, things got really weird towards the end of that game as Conviction did a really great job of fighting back. I honestly want to praise Bounty for, I think, a pretty solid debut game up against a very strong bottom lane. Obviously, Sushi and Spica really having their way in that game, though, was a thorn in the side of Conviction. And Zamudo on the Rumble, man, just an absolute player. And last thing I gotta say, too, Spica, I have never seen someone be so illegally positioned and take that long to die. That was outrageous.
Dude, he was dodging everything at the fancy
no flash,
out,
by the way.
He was all
no
over
flash.
the place. Yeah, that was
crazy.
That was actually crazy. What a comeback though. In the end, a roundabout victory for NRG. We'll see if Conviction can bounce back for game 2 as we're going to be sending it off to a little break as we get ready for that game.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, one and all, to the NACL presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Hawk, and what a doozy for game number one we had. It had all the drama, it had the flips, the turns, and NRG still winning the game.
Somehow, some way, Spica without a flash just goes dance into the middle of the enemy team, buys enough time for them to all clean up. And it is the 3-threat composition from NRG that gets it done. Massive games from Zamudo and Sushi. 5mini also clearly doing his job damn well on the way as well.
Yeah, it was really impressive stuff. We had little moments, I feel like, from everybody. I think the quietest person was Kiss, though. And, you know, he was like the leading man in a lot of the fights, but obviously a lot of pressure gained early from the bot lane of NRG. That's what we wanted to see coming into this series. We wanted to see them actually bring the fight to Tactical and Bounty, the new duo for Conviction, and they did so beautifully. They picked it and they executed it well. The other things that went well for them, obviously, was how much that top lane was getting out of hand for Sniper. His first Ornn as well of the split, at least. And now it's about how Conviction return to the drawing board and figure out what happens for game number 2.
And something to point out, looking at stakes for this game, we've received an update from the league that the information we were given a few days ago about game score is incorrect. Tiebreaker, head-to-head is the only thing that matters. So it's series score, straight into head-to-head. Game score is no longer relevant, contrary to the information we were bringing you at the top of the day. So something I do want to point out is if NRG wins this game and wins this or wins this series, they don't have to win this specific game, CCG and Supernova are locked into playoffs, because it means you cannot have both Conviction and Dorado hit 5 wins, which means that the 7th place team would not be able to catch those 2 squads. So CCG and Supernova are currently sitting here really rooting for an NRG Game 2 victory. Conviction, their playoff hopes very much resting in not going to tiebreakers and just getting the series wins that they can find.
See if they can do so. It is NRG on the blue side again. We will end up seeing the Jarvan ban again. This time it's from NRG, not Conviction. We do get the Aurelia ban as well towards Insanity and Sniper potentially. We do have the Orianna and the Seraphine ban so far by Conviction, so maybe not wanting to give over the Ashe Seraphine combo to give them another dastardly duo in the bot lane.
And anytime I see something like an Irelia getting banned out, I always wonder what that tells me, especially when it wasn't banned in game 1. Obviously, NRG with the first pick this time, maybe just using that luxury to kind of just ban out Comfort, knowing that they can always snap up the strongest meta pick on one here. Something like the Nocturne was banned last game. And this time around, they're going to snap that one away.
It was banned away by them last game, and yeah, just wanted to go with something that can, again, set the tone on the map. It's going to be Corki for Tactical and the Nami for Bounty, so it is another combo that we typically see now in the meta, but I'm just, you know, Tactical fan for a long time. Jin Corki coming out at his first games back, not maybe exactly what I expected.
Yeah, it's a bit of an older school pick, but I mean, we talk about Tactical being a very offensive player. I think it makes a lot of sense given his style. We'll have to see what Conviction answers with. NRG answers with. I'm very surprised to see Jace being prioritized this heavily early on. Zamudo just going to take that one blind and potentially looking at 5mini as well. So what is NRG cooking, knowing that the enemy bot lane is showing, just wanting to get these aggressive high damage picks off the board?
Just gonna say right now, though, if you're on NRG's camp, you just got 2 things that were banned away, one of them from you, obviously, in that first game in the Aurora, and now you're getting a lot of the pieces that you feel comfortable on. And I know we were praising some of the moments as well from the draft of NRG, but right now I really do like their draft setup so far. Still a lot of wiggle room for Conviction here. They're going to go with another tank top lane. It's going to be the Scion for Sniper.
Interesting. So Sniper going right back to tank. I do think into the Jace. It makes a lot of sense. I mean, Conviction right now, they're building what is a very strong foundational front-to-back team fight composition, going back to a similar style to what they played last game that almost saw them find a comeback win. NRG, it's right back, though, to the full court press, which also is very similar to Game 1. I am really looking at support bans to come through here from Conviction. I think Nautilus is a very good ban. I am looking at tank support here for Spica. Otherwise, this Nocturne is somewhat going it alone. Obviously, you do have the Aurora and the Jace that can dive in alongside this champion, but they don't really provide HP and tankiness. They just provide damage. And I think Nocturne likes to have somebody that can't also just be focused down in the same way that he can. So instead, we're going to get the Varus, though. So Nautilus on the table for Spica if he wants to go towards it.
Ooh, it's going to be the mid lane ban as the final ban for NRG, the Annie, as well as that Vi that came across to give, at least take away some of the setup tools for Tomio. Very particular and interesting bans for Conviction, just really honing in on what can work well with this comp. You take away some engage, as well as some poke that can be there with the Jace and the Aurora. I really like this setup, at least in the bans of game number 2 for Conviction. But now they have a lot of things to decide on, especially what that counter pick is going to be looking like for jungle, as Victor is locked in for Insanity.
I like this Victor pick a lot. It's very stable. It provides a lot of late game damage, and I think Insanity was the top performer for Conviction in game 1, having a lane advantage over Phi Mini. As long as he's able to keep himself safe, I think this is a pick that can output a lot later on. I'm expecting something like a Nautilus here. Yeah,
Yunara Lulu.
Yeah, so Yunara Lulu. I mean, Lulu does provide a lot of effective tankiness to the squad, but it does mean that Kisno is going to be throwing himself to the wolves in these fights, unless something weird happens.
We'll see. I see some smiles on Sushi's face. He laughed a couple of times.
I don't think that champion's happening.
Well, hey, we saw it in pro play at tier 1, so it could be a thing. Nidalee, look at the smiles on his face. Oh no, we have Spica in the kitchen right now with a chef's hat on, and I don't know if it's getting burnt or if he's making a 5-course meal that's beautiful.
All right, I'm gonna give you the cope, and then I'm gonna give you the real analysis. The cope is that Spica is a jungler. Nidalee, yes. Traditionally a jungle champion. So really, this is a comfort pick here for Spica if you want to think about it.
And we get our first Shen. Sorry,
the Shen. Ooh, wait, it's a Shungle. It's a river Shen. This is kind of a hot pick from Tomio. There's a lot of auto attackers on the side of NRG, and what you can do if you have good comms is, while Nocturne does turn off the lights and you can't click your teammates on the minimap, if someone calls like, oh, Nocturne on me, you can ult their champion portrait as the Shen and still go through with the Stand United to really defend against those plays. And with NRG having such an aggressive pick dive comp, I think this pick makes a lot of sense. They've got a very standard 2-threat composition, a lot of frontline, a lot of peel. I think the biggest thing, again, is going to be the early game for NRG. Are they able to get a big lead? Is Conviction able to not let Zamudo and Sushi get going the way that they did last time around? Because I do think they got maybe just a little bit too far ahead for Conviction's liking. But to continue on this Nidalee pick briefly, this is a pick that has been picked by multiple teams in scrims during this NACL season. And a lot of teams are like convinced it's at least not bad, but I think no one was willing to be the one to pick it first. It has been played a little bit in pro, I know, around the world. I'm going to be honest, I am not a fan.
Well, hey, we're going to make a fan out of you, I guess, is what Spica's intention is. Game 2 on the horizon. Game 2 is now. NRG versus Conviction. See if NRG can bounce back after their first loss of the season last week in one of their final games. They will not be playing next week. Pika and Sushi going for the early trades onto Tactical and Bounty here. You have some good early pushing prio coming through as well. And now I'm just going to out myself right now. Anytime I get auto-filled to support, I pick Nidalee because I can still feel like I play the game
you're
and I have a heal.
bad guy.
Yeah, I am.
You're a bad guy,
Luckily,
bro.
I don't get filled support very often. But it's so funny that now it's viable. Spica's playing it. I just had all my sins forgiven by Lord Spica.
We see the heal getting popped from Spica and Sushi just to try to force Bounty and Tactical off this wave. Honestly, the HP trade not really going in their favor, but of course, Nidalee providing so much sustain with the E in human form that even Nami can't really match. Talking about big trading though, geez, Insanity forcing 5 mini out of lane at level 1. So things going okay for Conviction, at least early on. The thing about Nidalee, it provides a lot of sustain. The attack speed is really nice, and it also has a lot of range. So it just provides nice utility across the board in that sense. The problem that I have with this pick is it has absolutely no setup of any kind, and it kind of can just get ignored if you're not ahead. Because while the heal and the buff for the AD carry is nice, it doesn't really provide the same level of peel and the same level of utility that something like the Lulu to go alongside this Yunara might have brought to the table. For NRG, it really just contributes to the fact that they are playing a pure, bona fide, no questions asked, hands check composition, which, although it could work, I'm never really a fan of in the NACL.
Yeah, I agree. I think it could be a tough position to be in, especially when you look at the comp holistically and you're like, how do these pieces go together? Especially for the side of NRG, it's like, what happens when Kizno goes in? Spica finds his first gank, gonna get the flash out of Insanity. Really nice early roam from Spica. But the worry is still there, because not only is Kizno going to be going in by himself, he does have some poke to go alongside him. That front line's going to be super tanky for Conviction, at least.
Oh,
and
for Conviction.
it's going to be hard to, it's going to be hard to work through with the damage profile that NRG has.
Yeah, I mean, I do think NRG does bring a lot of damage to the table. I do think the bigger point, though, is that with Conviction's frontline being so beefy, I don't know if NRG's going to have the time to output that damage later on in the game, because Sniper and Tomio will just kind of be able to walk at them, and NRG is going to be forced to either have to, YOLO dive onto Insanity and Tactical, or get kind of pushed around by the big meatballs up front.
I mean, how many, realistically in the world, how many Nidalee supports in competitive play have we had? But it was like the number off the top of your head.
That is an amazing question.
10?
Not a lot. Yeah, I can tell you. You know
Count
what?
on
Let's go
hand.
to trusty old GOL.GG and see how many Nidalee support games we've gotten.
I think it's so funny just because it's so obvious Spica just trying to cook something up in the bot lane, but it might end up working, and I love it because they bring it out against this newly founded bot lane of Conviction and Tactical and Bounty, but losing a little bit of that push prio here, as we will get the redeploys from both junglers.
Okay, officially, there is one Nidalee support game recorded on GL.GG. It was by Stend in the TCL. So,
nice.
I kind of thought there was, like, at least one more than that. I mean, I know it's been experimented with, at least, by teams, but I guess it's the only one in official.
There's no experimentation happening here. It's Kizno with a good old-fashioned gank onto Insanity. One more auto! He does get first blood here for NRG, and that'll be a big strike into Conviction's hopes.
Oh, Tomio tried to bail him out. The Spirit's Refuge almost buying Insanity the time that he needed to kite out Kizno and deny that final auto attack, but it was not meant to be. A really nice flash commit there from Kizno onto the flashless Insanity, and NRG already jumping out to a pretty significant early gold lead, while Sushi is not really ahead in this bottom lane.
The heals from Spica are insane! That was absolutely nuts! That's a play of the week! Spica and Sushi put down the 2v2!
Nidalee support! Alright, never mind. The most broken pick ever is the greatest thing I've ever seen. Sushi, he's able to get a 2v2 kill. Spica picking up the other one. The fist bump comes out, and maybe NRG is just as far ahead everywhere. My word. I gotta say, if we get a replay, credit to Sushi for having trust in his support.
Yeah, he was playing with like 200 health Primal Surge plus heal is a crazy combo there. What a play and what capitalization on the moment from NRG. As Tomio is going to be trying to limp away from that bot lane play with the dragon, but it's 6 minutes in and it's a 2.6k lead for NRG.
I mean, maybe the hands check comp is just like that. I mean, Sushi, he was down at 100 there, 150, and he gets healed up for so much, and then Spica flashes in. Yeah, he's a support Nidalee, but that's still an early game Nidalee. This champion terrorized junglers 1v1 in Season 6, man, and while we may be 10 years down the road from that, she still has the damage in her, and Spica, that is play of the week type material right there. A massive 2v2.
Absolutely. Like, that is just insane. The guy is making it work, and I love it. This is such a Spica thing to do, and I love it because he was just laughing the whole way in that draft after they picked it up. But hey, still need to finish this one home. We do have that first dragon going to Conviction. They've been very good at the dragon stacking so far this series. Have about 1 minute and 10 until those grubs come up. Zamudo has push prio and a massive CS differential in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, every lane for NRG right now is just slamming. Kizno's done a great job of bailing Fire Mini out of a difficult mid situation and actually putting him in a lead with the kill that went down. And Tomio has not gotten involved in this game whatsoever. Zamudo is just destroying Sniper for the second game in a row. And while, yes, we can sit here and be like, oh, Sniper, he's just on tank, trying to lose gracefully. I think in any matchup, being down nearly 40 CS at 7 minutes is behind curve from where you would want to be.
Yeah, that's not going to be a really nice place to be, at least. But hey, it is a situation where now we have those level 6s. Paranoia is going to be available for Kizno to really start things off for NRG, find some picks in the side lane potentially. Tomio will always be there with Stand United if they can communicate properly. So inherently from the draft, I do like this response from Conviction. It is, obviously the first Shen of the split, and also a Shen jungle, which is something we don't see very often.
With the push in top and Tomio being bottom, Kizno just going to beeline it towards these grubs on spawn. This should be a really easy take for the NRG jungler. On the opposite side of the map, too, you could see Sushi, Spica, they are routinely pulling this wave of tactical and bounty in front of their turret because they know they just win the 2v2. They're trying to force tactical to overextend for creeps or drop said creeps and either take a really bad trade or not get the money. So really smart stuff from Sushi and Spica. It's also keeping them very safe, knowing that their jungler is on the opposite side of the map. The bounce back is coming now. Would like to see Kizno. He's going to want to pick up his blue, likely his Gromp, take a reset, and probably cover them for this push out.
I can just see Sushi and Spica going all in, though. Transcend oneself with the Primal Surge. Going to be such an insane steroid for Sushi. And we've seen he has the mechanics to follow it up. Tomio tries to go for a flash play. Does not connect. The tidal wave does. Spica very low. Going to get out. Is going to heal back up and land a spear on the back end of it. So Conviction trying to find a play. They don't find much. And that will cede a ton of control over bot lane.
I think my brain just made the question mark ping sound. I see the vision for Conviction, but I think they need glasses, bro. That flash taunt just didn't hit, and Spica just walked out. No flash burn from NRG side.
Finally, the Arcane Storm he's on doesn't have much mana. Does have a little bit of speed. Does get a little bit slow on Insanity, so he'll be fine for now. Little thing that we've seen, though, is Kizno taking these advantages and these little moments to take some of the camps from Tomio. He had already taken that red earlier on the top side. But wonder how he's going to continue doing so, as we do have first item for him and Tomio on the other side as well. But first item is going to be important for continuing the pushing power of NRG. But is there a moment where these items actually come back in favor of Conviction, do you think?
I mean, we're a long way from it. I think you need at least 2 items on this Victor Corki for them to really even enter the conversation. This is a Rod of Ages Victor. Conviction is going to be very weak for a very long time. Their bottom lane really, I think, was supposed to be the bridge into this mid game, going for the Corki Nami alongside this Shen, but they're losing. They got 2v2'd by this crazy Nidalee support pick, so I don't really see a world where Conviction has agency in this game for the next at least 10 minutes or so, which is a problem when you're down 3.5 thousand gold.
And unfortunately, Insanity went for boots there. Didn't have enough to finish the rod, so won't even be stacking that up just yet. That's going to feel a bit bad. Now some push and spears being the laying foundation of NRG's push on the bot lane. There is the dragon up, and it would be first dragon for NRG. As Kizno is around, always waiting with the paranoia. And you do have a move from Fi Mini, too.
I mean, if I'm Conviction, I'm not even hitting tab right now. Like, I don't want to see a Hexplate Nocturne, Yomu's Zamudo, Echoes, Nidalee, and a Kraken Yunara when no one on my team has completed an item. Like, that is nightmare fuel.
I love it, man. He's just going to have the speed of the lethality Jace coming in.
Dude, Zamudo was tracking for like 22-minute Flame Horizon.
Ooh, Sushi going forward, almost gets the flash play. I love that predict, but the flash was enough for Bounty to survive. He's still transcended, still could look. Isn't going to go for anything further unless a spear connects. The Eye of Ruin isn't going to land either. He's going to finally back down from the transcended state. And Tactical is feeling a little bit dicey, feeling a little bit spicy. Wanted to go forward there as Spica was pathing into the jungle, did get some vision down deep, so we'll be okay there, and everything returns to normal on the bot side with a back coming through from the Conviction bot lane duo. Oh my god.
Pretty significant that not only are Tactical and Bounty able to survive there, they do get most of the wave, but I mean, this is brutal. Again, he's on pace for a 22-minute Flame Horizon.
United. He's going to get him. The taunt comes through.
Oh, the
and
boys!
Sniper gets the kill. It doesn't matter. You're down 50 CS. You got the kill on Zamudo.
Okay. Honestly, I think that was needed. Zamudo was looking like a massive problem. I think he still will be, but getting Sniper back into this game, getting him a wave uncontested, denying it from Zamudo, that is all going to feel really good. Sniper was level 9, bro. He's now level 11 after that play. That's how OP catch-up XP is.
And it's just huge to stabilize a little bit of the map for Conviction because that was starting to get a little out of hand and there wasn't much help coming his way. But another really nice usage or a usage of the Stand United going to be clutch there. And that's some of the power that the Shen jungle can bring to the table. Tomio's going to go for his Gromp. Meanwhile, Kizno is starting up his blue, so it's going to be contested. Fi Mini is already roamed as well. Spica putting in some pressure. Spear's going to land on the Bounty. The blue buff is gone. It's going to go over to NRG.
I feel like that's the first real proactive play we've seen this series from Tomio that's resulted in a kill as well, which is very good to see. Because I've talked a little bit about how I feel like Tomio, he's been fine, but not great. Oh, nice top flash.
Play for Tomio. Talk about being proactive, baby. Tomio.
There we
go. The moves.
Yeah, no flash on Sushi from the previous 2v2. So a really good find from Tomio right there, and maybe a bit of disrespect from Sushi, not anticipating that that one could come through under the tower.
Dude, it's always such a devilish play, the flash taunt from Shen. It always feels like it's not going to hit, and then it does, and you are screwed. Meanwhile, speaking of screwed, Paranoia under turret here, and Insanity will falter. Suika going to dodge out a little bit. A couple extra shots there onto Kizno, but that's the brick and mortar of NRG's engage. Won't get taunted.
NRG at least answering back after Conviction did win out on the last couple of minutes, keeping their gold lead around 3,000. And get another look at this fight in the top lane of Zamudo, just trading very aggressively with Sniper. And the beauty of Shed is you can show up from anywhere, regardless of any lane and how bad things are going. It's just a knock-up landing. Sniper calling for it. Zamudo gets chain CC'd out and really nicely played from the Conviction duo to start to claw back what was becoming an insurmountable deficit with that play, and then also this one.
Oh.
I think I'm going to go disrespect here on Sushi's part, but still a really nice fight.
We got to go back to live.
We're fighting. We're fighting.
Sushi is transcended, and he's just ripping through them right now. My God. He is untouched, unkilled. Tactical's going to go down too slowly. Tidal Wave did come across. Really nice change of pace for Bounty and Conviction. Zamudo not able to land the damage. Tactical almost went down. Tomio did go down, and now NRG will have free take of the Rift Herald.
And we did not see the preamble to that play from Conviction, but that was Spica walking into the enemy jungle. And remember, I said something a few minutes ago, Mazel. I don't think Conviction is going to have agency in this game for at least another 10 minutes. The reactive plays have looked good, but they start to go proactive, and immediately you see that their carries just do not have the damage to keep up with NRGs at this point in the game. And a good punish comes out from NRG.
And I feel like a massive difference in this series, and I hate to put more focus onto the bot lane that's already in flux, but Sushi and Spica have been insane. Like, their impact last game and this game has been so felt, and it feels so good to see this consistency come back again for this duo who has been so dang strong all split long.
Yeah, I mean, we always knew that Sushi had the team fight prowess. The biggest question was always laning, and especially when paired with Spica, those question marks really only grew larger. It's great to see that they are doing what they've done so far this split. You know, not every game has been perfect, of course, but I think across the board, they've looked extremely good, and Sushi proving why he really is, feeling like that next marksman prospect up in a region that is filled with some pretty damn good marksman prospects, dare I say.
Yeah, we've had some good ones over the last little while. NA's got talent. That's all I'm going to say. Another dragon goes down, and this one to NRG. Tidal wave coming through. Sushi tries to go for the play now. That's the Stand United. Bounty flashes forward to get the taunt, and Sushi, as we speak about him, goes down to a very, very big play by Conviction.
Lennon, I'm going to blame you. You were the one that brought up Sushi first. I am not taking credit for this caster curse.
I will take full credit. You can.
Very cool. Thank you. I'm glad we can agree on that.
Letters to my PO box. I'll never read them because I don't have a PO box. So.
But yeah, Sushi. I just want him to stop flashing forward because he's gotten punished for it twice now. And
he's got the
I mean, I want to give
surge.
Tomio a lot of credit, but
It just makes you do crazy things, man. Speaking of, we're just going to 50-50 over a red buff, because why not? Arcane Storm got bot paranoia there in defense. As we were taking a little bit of a look at the replay on Sushi's play in the mid lane, did definitely use that flash a little bit too aggressively. But Conviction flush out NRG from their side of the jungle. Still, though, 5,000 gold lead looming against them.
I honestly wonder, like, I think Sushi is inexperienced against Shen. This is the second time he's just kind of disrespected Shen, and shoot, this guy's only been playing for 2 years at this point. He started in late spring of 2024. Like, how many games has this guy actually played against this champion? I'm asking like a very legitimate question, because also it feels like a bit of disrespect for the champion's capabilities coming through, and Tomio finding good punishes.
But when have you ever faced a Dusk and Dawn Shen? That's the difference right there, all right?
Wait, that's so big.
That's second item.
I just
Dusk
looked at his
and Dawn
inventory.
from Tomio, my goat, as he is taking one of the most busted items in the game right now and using it on a tank, and we'll see how that works out for him.
Very interesting. Dude,
he's still carrying.
Oh, he's in there.
Dude, he just went in on Kizno. It's the bubble that connects. Oh my god, the tactical follow through to the Rockets. The smite is what gets the kill. Shutdown goes to Tomio. And that's
he's the carry, bro.
Ahead of the play on the 5 mini. He's looking for an angle now. He's going to have the taunt back up. They just don't care about the Zamudo play. They are just leaving him to his own devices and trying to pick everything else clean.
I was going to say, I do love how Conviction's strategy for the Zamudo-sized elephant in the room of this game is just to kind of close their eyes and pretend it doesn't exist. Honestly, I don't blame them, because if Zamudo's not there, NRG's only really got like a 1.5k gold lead at 20. Yeah. That's not very much.
That's not much. Not much at all.
So, if you can't
like
see him, he can't see you, right?
I think that's what they say. I'm pretty sure that's what they say. That's the saying, at least. There's the Stand United play that tries to get Zamudo. He does get the slowdown with the red buff there. We'll have taunt coming back up soon. Flash play from Sniper, but it's Zamudo's flash that's too late. Oh, Tomio tries to go for the flash play, misses it, still gets the kill in the end. Dusk and Dawn Shen will be living rent-free in the nightmares of Zamudo.
I think Tomio is actually the carry right now for Conviction. He's kind of popping off. Really starting to come alive in this series, I think, after a quiet first game and a half or so. As Mazel, I'm going to be honest, that might have been 3 of the worst flashes I've ever seen, but they got the kill in the end, so it doesn't even matter. And they got Zamudo's flash for it, so, like,
Dude, Tomio's been using it on cooldown aggressively. That's what I like.
Dude, that's Shen gameplay right there, man. Look at that. He's up gold at 14. That's the Tomio we know and love.
That's the Tomio we know and love. 2 items going to be coming up now, though, for majority members as well. Tactical going to be scaling away, and that's where we can bring up the conversation that Conviction scaling is very nice. I will say NRG have their own options, but I really like, especially like 3 item spikes on Conviction's entire roster pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, I still feel that Conviction is behind curve on this game, but they are getting dangerously close to coming online with that 6-stack Rod of Ages. Leandri's well on the way for Insanity. Tactical already on that all-important 2-item Quirky Spike. Spica
is just getting ran down by Tactical, almost loses his entire health pool just off of that advance from Tactical. Now he's going to have to heal up through his Primal Surges. Big fight coming up here, potentially with the Dragon coming up.
I think
Big
this is
spike
it
as well. Fiend Hunter bolts for Sushi. Primal Surge on top of that. He will be absolutely frying at the start of these fights.
Fire Mini on a flank position. Zamudo still split pushing. I think this fight is the game, because if Conviction can win this one or stall out, they're going to hit that critical item spike. But for NRG, if they can break the game open on this timer, they're still stronger right now. But it's Conviction first to the play. Zamudo on the way.
Sushi is going to be there. They're going to go with their Paranoia straight onto Tomio. Tidal Wave comes across. 5 Mini has a flank. 5 Mini can go between worlds, but he's waiting. The Dragon, 50%. It goes over to Kizno. He's going to get soul point, and here comes 5 Mini. He's going to get bubbled up here between worlds. Did get popped. Look at Tomio looking over the edge. He's not going to find anything much. He's going to go for a deep flank, but they are losing their base. They have lost the inhib turret. They will not lose the inhib, I think, smartly. So Zamudo will not take that one, but the objective goes the way of NRG.
I mean, it's not bad for Conviction, though. Yes, they lose the Dragon in a tier 3, but that was the fight where NRG really wanted to blow up in the game. It was Insanity with a critical Chaos Storm interrupt onto Zamudo's teleport. It interrupts the channels with the micro silence, so it meant NRG couldn't take the fight. Excellent disengage from Conviction, and although the attempted re-engage does not land, they keep the gold lead within striking distance, which I think is the most important objective that could have been taken in that sequence.
Next thing we're looking at is Tomio about to have his flashback up, but more importantly has the stand united. Want to look for a proactive play with him. He has been able to find some, but now it seems like NRG are coming wise to his strategies. They are sticking together as a group, not trying to get caught out in these signs, at least in this mid-fight. It is going to be Tactical and Bounty moving to support Tomio here. But Spica going to be playing around with his jungle.
NRG really trying to walk in aggressively and take control. They know they need to accelerate this game. Baron on the map, no Dragon for 3.5. Cloud Soul, definitely a strong win condition.
Baron?
We've already been seeing Sushi making some nice moves throughout these fights. Just imagine a Cloud Soul on his back.
I think they're doing
I think NRG doesn't want to let the game get to that point. And yeah, here we go.
I mean, they could just 2-man. Primal Surge is huge here. You get so much attack speed. They're going to bring Zamudo over just for a little bit of help, and no pings, nothing. There's a little bit of a help ping coming out from Conviction, but it's going to be way too late. I don't think they're going to get here anywhere in time. You can see Tomio still running across the mid lane. Paranoia pop just in case the exit has been filled, and that will be NRG with the Baron buff.
Nicely executed Baron call and great understanding of what this Nidalee provides. 2-manning it up just until the point of no return when the whole team arrives to burst it down. Conviction gets caught sleeping on the map, but what could they have even done? So many blue wards advance so far into their jungle, make it very difficult to retake, and now fight potentially around mid just to try to get some map control back.
Tactical's feeling himself here. They're trying to set up a play. They're using Fog really well, and the Unstoppable Onslaught's going to come through as well. Going to go a bit wide. Sniper going way too deep there. Needs to be a bit careful. Does have Tactical there with him. Tactical's playing extremely confidently, and I love to see that shade of Tactical here. It is, though, a very precarious position for Conviction. If they get caught, speaking of, Tactical's going to use the Valkyrie out. Tidal Wave used aggressively to try to potentially catch Sushi out. We'll just get the knock-up. Baron buff is still here. The push prio is going to go the way of NRG, and now they can look for a play on the back end. This poke is going to start hitting hard.
Yeah, Zamudo really grouping up with the team for the first time this game, bringing 3 items to this siege, but Conviction, they do have good wave clear. However, a lot of key cooldowns used in that mid play.
Tomio with a really, really nice taunt there, but still gets it between worlds from 5 Mini. 5 Mini can't close out the damage, though. The push is still here. The minion wave arrives in perfect synchronicity with NRG, and that's going to be a bottom side tier 2 down.
Yeah, it was Conviction going aggressive on that previous mid wave. They're still going. Oh my goodness.
Just got used in the bot side. Got to see what this fight's got going on. Arcane Storm is going to be utilized there. Not much else coming of it, and Zamudo is just hard pushing mid lane.
It's clear to me that Conviction does not want to play out a siege. They would rather fight in front of their turrets and try to get onto the squishy NRG composition before the waves can arrive, but that's twice in a row. It's not really been able to land, and NRG has used that resource deficit in order to force down these towers and grow their gold lead to nearly 7,000.
Yeah, that's the hardest part about this whole thing is it's just been a steady, strong gold lead for NRG. And while we see little plays from Conviction, it does not stand the test of time here. As you were saying, Zamudo really bringing a hammer to the fight, literally. He's on Serpent's Fang now as well, so maybe that shielding from the Shen or the Nami will not be available there. Oh, but we'll play on mid lane potentially. They're getting ready for this dragon fight.
Flank here from 5 Mini is spotted and marked. CNV does have all their resources up except for the Chaos Storm.
Tactical going aggressive, goes for the play on the Valkyrie play on the Sushi. He doesn't get what he came for, though, and now Tomio pays the price for it between worlds from 5 Mini. He's pretty fed, too, and it's all of a sudden Conviction without health bars, without bodies, and without a say in this series. It's looking like a 2-0 sweep for NRG, a redemption series for them after their first series loss last week, and they're pushing down mid.
Welcome to 7 wins, NRG. A massive bounce back as Conviction drops their 6th game in a row, and welcome to the playoffs, Supernova and CCG, as Conviction or Dorado can no longer catch them in the standings.
Big standings implications, smiles aplenty on NRG. They had to work for a bit this series, but they handled it just like they do everything else. Strictly business for NRG over Conviction, 2-0 victory. And, Zamudo, we highlighted it at the very beginning with the face-to-face matchup, and it turns out he's pretty good against Sniper there, having 2 dominant games where he was up like 40, 50 CS almost in both of them.
I think yet another series where there are going to be absolutely 0 questions as to who the best top laner in this league is. Questions really still for me surrounding Sniper, who I think is continuing to struggle throughout this split. So very difficult to see for sure as a Conviction fan. I think, honestly, to cope a little bit for their first match in their first week of the new bottom lane, it wasn't terrible. But now dropping to 3 and 4, the magic number for playoffs is officially 5 wins. 5 wins, and you are in. And Conviction, they are gearing up for a must-win series against Dorado coming up, I believe, next week.
That's a tough position to be in. And with the fluctuations, like, it obviously didn't work out how they wanted it to. You know, if I'm hindsight 2020, I would love to see Tactical on more of his kind of not niche, but his kind of comfort champions. We were seeing some of the stuff that's like his average plays, but I would love to see more of the comfort picks come out for him, more of the hyper carry styles come through as well from him. But there were some moments that you were saying, okay, this bot lane was able to put some moves together, and even in some of the desperate plays in that second game, you could see they were still playing with utmost confidence, which I think is a key factor moving forward for them to kind of keep.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there were definitely some good things that came out of this series. I think the bottom lane altogether did fine, and I think Tomio and Sanity showed that they're still playing at a level that is competitive with the rest of the NACL. Conviction, though, they're running out of time to really just finish gelling as a roster, and also, I think, just needing to step up individually and show that they can hand check some of these guys, because for Zamudo, he was able to do it effectively, and for Sushi and Spica, they were able to do it effectively as well as a pure hands check composition. It's what I called NRGs. And they just pulled it off in a 28-minute win.
They did. And God, gave us a run for our money, man. Those Shen plays, like Tomio, my man. Oh, that was awesome to see. It sadly didn't work out, but I don't know. I don't think Shen was necessarily the issue in the end of things, but definitely was a problem solver in that one. We got a couple spicy picks, and especially going back to revisit the Spica Nidalee bot lane. I think you said second in support in League of Legends, competitive at least, but it worked. I mean, that first play, that 2v2 they won, set a big tone for how the lane itself was going to go as well.
Yeah, man. I mean, this is some serious play of the week type stuff. Look at Sushi playing on the edge, and everybody's focusing down the Inara. They forget what a level 4 Nidalee can do. And man, Spica made him pay. What I love is, like, I didn't really notice the Nidalee the rest of the game, but that one play was so hype, bro.
It's all about laning phase. It's all about laning phase.
Right.
This one was huge. Precision plays that we're looking through. Phillips Norelco one blade with the big flank that Fine Beam set up. He was on vision. So Conviction knew this was coming. And unfortunately, they still paid the ultimate price.
Yeah, I think Conviction, I get what they're trying to do. They're trying to defend on the mid wave. They're trying to draw a line of scrimmage that they can then retake the river through ahead of the soul. The problem is NRG was just very strong, and Five Mini, I think, really a nice find on that flank. Would have liked to have seen someone from Conviction mark him out in the future, but maybe something to be worked on looking ahead,
Yeah, and I do believe we have our MVP ready to go. I'm excited to see who ends up grabbing this one. I think it was a pretty clutch series from a lot of members, but it will be Zamudo. We had him in the face-to-face matchup against Sniper, and he absolutely handled it. He got his hands on the Rumble, which I will continue to repeat, just like you, Hawk. Do not give this man Rumble. And then he got to smash things with a big old hammer as Jace in game number 2.
I don't think we should give most top laners Rumble. I definitely don't think we should give Zamudo Rumble. But I'm hearing that we got an interview on deck with the deserving MVP of this series. So, Mazel, why don't you go take it away?
All right. Well, let's go ahead and talk to Zamudo here. As my man, it's been a while since we got a chat. I miss talking with you. But dang, it's been looking good, and especially the bounce back series. I know you were out on Twitter saying how, distraught that last series was for you guys last week. Do you feel like you made it up to yourself?
I think definitely we all stepped up our game from last week, but there's still obviously room for improvement. So we'll just keep on working, to be honest.
I like it. Do you have the same message for the rest of NACL that we do in not letting you get Rumble? I know you're biased. I know. But, man, every time you get Rumble, it's just like the other team doesn't have a chance. Like, what is it, man? Do you just really like the champ? Do you like the style it plays?
Rumble's pretty strong, but I don't know if my Rumble's that good, It might have been it might be like 50% of our losses.
Hey, well, I think it looks pretty good today at least. And then your Jace game as well. You were up like 50 to 60 CS against Sniper. Did you feel like this matchup was going to go this way when you were prepping against Sniper this week?
I actually didn't expect to play this matchup, but yeah, it's pretty lane favored for Jace, I would say. And I don't think I think Sniper's trying to learn sign the split, so obviously he's not super proficient at it yet.
Now, did you find yourself, because I know when we talked at the very beginning of split, it's been a while, but you were talking about growing outside of lane and figuring out your impact with team as a whole. In this last game, did you find yourself learning on how to deal with that ebb and flow as the Jace when you're so strong in the top side away from your team, knowing when to kind of combine? I know as soon as you did, the 5v5s went fully your way, but what was that thought process like getting to that point when you were so far ahead on the Jace?
Yeah, I think I've just been trying to work on my Fog of War usage and playing around what I see on the map with our vision. I think I almost kind of did it, but still definitely need some improvement, I was thinking.
Okay. Hey, always got to improve. That's the good mindset to have. I'm going to ask one weird, funny question, and then we'll get to the last question I have for you here. But Speaka Nidalee, man. Answer for his pick. What happened? What was the draft like? Was he just like, yo, pick me Nidalee, this is good?
I think I don't quite remember what happened, honestly, but I think at some point I just heard lock me Nidalee. Nidalee was locked in. I was like, fuck, we wall. You know?
I love it. Hey, that's the mindset to have. I guess looking back at this, but you're getting towards the end of the regular season, at least. Obviously, you have playoffs to think of as you move forward. But what has been the biggest lesson you've learned or taught yourself so far this split?
Definitely the biggest lesson is, it's a lesson I'm kind of being taught every split, but I kind of forget, so shame on me. It's definitely just to like keep a cool head, you know, just play normally. Try not to do anything too crazy, because oftentimes that just ends up losing the game even harder.
Okay. Have to keep an eye on that as we move forward into the playoffs themselves. Last chance here. Give any shout outs. Anybody you want to talk about before I let you go?
Shout out Whisper. Shout out Draxer. Shout out all the staff at NRG. Shout out all my teammates. Shout out Asus Rog. Shout out Minui. Yep. That'll be all for me.
I love the random Minui shout out. I love it. Thank you so much, Minui. It's an absolute pleasure to talk to you again, my friend.
Pleasure.
And I'm sure I'll get to talk to you soon.
Peace.
Wise words from a wise man. Yeah, dude, I love
the
funny.
Minui shout out. Yo, I don't know why, but shout out Minui, bro. Like,
I did an interview with him at the
there.
beginning of the split, and he just like randomly talked about Minui. Obviously, they have a close bond, but it's so funny. You know, just gotta give Minui a shout out. Good guy.
Dude, I gotta say, there are people in Salty Runback Discord calling for Minui to be back in the NACL play and support. So who knows? Who knows? Maybe it'll happen someday. But updated standings, NRG, they move up to 7 wins. If they win against CCG tomorrow, hey, they are a top 2 seed guaranteed. So potentially locking that one up for themselves would feel quite good. And as a reminder, CCG and Supernova, congratulations to them. They are now officially clinched for playoffs because because Conviction and Dorado both still have to play each other, they cannot both be 5-win teams. And that means at this point, only 6 teams could have 5 wins, which means that the magic number is 5. So congratulations to Supernova and CCG for both qualifying off of NRG's hard work.
At least, hey. In that regard, though, obviously, it's good battles won, hard battles lost. I think we're getting the last couple weeks. The last week has a couple of days. This one, obviously, the full slate of 3 days, but there's not many more opportunities to claim those spots. And I think it's getting tighter and tighter as time goes on, obviously, with less games being played, but still a lot on the line here. And we're going to be moving on to our second series of the day, which all rights should be a banger. It's going to be Dorado Gaming versus Supernova.
Yeah, and this is another one with massive playoff implications. A reminder that if Dorado wins out, 3 matches still to play this split, they control their own destiny to make the playoffs. And I think a lot of people, myself included, did not expect them to be in this conversation at this point in the split. Dorado, a team that we thought would be toiling away at the bottom, and instead they are in the conversation still for the playoffs. So massive stuff for them, a big series coming up, but Supernova on the other side has looked like, in my opinion, one of the best teams in the league.
I have indeed. We do have an interview with Supernova's Bach ready to go, so I'm going to go ahead and take it on over to talk with my man. So see you in just a little bit, Hawk. As I do get the Game Face interview here presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. He's got the One Blade ready, my goat.
Oh my god!
Sorry. I caught you at a bad time. I apologize.
So embarrassing.
Yeah, it's so embarrassing. It's such a good product, though. It's such a good product.
Yeah. I'm just over here using my Philips Norelco nose hair trimmer 3000. Just and I happen to be on the interview here. It's just
easy.
What a coincidence!
It just happens. Yeah, it's crazy we caught you here like this. But anyways, Bog, How are you feeling, man? The first series goes the way you wanted it to, and now you get to look forward at least.
Listen. The destiny is always within our own hands. That's the only way we want to make playoffs. That's the only way we want to win the league. Do you ever watch Ted Lasso? The show Ted Lasso?
I do. Yes, great show.
You know, in the first season, in the playoff game or whatever, or like the end of the season, like there's like, oh, if this other team ties or wins by 7 goals, like we're still in the split. I don't care about that, dude. We're just gonna win our game today. We're gonna put these dogs down. We're gonna be in playoffs guaranteed.
Okay, I like it. I guess going into that, what has the prep been like this week? And obviously the mindset starting to shift towards that playoff focus. For you, how do you kind of prep the team, or at least make sure that the mindsets are right coming into the final couple weeks?
Well, there's a lot of dogs out there, you know, so we did a lot of flashcards. We worked on like identifying different breeds.
Okay.
You know, it's a lot of work, honestly.
Breed?
Yeah. I mean, if we're talking really, I have 2 pit bull mixes right now, and they're the sweetest little babies I've ever had.
Great breeds.
Yeah.
I'm a Samoyed guy. You know, I like the big fluffy clouds.
Yeah, no, I mean, I do too, but I don't like cleaning up after those fluffy
True. But speaking of cleaning up, has there been anything that you've been trying to clean up with the team? At least trying to get right on focuses, gameplay wise, strat wise, draft wise. Has there been anything you've been focusing on?
Well, yeah, I mean, dude, you asked like a great question here, because the game, like this big patch on 09 kind of flipped a lot of things on their head. Some matchups that were good might not be good anymore, with like the removal of phase rush, with the added addition of DFT. So we're kind of like specifically around draft, we're not going to reinvent ourselves. It's really hard for any team who's played together for months to completely reinvent ourselves, but we're making changes. We're not going to be the same Supernova that we've been all split. So I'm excited to see if any of that comes out today, or if we're going to save that in our pocket for playoffs. But we've been working on some stuff.
Okay, I'm here for it. Well, if you had one phrase, one saying to give to your players today before they get onto the Rift, what would it be?
Get active. Ryan, Zyko, give me some goosebumps. Chase, give me some Pargun, some courage. Hoarder, don't embarrass Tooth Booth in public, please. And then, you know, Sean, do it for Shimmer. There we go.
Okay, I like it. Last one, I'm going to direct to you, man. What has been the biggest growth moment for you behind the scenes? And it's like, what are the things that you feel like you've improved on throughout this split? Because we're getting to the end of the regular season now.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is tough because I feel like I look at the coaching I did just a couple of months ago, and I kind of cringe at like, oh man, like I've grown so much. So I think every single practice where I'm able to successfully facilitate good conversation, I can stop people from arguing and rambling, I can get us to get to a good point and move on. I think just really helping players get their voices out there, it's still something I'm working on, but I feel like my ability to facilitate and guide reviews has gotten significantly better. And obviously, I'm not done yet. A teacher is an eternal student themselves, so but that's something that I've been happy with so far.
I always appreciate your mindset every single time. Thank you so much, Bach. It's a pleasure, and good luck today.
Hey, hold up! Shout out all moms, Mother's Day.
Yeah.
I had to say that,
there you go. Shout out moms. Shout out Mother's Day. Thank you again, Bach, and I'm sure we'll talk to you soon. All right, I'm going to bring back Hawk. Shout out to moms, as he said, but shout out to some of the personal growth he's been able to have for himself behind the scenes, and a lot of the growth he's kind of imparted on the team.
Yeah, I love Bach's mindset personally. I feel like his leadership style is the kind of person I would want to be under, just always hyping up his guys, especially when come match day, making sure the vibes are good. I'm sure, you know, it's not all sunshine and rainbows behind the scenes, right? Got to get on the guys sometimes, but making sure they're feeling built up and ready to go in the most important moments is good.
Yeah.
I also just got to say, Bach, I'm very disappointed that you didn't shout out anyone's mom in particular. Because that is still forever one of the greatest.
Here now. Anyway, we're going to go on to the rosters here. We're going to look at Dorado Gaming as a team that, you know, is a little bit of an upstart in a lot of their names, but still a team that has had some bright moments as well. I know there was the week where Redemption got a lot of praise there in the bot lane. I think that bot lane support role is going to be extremely important in this matchup in particular.
Yeah, it's sophomore season, the team of Decoy, Low Jazz, Adam, and Hub all being in their second seasons here in the NACL. But Redemption, the lone rookie, and dare I say, the most electric player on this team. You already gave him a shout out, but I really think highly of this guy as one of the next supports up in this region. I think he's already in just his first NACL split showing that he can be a difference maker. And while obviously it's not all perfect, him and Hub really have looked like a very competent NACL bot lane, which is very impressive for players at the experience level that they have. And I think for Decoy, Adam, and Low Jazz, they're also still continuing to build on what were, I think difficult rookie splits for all of them. So coming in now together and playing well is always great to see.
It is indeed. And I think some of those moments are like the epitome of the growth in Tier 2 that we like to see in an ACL. And while it doesn't always go well, it's trying to see some incremental growth as time goes on. And time is coming to an end, at least for this regular season here as we get a little bit closer. But talking about it, Supernova, we heard from Bach earlier, but this roster has been finding some more success. I think more importantly, they're on a pretty decent win streak now. Obviously, 2 wins in a row for them. Would love to make it 3, and wanting to hold their destiny by their own hand.
Yeah, I mean, coming into the season, this is a team filled with players that I've really enjoyed watching over the course of my career in the NACL, and I feel like have shown us a lot of great stuff, but maybe weren't exactly at the peak of their game at the end of 2025, so we weren't really sure what to expect from them coming in. And it was a bit of a rocky start, but I think now at this point in the split, this Supernova team truly does look like they are locking in and ramping into the playoffs. They have won some really nice series over the last couple of weeks. I think Hoarder is starting to look like the hyped rookie of the split that we saw come out last spring. We are seeing Zyko playing like the support that we saw from him in 2024 that was lauded as the best in the league and winning splits with Dragonsteel. So, and while Shochi is always, to me, going to be the beating heart of this team, it's really nice to see, I think, everyone just elevating their play as we get further into the season.
And we're going to be taking a look at the face-to-face matchup by Philip Norelco One Blade here. And it's going to be the support matchup that I always love talking about. Zyko is one of my favorite guys in the scene. And Redemption is becoming a newer favorite in this matchup that is going to be so pivotal in this series as a whole. I really want to see what kind of activity they're going to be up to, how early they're going to be active on the map themselves.
And that's the biggest thing, right, is both of these guys are really well known for making plays with the team. They don't like to sit still. I gave Zyko a hard time in a post-game interview once for still being one of the guys that's just going to put the Nautilus fries in the bag for his team. But damn, he does it so well when he gets going
so crisp.
around the map. Yeah, but I mean, man, look at the map control stats here from Redemption. That's pretty cool to see. Second in kill participation among supports and second in wards per minute. I know support stats can sometimes be a little bit fake, but still, I think we're really just looking at these guys to get active, get going around the map, and contrary to a lot of teams, I'm not feeling like bot laning phase is where this series is going to be decided.
And when we look at the champ pools here, you can see a lot of roaming power. Some tanks still cropping up on both sides, a little bit different for either. The Anivia, we won't talk about for Zyko, it's fine. But everything else in the middle right there, I expect to be extremely contested and potentially banned away. I know the Nico, one that stings a little bit more, particularly with these two comps, or at least these two teams. And so we'll see how that all pans out, how early they are given resources in the draft as well, because that's what we can start talking about here soon, is what the draft for these two teams is looking like. Very, very similar champ pools, it feels like, for both of them.
Yeah, definitely. I think, as we've already highlighted, tank support's going to be more a part of the series than ever. Obviously, the Enchanters still very, very strong. And then, again, I want to see how they get out on the map and influence other lanes. I think My biggest mismatch potentially that I'm looking at is going to be Shochi up against Adam. Shochi has just been on an absolute tear so far this split. Even in Supernova's struggles, he has looked like someone that can be relied on. And for Adam, we've seen a lot of good individual moments from this player. I think he just really struggles with consistency. Some games it feels like he's trying to do too much and he's invisible. Other games, oh my god, he just solo killed Spyrax. Like, we don't really know what we're going to get from him. And he needs to be on his game up against the biggest carry on Supernova.
Yeah, I think that's one of the hardest potentials to realize there. But, you know, hey, getting, as you said, the sophomore year, the sophomore season, maybe it'll bear some fruit here in a very important matchup, at least for Supernova, to kind of keep that consistency going. The 3-week win streak or 3-series win streak would be huge. But Dorado Gaming, going to be on the blue side, going to ban away that Aurora. We do have Supernova on that red side, banning away the Nocturne, the Vi. So a lot of focus towards Low Jazz. Might be the beating heart of the team for Dorado Gaming, as the Oriana also can be banned away towards Sochi.
Yeah, I mean, Low Jazz, most often the one playing setup and kind of leading the charge here for this team on the side of Dorado. So I think removing a lot of those easy playmaking champions. Dorado is generally a pretty slow team. In the early game, mostly relying on Redemption and Low Jazz linking up to make set piece plays, and then parlaying that into solid team fighting later on. So if you can remove some of that volatility and some of that ease of execution from Dorado, Supernova is a team that likes to play very explosively in the early to mid stages, generally picking strong lanes for Shochi and Hoarder, and then parlaying that into crushing very aggressive 5v5s around that like 15-20 minute mark. So not surprised to see Supernova trying to force Dorado into things that maybe will struggle to slow the game down or make plays of their own.
We do get some of the comforts as well, finishing out those bans as the Seraphine ban, the Rumble ban there as well. First pick of the Karma to set up a very strong 2v2 potentially for Supernova, but big pick on the patch and something everybody's been leaning towards. The Ezreal will be locked in for Hub.
Yeah, I believe Ezreal was banned both games last series. Hub going to deny that from the strong Ezreal Karma lane. Also Jarvan, good power pick on the current patch, has generally been answered by Nocturne, but of course Nocturne hitting the ban list. I think Wukong is a decent pick. Pantheon, always just one of the strongest junglers available, especially when that Nocturne is not on the board. And Supernova, maybe they can just draft themselves the same composition that NRG did in game 1.
Yeah, that would be a pretty good blueprint, I would say, as that Pantheon does end up coming through for music. Do like the Jarvan, something we didn't see in that first series as well, but something that can be extremely strong at setting up the team. I wonder what kind of pieces they're going to try to put around that one. We're getting to the end of the first phase of picks and bans, and still some big potentials left on the table. I do expect Dorado to try to finish out their bot lane here, but it's actually going to be the ADC that's saved for the second phase for Supernova. It's going to be the Jace locked in, so poke heavy.
Yeah, so range and poke, definitely the name of the game. A lot of damage here from Supernova. We just saw a monster Jace performance from Hoarder. From Zamudo. Hoarder has also played this one once so far this split to crushing effect in game 3 just last week to put down Blue Otter. See if he's able to do it again.
Got the Scion on the other side. We just saw this matchup. Didn't go too good for the Scion.
Let's hope Decoy can do better than Sniper did, I think. Yeah.
Let's see. We'll see how it goes. We will get those bans in the second phase. There's that Smolder we were talking about. It is a pick that has been fluttered around a little bit. Also pretty decent into the Ezreal. And that execute will always be nice for late game scaling, but we'll see what Supernova wants to focus in the second phase.
Expecting a Varus ban to also come out here from Dorado. I feel like that's the other most obvious pairing with this Karma for Supernova. Other things that Levitate could go for, you know, Sivir, Caitlyn, always strong options if you just want to either dominate the lane or really scale well into the later stages. I'm very curious where Dorado goes. I don't think there's an enchanter that's obvious to pair with this Ezreal. I do wonder if we are going to see Redemption go more towards a tank. Nico is still something that's on the table if you wanted something that kind of bridges the gap between tank and enchanter, has some of that engaged power, but also some more laning with the range.
I would like the NACL, and something I was kind of side-eyeing coming into this series, as both supports do end up liking that pick, as I go more historically as well. But it is the Caitlyn ban, so full bot lane ADC bans from Dorado Gaming, taking away any kind of push prio there, at least in those two picks. And the Ahri ban will be there, so some respect given over to Adam.
I'm really curious what Shochi might be trying to set up for with that Ahri ban. Not immediately sticking out to me what he could be trying to go for. I am expecting support pick to come down here from Redemption unless they wanted to save him for B5, but I don't think you really need to. Annie Blind. I feel like this is just inviting Azir, Victor, Mel, one of these really classic Shochi champions, all available right now.
It's going to put some more weight on Shochi's shoulders, but as the anime protagonist, he's ready for it. I would say he's the anime protagonist in NACL. Always.
I would agree, yeah.
But he has his kind of pick of the litter, and we'll see, obviously, what that counter pick is going to be looking like for Dorado Gaming. It's looking like it's going to be a support counter. So we said the support was going to be extremely important. It already is in the draft, as Sivir also comes through. It's going to be for Levitate. And something both of these ADCs have played a good amount here in the regular season so far.
What does Shochi want? I mean, he really has a lot of options. I don't really like this Annie Blind from Adam. Yes, it does provide good setup, but Dorado's composition is looking a bit low in damage, and Supernova has a lot of damage and range. And with the Karma Sivir, quite a lot of ability to dictate engagements and weave in and out of these fights. Ends up being Anivia here for Shochi as well. Even more range and ability to just keep Dorado really out of these fights. I am not sure what Redemption goes to here if it's not the NACL.
Yeah, it's got to be a tough decision here because you need to find a way to shore up the team. There's some decent amount of damage on the side of Dorado Gaming, but there's some more engaged layered on top of it all. NACL locked in for Redemption.
I'm going to be honest, I'm a little bit afraid for Dorado's composition. Yes, it's a really stock standard, solid front-to-back team fight composition, and we've seen this dynamic now 3 games in a row, just with different teams, right? It's Dorado with stock standard team fight, Supernova with a lot more of that full court press, the 4 threats on their side, but I think I just don't like the champions that Dorado has as much this time. You've got perma wave clear and shove on the side of Anivia Sivir for Supernova, and Hoarder in a dominating top lane 1v1. I don't see what lane you're playing through as Dorado to slow this game down. And if we hit the mid-game team fights, it just feels like Supernova's composition has so many tools to get through this Dorado frontline. And even if things go late, while yes, the Scion might be a bit of a problem, there's not that much damage or poke on Dorado's side outside of this Ezreal to even one-shot something like a pseudo-tank, like a Pantheon.
And that is some of the kind of bend and break situation of the moment. I will say, though, I'm just viewing music as the bus driver for this wonderful 5 group of people. He's going to be driving them around. He's going to be the one deciding where to go and how to go. And, if that goes wrong, then we can look back at it and say maybe he shouldn't be driving the bus. But his Pantheon's been pretty good in the past, at least. And obviously something he's been willing to go for in the regular season here. But that is one of the things, is like they have kind of a singular jumping off point with music as the Pantheon. And if that gets behind, it could be a little bit harder to crack through this kind of stable 5-on-5 that can be possible for Dorado if they don't get too far behind.
Another advantage for Dorado is in the crowd control department. Supernova, I do think if they're not able to run in together as a unit, it could be difficult to lock down targets for them. Dorado on the other side, really having a lot of counter initiation if Supernova does botch the engage or does fall behind. So do you think there are still win conditions for Dorado to play through? It is a very easy to execute composition. I just feel like Supernova, they've got a lot of tools for themselves to be able to play through. We're on the rip for game 1 between Supernova and Dorado. Supernova already having clinched for the playoffs earlier today, but Dorado not just fighting to control their destiny for the playoff race in their own right, but also to avoid relegation. Remember, an update. we have flip-flopped back around on the tiebreaker rules. It is head-to-head and series score as the only things that matter. Game score does not. Means Dorado is not safe on only 2 wins.
As we get into it now, both junglers going to be pathing away from each other. Opposite side starts for the 2. And I was talking so much about music being the bus driver for Supernova. LoJazz is going to be a lot the same for Dorado Gaming. They have a couple other engaged tools, obviously with Redemption or just Decoy throwing his body into things, but it takes a little bit more precise execution as we did get the early barrier from Hub. And that's going to be something to come back to in the fights, as it will be the at least Ghost there for Levitate, and going to be able to use that pushing power potentially. He's going to pop it here as they're going to try to go forward. Oh, and not much else, just some heavy trades, and Levitate actually coming out worse for wear.
I always like that early use of the barrier at level 1 from 80 carries to take control of the wave. Hub doing it so well. Levitate trying to fire back, but as you mentioned, kind of just losing out on that trade. And I do think this bottom lane is where my eyes are drawn as the big win condition for Dorado. They were the ones that got the draft resources, so I need them to cash in, especially when we spent time talking about how good Redemption and Hub have been. Shochi, he's gonna get scrambled.
Egg just got popped. He'll be okay for now, but that's a big cooldown down. He also did burn his flash on top of it. So Adam getting a little bit of a gank there from LoJazz, but mostly just a little bit of pressure for Dorado Gaming.
So one of the goofy haha things about Annie is that despite being a very generally like mid to low range battle mage, her auto attack range is absurdly long. And Adam has kind of just been bullying Shochi with that part of his kit, forcing an early summoner and the passive. Pretty nice advantage and a good early laning in 2 sides for Dorado.
It's funny to see so much prevalence of the Anivia in the mid lane today. This will be our 2nd of the day. And in Fearless, there won't be any more. But that being said, we have gotten 2. And first one, you know, went almost well. But this time around, I do think, you know, some of that consistency that the Annie brings will help Dorado. We are seeing our first roams here. Redemption going to be out on the map now with LoJazz. This will be a key facet to Dorado Gaming moving around the map. It will just be the split of the Scuttle Crabs, though, for both teams.
LoJazz is once again hovering around towards mid. Remember, Shochi no flash. We'll see if they do want to make a big commitment. Adam did trade out his summoner with Shochi.
Shochi no egg, and the fireball comes for him. First blood to Adam and Dorado Gaming.
Yeah, nicely done. Wish we were able to see the setup, but I'm assuming Shochi just maybe got walked down by Adam with the stun, able to follow through. LoJazz not blowing his flash means it was pretty easy for Dorado, and that's a really big find. We talk about Shochi being the heart of this team, and now Levitate.
Oh, missing a mystic shot there. Hub still going for it. Levitate down under 100. He's going to get the flash out, and that's huge. The lethal tempo proc does wonders for Dorado Gaming's bot lane. The 2v2 going right as rain as Dorado are up 2-0 in kills.
Where were you when early laning was the boon for Dorado? It's Hub and Redemption. They're the ones coming up with the 2v2 as Levitate gets caught with his pants down, trying to crash a wave. As, yeah, Shochi that dies first in mid with no flash, and then it's just a Tangle Barbs from Redemption onto a Levitate that looked like he was a little too far forward, Lennon.
Yeah, that's a little bit tough, especially because the length of re-engage is always there for Hub on the Ezreal. There's a random control ward in the mid lane. Don't know why, don't know how, but it's there.
Vision score padding.
Yes. LoJazz is on his own control ward, and he's being a little sneaky son of a gun. He will not be spotted out.
A lot of members mid. 3v3.
Look at this. Sneaky. LoJazz. Oh, no. It's going to be the play. Straight on to Shochi. He's down again. 0-2 for the star mid laner of Supernova. Dorado Gaming know just where to strike.
That was such a nice play from LoJazz. As now music, he's getting forced off the tower. Adam's level 6.
On the music, the Tangle Barbs too. Music is down. The early game is a catastrophe for Supernova. Unfortunately, Adam will also take a turret shot and die there. That's a bit unfortunate, but hey, the dust settles. Dorado Gaming up 1,000 gold.
Okay, that's a blunder from Adam to give away his life, retanking the tower. But still, Dorado, they're having a great early game. Low Jazz, what a nice play to sneak in. Supernova thought they were the ones collapsing in on towards Adam to try to get Shochi back into the game. But the Jarvan arrives first from an unexpected angle. Shochi gets one shot, and Supernova not having enough gas left in the tank to counter the play. It's Dorado up 1,000, 4 kills to 1, with the only lane really going according to plan here.
Shochi found Low Jazz. Low Jazz gonna make it out. Wall comes out. Shochi now is the one in trouble as the Tangle Barbs does connect. Glacial Storm will come through. It's a pretty decent level difference. Shochi does have the egg still. He's trying to get Low Jazz, but he goes into egg form and just gets completely CC'd down to 0.
Playing top lane.
That'll be Adam picking up a kill. Meanwhile, Decoy getting 2v1 on the top side will give a kill back over to Supernova. That'll be nice for Supernova to write home about, but they've lost complete control of mid in this game.
Well, as I was going to say before Shochi decided to go on a magical solo journey into the enemy jungle and die, was that the only lane going according to plan here for Supernova is Hoarder. He is up a wave or so of CS. Now he gets the kill from Music on the counterpunch for Shochi's exploits in the bottom side. So Supernova able to trade things back across the map, but I agree with you. Mid lane really starting to hemorrhage here for SN.
We are getting those level 6s now. You saw the True Shot Barrage used there as well for the bot lane. Level 6s also aplenty for everyone else. Looking for the big Tibbers play from Adam here sooner rather than later. Also, he's going to be hitting that first item probably a decent amount ahead of Shochi, who is still lacking a little bit. We take a look back in the picture-in-picture replay of that last fight.
I just want to see how Adam retanks the tower here, because it looked like he was completely out.
The last minion... Oh, wait.
Did he, like, auto-attack Zyko, maybe? Or... Yeah, could it have been, like, Deathfire? Does he have Deathfire? That was very bizarre, honestly.
And now we're getting set up around what is a first dragon late into the game. The grubs are up on the other side of the map. Yeah,
I think he had Deathfire on Zyko, so he ends up taking the tower and dies. That's honestly very unlucky for Adam. Ends up trading back kind of a freebie that he wouldn't have liked to lose.
Got to get used to the new runes. They're really good, but it's also a burn. As that dragon will eventually go down to Dorado game. It'll be a mountain dragon to kick us off as well. It's going to feel pretty good. On the other side, though, the trade is coming through. Music has already made it to the grub pit and is already starting that one up.
Could be a dive on the bottom side of the map here. Our full resources for the Supernova bot lane, but Shochi has walked up to the top side, so there's no mid lane cover to come through here. Levitate and Zyko forced to abandon the turret at the very least.
Grubs are pretty big for Supernova. I think their siege is very strong. If they can get there, that'll be something very crucial as time goes on in this game. Still a little bit of push prio from Dorado Gaming on the bot side. Really, really tight-knit game so far comparatively to the last series. Still Dorado a little bit up here. And that's going to be Supernova getting a full-on reset coming through for this squad. Get redeploys out. But in this kind of situation, it is a moment where both teams are kind of like, let's let this time go on. We don't need to rush anything. We don't need to force things. We just need to let time sink in here in this first game.
We'll say for Dorado, despite their really nice early moves to get themselves some kills, they're only up 500 gold. I think Supernova not really allowing them to build significant individual leads is a little bit concerning if you are a Dorado fan, but obviously being up 500 gold is better than being down, so I think Dorado going to be pretty happy with where they're at, and Hoarder, he is probably cooked.
The one advantage for Supernova is about to go down into the depths. Hoarder goes down to Decoy, the kill is redeemed, and that means Dorado find yet another pick.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter if Dorado's just able to keep finding nice looks. Hoarder, he's up super far with his entire team on the bottom side of the map. Dorado just redeploys top side, forces the flash early, an easy follow through on the dunk from Low Jazz. I think Hoarder is supposed to recognize that he's not supposed to burn the summoner right there and just go down should that situation arise again.
EP got used by Decoy to catch the bot side, so we're going to have some differing lane assignments coming out here with the bot lane of Dorado up in top side. Oh, Hub. That is a top laner,
Order
by the
is still
way.
big.
You are just an ADC. You should respect the lane difference. He did have a couple teammates right behind him, but honestly, when you die from range, doesn't really matter in the end. And that will seed some pressure on the top side, and looks like Dorado Gaming will reassign their lanes potentially as the redeploy of Hub and Redemption comes out. So far, so good for Decoy on the bot side, just farming it up against Levitate and Zyko. And in these moments, you know, small little lead that Dorado has, where is the window for Supernova? How does the window come along? How do they open that son of a gun, Hawk?
Yeah, because they are on a bit of a timer. I think they're really just looking to team fight around these objectives. They don't need to make these crazy skirmish plays, especially when I honestly don't think their skirmish is that great. Yes, they have the Pantheon Jace, but Anivia, Sivir, they would rather play off of waves, try to take control of a space, and team fight around then. I think Supernova, not on that much of a timer in terms of the scaling. You know, something like a Sivir is going to be incredibly strong later on in the game, despite the lack of frontline. I think biggest question is going to be making sure Supernova is able to feed all of the mouths that they have on waves. And that's why it's so big. That Decoy, Hoarder did get that chunk out onto Hub on that top side. As Dorado, they swapped into him, I think to try to jail this Jace and deny him some farm, but Hoarder, after dying, just TP's back. And finding that chunk on Hub means that he was able to break out real quick.
We do have first items coming up as well. Trinity Force there now for Hub. He's going to be feeling a lot better. Back coming through from Levitate. He will also finish his first item of the Yuntals. And that'll be nice as stacking comes along for him. So a little mini stacking inside of the stacking game. But we do have another minute. Oh,
whoa!
Hammer back, but he's still going to die. The axe hits harder than the hammer. And that's Decoy with the solo bolo.
That's a solo kill. I was not expecting that one to come out from Decoy. But Hoarder, without the flash, I'm assuming he just got run down by the Unstoppable Onslaught, likely getting caught with a slow or maybe a Q. And a couple of slightly disrespectful deaths here, I think, for Hoarder, giving over some nice gold to Dorado.
And it was right ahead of the Dragon. He'll still be up in time. Doesn't have TP, though, so he'd have to walk. Shochi very worse for wear here. Music goes for a play. True Shot Barrage comes across, but it's Low Jazz that gets the egg proc there. Redemption dies in the end. That's going to be Music that finds the kill, too. The egg bought so much time, and now Music is the target of Low Jazz, but he's by himself. There's going to be a nice little setup by Shochi. I don't think they have enough damage, though. Music goes down. Levitate's shown up. He's on the hunt, but the hunt is retreating. Low Jazz is still alive, and Supernova is not. They've lost Music. They've lost Shochi. They've lost a lot in this early game, Hawk.
Wow, it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Dorado, with Low Jazz slinking away on single-digit HP, perhaps, as Levitate not able to finish him off with the final auto. And initially, it was Supernova, I think, utilizing their health bars as resources quite effectively. But once the fight broke down and things started getting a little scattered, I think SN extending things just a bit too much.
It's a tough place to be in. You feel a little bit antsy. Grand Starfall coming in. Early flash from Hub. That was really nicely done. Unfortunately, Redemption was not able to replicate it, and he will just go down, keeping this game neck and neck. Dragon is up. Rift Herald on the horizon.
Couple of really nice finds back-to-back here from Music, as Redemption getting picked on a little bit on this mid lane. That's the second mid play in a row that has gone, at least initially, the way of Supernova's. Hub also not being able to base means that full control of the second Dragon to SN. As we're going to watch the extension, I think from this point, Supernova really just needed to disengage, but instead they kind of tried to refight onto Adam and Low Jazz, and they end up losing two. I think it should have been a 2-for-2, but ultimately, okay, this is the initial engage. So we're kind of going back in time. I like this from Supernova. I think Music, Zyko, and Shochi play out this point well, but they just needed to leave and not try and fight the re-engage after the fact.
It's some overextension, some overplaying, and now it's a Dragon potentially going over to Dorado Gaming as Adam Getting caught here. TP coming in from Shochi, and they should be able to lock him down, take him down. That's going to be a big shutdown going over to Shochi. Put some air under his wings as Dorado trying to force down this dragon. Would be their second one, and he will be fine. Flag and drag to safety.
Supernova maybe can try to set up for this Herald, but they're pretty slow to the play. Just redeploying behind Dorado. I think a big mistake from Adam. Like, no reason whatsoever to face check the enemy jungle on that timer and give away a free kill. I think regardless, Dorado's still going to feel pretty good about getting the Drake off of that, so not the end of the world.
Now we're going to take a look at the Rift Herald setup that Dorado already positioning around. They're going to clear out some of the vision around here as well. There's a bit of a play being made in the mid lane to get this push prio in favor of Supernova. Ojaz a bit hesitant to start up the Rift Herald here.
Dorado's dropping a lot of waves to overgroup right now, and that's why, despite the kill score, Supernova is up about 1,000 gold. It's these kind of plays, these teams, when they're a little bit less experienced, they tend to overgroup.
You wonder how they try to find
just
an
TPing Hoarder down. Supernova knows they're winning on gold by so much, but Redemption!
Oh! Redemption finds the play, the Pop Blossom on top of the True Shot Barrage, and Hub goes on a killing spree. Redemption has that moment on the Nico.
Redemption totally bailing Dorado out of what looked like a pretty bad split map play as Dorado was heavily over-indexed into this Rift Herald. Supernova making the call, hey, let's disengage. Let's send our top laner bottom and just get a tower and some gold for our troubles. But Redemption finds the 3-man Pop Blossom. Dog parlays it into a couple of kills. So they're going to end up trading that gold right back.
What a huge moment from Redemption. Somebody who we were talking about coming into this series in that face-to-face matchup against Zyko. Obviously not as tenured as Zyko, but still able to find the pop-off plays, literally.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a great find. Coming out of the minion wave from the bottom, Supernova making the call to disengage, but I think maybe kind of falling asleep at the wheel. Oh, a fight is not going to happen. They didn't count their minions, or at least they weren't expecting Redemption to come from that angle. That was a really class engage angle. Redemption not even having to flash for it. And I think that really helps the play go firmly in the favor of Dorado, when I think the waves that Supernova would have been getting for that Herald would have otherwise trumped the play had the kills not gone over.
And on top of that, he still has the flash.
Yeah,
the ult's coming back up, and the belt's up. So do it again, but even better with the flash. True Shot Barrage going to be used on cooldown now to get some push for Hub. We'll get away from Zyko with the poke pressure here. There's a play developing on top side as well, potentially, but this push that Supernova continuously is putting into the mid lane turret is starting to pay off a little bit. A decent CS differential for Levitate.
Hub is quite strong, though. Really chunking out Levitate on these mid waves, not allowing the Sivir to just shove in. And with Shochi being behind as well, Supernova is kind of in a pickle because, yes, Dorado, they don't have the most damage, but when you've got good gold on your carries, a 2-item Ezreal, they are definitely strong right now.
Oh, Zyko overplaying his hand, just gets jumped on by Lojaz. Will be okay, has so much shielding, but did have to burn a decent amount. The heal going to be gone as well. Didn't have to burn the flash, so that's big.
Heal and Mikhail's, though. I think the Mikhail should be up in time for the Dragon, about a 90-second cooldown. The heal, though, most certainly will not be. So still a small win for Dorado as they're consolidating their control on the top side of the map. Going to get a tower for their troubles before they can reset and go back down towards the bottom side of the map to fight for this third Drake.
Third Dragon, you might say, oh, but it's not Soul. Why is it so important?
Ooh, wait a minute, they want to cheese. They're going to try to cheese Sochi.
Making power in terms of how the map is played.
Sochi's not expecting it. He thinks they reset.
He does have egg, but he will be locked down. The egg will not matter. Now the question is, how does Dorado like their eggs? And they'll find out here very quickly. It's a dead Shochi. Unfortunately, 1-6 in the first game of the series.
Yeah, the heartbeat of Supernova not really having a good game, and honestly, great scouting from Dorado. Shochi has frequently had a problem of just being a little bit greedy for side waves without full information to the enemy team. He assumed Dorado reset to play for the Dragon. That's what I assumed was going to happen. but he ends up getting punished from a pretty nice overstay from Dorado. But now they have to use this numbers advantage to try to walk into the fog of war themselves. The Supernova has set themselves up around this dragon. The Herald going to give them a lot of ability, though, to play for priority and force Supernova out of the area.
They'll be able to get the outer turret here, maybe going for a second, as they are just going to charge this one over down towards bot side. Go for Dragon here. It is a 4v5, and now a free Dragon soul point for Dorado Gaming on an Infernal Soul as well, which increases that priority over it.
Yeah, just very mature macro from this Dorado Gaming team. I'm loving the way they've progressed this game over the last 3 or 4 minutes. Supernova's doing a good job of trying to cross-map with vision control, but Dorado's not falling into the fiesta. They're just playing strong, fundamental League of Legends, and Supernova kind of struggling to find answers after their lanes went awry.
I want to fall into the fiesta. Sounds fun. There's a side lane turret going down, though, to realign that gold lead a little bit more with where it's been. You can see the gold grab looks crazy. Oh, but that's about to look even crazier. LoJazz tries to get the Cataclysm. Flashes do come out, though, of Supernova, so they'll get away from that one. But it's a very tense and taut gold lead so far for Dorado Gaming, even though they've had it for a majority of the game.
I mean, Dorado just blew both of SN's bot lane flashes very trivially right there. Good engage from LoJazz and understanding that, hey, we are not overcommitting for the kills. We are simply trying to get a cooldown out of these guys. And again, Dorado, it's crazy how this gold lead's not that big. Again, I do think they're overgrouping a little bit, and it's allowing Supernova to keep the gold close, but I'm not opposed to the very safe way that Dorado is just progressing the game, making sure that things are moving forward.
You can see there as well, Spell Shield didn't get proc, but the shield from Zyko saves Levitate from a lot of the damage. Hub used his Arcane Shift. Now he's in a little bit of trouble. Has to burn the flash. That was a really good pick from Supernova just to get the flash out.
LoJazz not having the Cataclysm yet means he can't quite look for this flashless Sivir. Supernova leveraging that timer. Good brute force, I think.
We finally see what Supernova look like when they're all grouped up together. Still have a little bit of time till the deciding moment. That next dragon will be extremely important for Supernova to be set up for. And it looks like Dorado Gaming want to try to find something in the in-between moments where their comp honestly thrives as long as they can get that lockdown CC chain. It's really LoJazz, Adam, and Redemption, the trio I'm looking for to be roaming around the map together.
It'll be very difficult for Supernova to walk into this Ezreal poke, to walk into a Scion or an Annie.
Zyko just pays for it. He wanted to get a ward. He got it. But guess what he paid? His life.
Again, just disrespect from Supernova. I think Zyko's assuming that Dorado had a reset because his team was also on a reset timer, but Dorado had not. And the greed gets punished. Now a Baron start coming through. It is a little bit risky. Supernova's still 4 members strong. 2 items on everybody.
Got music at the forefront here. He's going to walk straight into Redemption, who's waiting around the wings. Levitate going to be the one that gets jumped out. Remember, he doesn't have flash. He is down. Pop Blossom came out for Redemption, but it's music that was forced to flash away. Unstoppable onslaught from Decoy. We'll try to pressure music away. He's going to use a little bit of engage on Shochi, but Shochi is dancing on him right now. Got the Grand Starfall used, but Shochi has been left by his lonesome in this topside play. Grand Starfall came out from music to mid lane, and now he's walking all the way back up to this fight. He had gone so far away, and yet he still finds it, and Shochi is still alive.
That was some really nice Anivia gameplay from Shochi right there, kiting out Dorado and completely stalling out the play. I think after they didn't get music, Dorado's window to do the Baron wasn't really a thing either way, but still nicely done to just delay the resets, and Supernova ends up only losing their support and AD carry. And while it's still gold for Dorado, it's not the game-winning advantage. This game's still so close, despite how much control it feels like Dorado's had.
But it feels like we might just be on the edge of a cliff. Infernal Soul would be so massive for Dorado Gaming. We have at 1 minute and 5 seconds till that will be coming to fruition, or Supernova stop them in their tracks and delay that stacking objective.
So very important, Mazel. In that Baron sequence, it was Dorado that used critical flashes. LoJazz and Redemption using theirs in trade for music. So Supernova, with Levitate and Zycos coming back up, is actually coming to this fight with a resource advantage.
I'm trying to focus down Decoy. True Shot Barrage got used on Levitate. Levitate taking a chunk of damage. Pop Blossom on a 3 again, but no damage to follow it up. Redemption is the focus now. Cataclysm comes out from Low Jazz. Look at Adam. Adam going for the play. The 3-man! Timbers comes for us all as a demon, and that's a massive flank play from Adam.
Adam might have just won Dorado the game. That's going to be the soul going over for Dorado with their playoff hopes resting on a clean sweep to end their season. One game could just be the start of a fire. Adam with the triple off the flank.
What a play from Adam, a guy we had so many thoughts and feelings about on this Annie. We were wondering how it's going to work out. He shows up big time and time again. He's up 2.5k on Shochi. 1-7 is the bird. And Adam with a massive moment to continue propelling Dorado forward. This is the biggest lead they've had in the series so far, and the Dragon will add on top of it.
An Infernal Soul going their way. I hope we get a replay of that fight, because Dorado, it looked difficult to start off, but Adam just becoming the hero, and I think that's the advantage despite the gold being close. Dorado with Infernal Soul, they are very firmly in control of this game.
They really are, and you know, he's got the new Annie skin on top of it all, so he truly is a demon. And I just gotta say, like, yeah, that's impressive. He's got the Dark Seal going. I want to go ahead and see him turn that into a Magi's. I want to see him go to the library and pick up some pages, because he absolutely deserves it with the way he's been playing this game so far. No Flash available anymore for him, but honestly, at this point, he's so stacked up in items. 3 items total for this Annie. He is the damage dealer for Dorado Gaming.
You know, Mazel, you may not have Flash, but I don't know if you would agree. I would say triple kill for Infernal Soul, good use of Flash on the Annie. I think Adam's going to be okay with not having that summoner spell for the next few minutes. If I had to guess. I don't know. I'm not him, you know?
True. But he is him.
He is him.
Yeah,
he's got 8 kills, bro. He's absolutely him.
And he can go up for round 2. He's got Timbers available yet again. So if an overextension comes out, the belt will be used. He'll go forward and drop the bear. The Baron is being threatened right now by Dorado Gaming. They're going to start it up.
And again, how does Supernova walk in? There's potentially an Annie, a Nico, a Scion keeping you out, and you do not have the front line to get in. This Baron already gone, I think, by the time Supernova gets here.
They're so terrified to step up. Music doesn't even get a chance to go to the pit. The Baron will be taken, and Supernova left wanting here in this game number 1. Music goes back in, but he's going to get chunked. Let's still have the GA, though, like I was saying. Dorado realized they don't need to take this fight. They will back away and take the prize that was given to them. A Baron buff on top of an Infernal Soul. The push is nigh.
Decoy just doing a really good job on the goaltending right there, utilizing his health bar to keep Supernova away. And I think Supernova, understandably, very terrified to walk in, but yeah, it just means the Baron ends up going down without really much of a contest. You've got 3 items on everybody, 4 items on Hub, and Seekers in Adam's inventory for Dorado. At the very least for Supernova, again, like, the gold lead's not that big, so if you want to cope for them, they do have item spikes coming online for themselves in their own right, but I mean, we've not really seen Supernova have any agency in this game yet.
Yeah, that's very true. I'm sad that he sold the Dark Seal. That's all, you know. I would have loved to see the Magi's, even though it makes no sense.
Everyone knows that damage is the best stat in the game, so why get a Seekers for defense when offense do trick?
True. Speaking of, tricks happen in the top side.
Hey guys, we got to defend our base. More. There's
I don't think
0 members of Supernova in their base right now.
I don't think they want to. I think they're going to leave it. I think
Decoy could just press R. Press R, Decoy.
Go to next game.
Decoy, press R. Stop the bases.
Do something. Order's there. Nobody else is there. Over. They're losing their Nexus turrets.
What?
Backs are coming through real late.
It's only 3 members. It's only 3.
His body on the line here. Okay. There's the Grand Star.
Here they are.
Oh my God, Music. There's Pop Blossom coming in. It's going to go straight onto Hoarder. Hoarder's getting locked down, but the GA has been popped on the music. Beautiful flag and drag from Low Jazz will take him down. Hub goes unstoppable, and Dorado Gaming look unstoppable in this game number 1. Hub makes it out alive. Adam goes dominant. It's going to be flash plays aplenty from Dorado Gaming, and we needed some spice. We needed some life, and we've got it in our second series. Dorado will go up 1-0 in this best of 3.
And it's clinical. Dorado just dismantling Supernova at the seams. I was sitting here praising Supernova for putting together a composition that looked like just like one of NRG's, with lots of damage, good ability to fight, and Dorado just hands checked him. It was Adam in the mid lane leading the charge. Early advantages on Ashochi. And also Hub and Redemption really making their presences felt, as well as Supernova just looked lost on the Rift during that one. And I got to give Dorado credit. You know, I could say, oh, they're overgrouping. Oh, they're not growing their gold lead. But they took objectives. They picked intelligent fights. And they played together well as a team.
It was a very clean game number 1 from Dorado Gaming. We'll have to see what Supernova have to bounce back, or if Dorado take a resounding sweep of this series. We'll see after a short little break when we get to game number 2.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360. Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome everyone back to NACL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Hawk, and man, Dorado Gaming came out huge in game number 1. A clean execution across the board, taking the series up to 1-0 now.
Yeah, man. Mid kind of just won. Bot kind of just won. Dorado kind of just won. Good team play. Good, solid League of Legends fundamentals to get over the top against Supernova in game 1. Puts themselves in a really nice position. Again, I think we've seen a lot of good things from Dorado throughout this season. And, this game 1 kind of exemplifying that. But make no mistake, them beating Supernova across the series would be a pretty massive upset.
Oh, a huge one, especially when we're getting down to the wire in the series, right? And it's so important from here on out for any wins in all reality, right? I mean, I know Dorado Gaming still have a couple more series after this one of the ones with the most games left to play, but still every win matters that much more, and that undefeated kind of streak needs to be there for Dorado Gaming. But wonder star performances from Adam in the mid lane and honestly Hub in the bot side. As make sure also on top of all that, you go check out the OQ registrations, as they'll be running all the way until the 10th. So you got a few more days left to be signing up for that one, and it's gonna be starting on the 16th. So make sure you get your teams ready to go and sign up with that link on the QR code.
If you think you can also rocket belt triple kill Supernova, then you should be clicking that QR code. But we're back underway into the draft, and something I do want to mention, Mazel, is that Supernova has won 2 game 3s already in this split. So them having one bad game in a series and then winning 2 other ones is not unheard of. So for Dorado, it was a really nice game 1 win, but I don't think the Dorado heads out there should count their chickens before they hatch. It was a great game from Adam. I think it was a bad game from Shochi. I'm waiting with bated breath to see if Dorado can play another game as cleanly as that.
I told you coming into this in our break, I was like, there's no way we're not going to 3. I do expect Supernova to kind of get their heads straight, get a little bit of a draft Gaparino coming potentially, and see if they can get us all the way to 3 games. I would love it to at least go to 3 games on one of the series on my first day at ACL 2026, but we'll see what they have in store for us, as we're already neck deep into the bans. Get that Nocturne ban again, the Bard ban as well, the Aurora ban, the Seraphine and the Zinzao ban, and the Oriana ban as the final one.
Vi's open this game, was banned last time around by Supernova. We'll see if Dorado wants to go straight for that one. There is a lot of power on the table, of course. Not as many mid lane bans is really sticking out to me. Just the Aurora and the Oriana so far. But Rumble critically getting through the ban phase. He was banned out last game. This is a favorite of decoys. Remember what we said. I don't want to see any top laners on this champion. Doesn't matter who they are. Maybe just Zamudo a little bit less, but I don't want to see decoy on it either, because it's pretty damn good.
Yeah, he's had some insane performances on the Rumble itself. This will be the first pickup
one of
this
the split. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's definitely played it in the
when
past.
We've seen him before. Yeah.
100%.
And it's also just a really good, you heard Zamudo say, it's just a really good champion. It doesn't matter if you'd like to play it or if it's, you're good at it. It's just a good champion. Lucian Melio going to be the double lock-in for Supernova.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Levitate and Zyko clearly being like, all right, we're not getting 2v2 killed this game. We are 2v2 killing you guys. And I don't really think there's a single lane you can go to here if you're Dorado. Bard is the only strong range support that's still available. Lulu also, I guess, on there, but kind of loses all the lanes. Maybe something like a Jhin Bard could be in the cards for Dorado. They've got the Vi, so like Jin setup from long range. You potentially have maybe strong pick for Adam. I'm just trying to think of what Dorado could go to. I'm expecting tank support here, though, for Redemption. I don't think we get Lulu or Bard, and there we go.
There's the tankiness. The
Bard
Nautilus
was banned
login.
the entire time, so yeah.
The big thing is, though, the double engage now for Dorado, especially on top of an equalizer. Once teams start coming together in 5v5s, it's going to feel really good. But that's obviously a long ways away from the start of the game. So got to get to that point at least. And I'm very curious what they're going to be grabbing for Hub since that Ezreal no longer available. And Bessa still on the new patch, still gets picked up. And obviously still some flexibility there.
Mazel, we did say at the top of the day that we thought Ambessa is probably not dead. We'll see if she comes out. And, well, it took us 4 games, and Ambessa has hit the NACL. Hoarder, 5th game of the season on this champion. It's been his favorite. I think, old habits kind of dying hard here. Has a decent matchup into the Rumble as well, which has been a big part of the value of this champion in the past. Strong dive, really on both sides. I think the biggest thing for Supernova, they are lacking setup. For Dorado, they have it in spades. The biggest problem is going to be how do we avoid getting blasted in both bot lane and mid with a potential counter pick on the horizon for Shochi on 5.
We are in the second phase of bans as well. The Ahri going to be banned away. Love that call. Just the Ahri-Fi combo is always going to be good. Just like some of the other combos we have. The Wukong ban, so focusing off on music a little bit more as well. Music is one that has a pretty deep champion ocean, but still taking away some of the easier to execute abilities from Supernova would be huge.
Yeah, again, I think you just need to remove these setup champions. I mean, we're really going down the tier list here for music. Something like Malphite is really like the next thing that he's played. So many junglers in the meta aren't available. I don't think it's a Dr. Mundo game. I know that's been something that music and other junglers in this league have played. Skarner, maybe? Any Skarner heads out there?
I don't know how it fits into this comp, but it might be interesting at least. We do get the Varus ban as the final ban by Supernova, so trying to take away some of the poke action from Dorado Gaming at least. And the Akali ban, so some more respect given over to Shochi. Don't want him to enter any kind of aura stacking. And we'll see what that counter pick is going to be left for. Supernova going to have that one on blue side.
This would be surprising to me to see Supernova blind pick for Shochi here when they could have B5 counter, and I feel like so many of Shochi champions are still available. So I think Sejuani makes a lot of sense. Probably more sense than the Skarner, as you say. I think Skarner is a little bit weird in this comp, but Sejuani really good offensive ability against a Dorado composition that is basically guaranteed to not have a full front line, right? Nautilus, Rumble, Vi, they can kind of do it, but none of them can do it in the face of a Sejuani and Bessa.
Yeah. It's a tough place to be, for sure. I will give a little note, and something I was saving to see if it would actually matter, but Supernova going to have another blue side game under their belt. They're 100% win rate on blue side with 1 game played. So we'll see how
Big
that
stats.
factors out for the future. Yeah, results-based analysis, baby. As the Corki gets picked up yet again today. And not the biggest fan personally of this pick, but it still will provide consistent damage and range damage for Dorado Gaming. We'll see what their final pick is going to be. It's got to be the mid lane.
I guess Corki Nami has been... Oh, wait, you have Nautilus already. Wow, sorry, I'm so out of whack for this draft. Yeah, Talia, wow. That's not one we've seen too much in the NACL either. What does Supernova go for? I'm kind of curious because Shochi can also just play anything. So I'm just going to wait and see.
You wait and listen and see. It's going to be one of the top champions, at least comfort champions for Adam out of that mid lane. It's going to be the Yone. So truly going with the anime protagonist here as Shochi picks up a big carry pick in the mid lane.
I don't know if I like that for Shochi. I mean, it's a lot of dive, which is what Supernova has brought to the table with their composition. It is good into the relatively immobile composition of Dorado as well as synergizing with the Sejuani. The problem that I have is I feel like the lane itself into Talia isn't great. But, and like, I don't know. I feel like Supernova would have really appreciated some more range. They already had so much with, you know, Sejuani able to fire out the Glacial Prison from range. Lucian with the Milio. I don't know. I don't think it's bad. If Shochi can get through the laning phase, it's going to be very difficult for Dorado to deal with the Ambessa and the Yone on opposite sides. And Lucian Milio always going to have push in mid, at least on neutral timers when there's no junglers or numbers being committed. That's one of the power points of Lucian Milio, is their ability to always get push on that mid wave. So I think Supernova definitely playing for push on multiple lanes, definitely looking to try to control the map that way. Their scaling is good. But again, I think you're leaving the door open for Dorado. Very easy to execute. Just press R composition.
True. And what a start to the week it would be if, for some reason, Dorado are able to take this 2-0 sweep over Supernova. It would be an incredible start. And their only series of this week, as they'll be back for 2 series next week. That's a confidence builder if I ever seen one. Game 2 of Dorado Gaming versus Supernova starting now.
And once again, really looking towards mid and bottom lane to be the important pressure points here in opposite directions. Shochi really needing to get through this lane. He's got the green runes. He's got the Doran shield on deck. Adam, no TP. It's a ghost on this Talia, which I find interesting for him. And then on the other side, I do think I'm expecting Levitate and Zyko to bully this Corki Nautilus pretty hard on the opposite side. But of course, we were expecting the laning phase to be a little bit difficult for Dorado last game, and they ended up as the ones with the 2v2.
I feel like there wasn't necessarily a big draft gap. Both teams have a lot of options. Both teams have some pretty clear-cut synergies as well, and it's about execution now.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and those will be the places that we need to look towards early. I didn't get a chance to see where the junglers were starting before we went into the pause, so we'll have to see if they're on matched or mismatched timers. Do you think Hoarder on the Ambessa, strong carry champion? He's in a matchup that he's clearly very comfortable in, which I think is important, despite one champion getting stronger, one getting weaker. He definitely was one of the bright spots in the early game for Supernova.
And then they turned that play on him in topside. Felt really bad after that. I'm curious at how noticeable the ult change is going to be for Ambessa. Like, is it just going to feel like she's standing there forever, like trying to get the ult off? I mean, it wasn't that big of a change, a little incremental change, but.
So I think it's relatively, if I had to guess, relatively power neutral in the team fights, because you're still always going to be able to ult a CC'd target, which is generally what you're going for in these like Ambessa dive comps. But it's definitely worse when Ambessa is trying to make gamer plays on her own or just like raw amp someone. That is going to be a lot harder probably, because you'll have more time to react as the execution victim, if you will. But yeah, this is my first game actually seeing Ambessa post nerfs, so I'm also eager to find out. Does this make her unstoppable for longer? Does this give you more ability to outplay tower dives?
Isn't she just unstoppable during the travel?
That might be correct.
We'll find out live here today in NACL. Big thing is jungle paths. Gonna be both going bot side this time. We want to see if Supernova try to levy some of the power that this Lucian Milio can have earlier on to make it a little bit more manageable. But very curious to see where those first fisticuffs are drawn between these two junglers, because both of them, let's be real, Sejuani has some decent early skirmishing power, have some early options.
Early options, honestly, on both sides. I think Lojaz, though, really wanting to be the one to try to power farm his way to 6. He is matching music on this clear, I think, trying to deny any of that early volatility, which is smart.
Music so much quicker, though. Already started on the second half of the camps. Will be spotted out, though, on the ward, so good information from Dorado Gaming and where he's going to highlight as well. Also, shout out to the new puppy skin that we have in game. You can like almost go a full dog themed lineup now. And they're against dog. That would be funny.
I like it. Also, Lennon, I did pull up the league wiki. Ambessa is displacement immune during the entire cast time. So it may be a little bit more outplay potential with the ultimate. Obviously, I think that's a pretty small interaction in the grand scheme of things, but just maybe something to keep our eyes on if Hoarder does get tower dove. Can use the extra point, whatever seconds to try to immune some CC.
It's going to be a lot of it thrown his way. The biggest thing that I love, and we can highlight this mid lane matchup a little bit more, is that Adam will always have a kind of trap card against many of the members of Supernova. As if he can get that ground out, they won't be able to dash. And there's a lot of dashes on the side of Supernova. So some of those team fights are really where I feel like Dorado Gaming come alive. There wasn't a potential gank on the bot side under turret, but it looks like it's not going to come to fruition. It was just a trade of the scuttle crabs between the junglers.
I do feel like Talia is one of those picks that I always view as just generally pretty solid. You know, it outputs good damage. It's got good utility with that minefield, like you mentioned. Can follow up on the pick composition that Dorado has built. Very good at taking down individual members. And it's also just a solid lane, right? But also, you know, when it's just not that powerful compared to some of these other mages, it can feel a little bit underwhelming. And that's why I think a big thing for me is, okay, if Shochi does perform well in the lane as, okay, fighting top.
Oh, nice bait from Hoarder there. He just completely duped Decoy. The wards will come down. They really want to give this over to Hoarder as they'll slowly but surely grab this one. First blood to Supernova.
That's a really big kill. Hoarder was getting bullied a little bit, but we talk about this Ambessa being potentially a big carry pick for him, getting him early gold. Nice move from Music. Nice bait from Hoarder himself. And a good play for Supernova, getting themselves on the board a lot earlier than last game.
And Music already getting involved, which is a crucial puzzle piece
options
for Supernova. Yeah, able to find it. Also, Hexdrink are going to come out early from Hoarder, so his lane should be feeling pretty good there. Not feeling as good is the pressure in mid lane that Dorado is putting down onto Shochi. Shochi's still fine, though, in the CS differential, at least. But next thing that's going to be coming up is this dragon. Both junglers going to be on the bot side of the map for this as well.
This is what I'm talking about so far. Shochi doing a really great job in this lane, making sure he's getting his gold. And as I mentioned, he's going to be a menace in the side lane later. So I think this is a very important benchmark for Shochi to be able to pass. Definitely not his game, I think it's fair to say, in game one. To your point, though, we'll have to see if anyone does want to go towards early Drakes. Right now, Supernova, they're clearly understanding that there's blood in the water on the bottom side to have their jungler towards the side of the map. Huh?
Redemption?
Sir?
That's a flash. Yeah, he's just...
Oh!
Levitate taking the kill there. Thought he wanted to go for
baby.
it. Yeah, honestly, ego flash. Let's go.
Redemption. He was inside. He knew what he was doing the entire time. Tapped into the Matrix. On the real, though,
that's
what
crazy.
The hell was that dredge line?
Well, you know, maybe there was like a cat on the keyboard or something. Yeah, that's what it was. That's what I'll keep in my head canon.
We're gonna need the player cam replay of that one if there was a cat on the keyboard.
Lojaz did sneak his way through that mid lane. Will end up going for this topside scuttle as well. So really no early objective setup so far from either side. Still pretty loosey-goosey early game so far, but we are getting some roams coming out, especially Redemption. Going to be looking for a little bit of something on the map. Music will come out to see a little bit of an engage. Decoy's here as well. Shochi's coming over. I don't know if Dorado have the damage for this one. They're going to try to, though. Adam comes in, and that's Decoy finding a kill. Big Fate Steal. Three-man knock up there from Shochi, and he has come online from that game number one. I think he's still going to go down, though. Lojaz trying to fight his life. He's going to go through. Shochi's still alive. The campfire is doing wonders right now for Supernova, and Shochi's about to get another knock-up. They're going into the meat grinder now, though. Shochi trying to find the kill. The blast cone gets him out. Now you got to re-engage from Hoarder. Hoarder finds a kill on the side. Killing spree for the top laner of Supernova, and Redemption is now left with nothing left. He doesn't even have the item. He doesn't have any exit strategy, and it's going to be the chase down from the dash-focused champion. Supernova explode the early game.
Welcome Shochi to the series as he finds the multi-man fate sealed into the knockup, into the public execution, into the meat grinder. As the initial play looked good. I like the idea from Dorado. Low Jazz is level 6. Fine music on his blue buff. He was delayed on his recall because of the elite 5D chess from Redemption's Nautilus. So they're able to take him down. Oh, we come into the replay after the cool stuff. As Shochi just went crazy, and Zyko, he may arrive late, but a wizard is never late, nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to, just in time to keep Shochi and Hoarder alive. Hoarder, nice flash commit onto Adam to finish him off on the backside of this fight, and it ends up becoming a, what was it, 4 for 1? Impressive stuff from Supernova.
Shochi did so much work there and did so many cool things, and it was, Hoarder also did cool things, but Hoarder got
and he
all
killed
of
Redemption.
the kills. Shochi just killed Redemption, so he at least got 1 there, but Hoarder is now 4-0 on the top side.
That's what we call bad news, Dorado homies, as, we're getting a replay in the picture-in-picture. It looks like Redemption just on a warding mission into territory that did not belong to him. Tends to happen here in the NACL. Unlucky, but does mean Shochi picks up his first kill of the game, and these Supernova solo laners are looking like an issue.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much damage on Hoarder now. Dorado Gaming is going to try to start up this dragon, get this stacking going, maybe get a little bit of something back on the map. It doesn't look like Music's going to come over to contest this one, but at least Dorado gets something to hold dear. They're even going to move down Adam just in case. Psycho will move out to get some of this warding going. As dragon does come through, Zyko to get engaged on here. Does have the breath of life, though. He's going to save it. He pops it at the exact time he needed to, and it's Music that takes down his opposition in Low Jazz. Redemption shows up here, but Hub taking a brunt of damage. We'll try to go for the re-engage.
Lollipop.
Redemption has been dicey with the engages, but they find one there. Hub picks up the kill.
I'm going to be honest. Levitate, I think that was BS. That's crazy, bro. That's not your fault. That Nautilus hook looks like it was wide. Regardless, a nice one from Redemption. Ends up being a 1-for-1 across the board. As Dog, though, they did commit a lot of time and effort into that play. So it means that Shochi's able to free push in mid, get a wave, get a plate. At least Dorado able to answer somewhat on the bottom side.
These solo lanes are going to be so terrifying for Supernova, though. They are getting so far ahead. The CS differential in mid lane as well. But it's really this top trio is coming into form.
Dog's got a lot of time to try to bring members, but Supernova is first. The wave is very small, though. I don't think this dive can come through.
They're playing all together here. 4-man top.
It's 5 members of
Low
Dorado.
Jazz just goes in. I think that was a tough decision to make. Low Jazz just gets bursted down. Meanwhile, you have Hoarder going on the back. He's got the public execution, has all that CC chaining coming for him. Flamespitter's doing some work here. Music getting a little bit low. Adam could go wide with the unraveled earth. They're going to find some good damage. It's Decoy burning them alive, and so shutdowns go over to DOG.
Mazel, you called that fight so well, though. Dorado, they needed to be a little bit more patient. They had the 5th member on the way. Adam was ulting up to the play. They needed to just wait 1 more second even, and I think they might have been able to find those shutdowns without giving over to kills of their own. Because Low Jazz goes in, yes, he wants to get the fight started, but Supernova's already committed. He doesn't need to overforce to keep them here. It just means that himself and Redemption get bursted out before the fight starts, and while eventually the numbers advantage pays dividends for Dorado, it means they gave over 2 kills onto a play where they committed so much. And on the other side, Levitate just free pushed bot lane, and it ends up being pretty gold neutral across the board.
Yeah, that's the thing about these kinds of little leads, is it just gives you that much extra to eventually grab some back after some of these big plays. We do have first items coming up. Obviously, Supernova's feeling a lot better about their first items right now, as they already have 2 weapons for Hoarder in the top side.
How crazy is it that Hoarder was able to get a Hex Drinker and be completely on curve with the items anyway? That's how fed he is.
Yeah, he's very strong. Turns out Mbessa's still good. So good. Oh, and Low Jazz dies bot side. A gank and turret dive gone completely haywire. They do lose their main form of engage. Unfortunately, Low Jazz now sits at 0-4.
Yeah, second play in a row. We didn't exactly see the setup, but it looks like Low Jazz just again getting a little too far ahead of the team. As I think it was a dive gone wrong, but Redemption wasn't even there. So why are we diving in the first place? Questions to be asked for sure. But regardless, it means I think Levitate comes away with his first kill, which is going to feel nice for Supernova, having a gold advantage now officially on every member.
And almost 4,000 gold up. Let's be real. We knew the Supernova comeback was coming. They did not look like themselves in that game, number one. It's nice to see them redeeming themselves a little bit here in the early onsets of game number 2. It's crazy because we already have 14 kills. We're like 13 minutes in the game, and it's been just nonstop action, but also the fact that they have an almost 4,000 gold lead this early on feels great. Another dragon coming up in about a minute. Shochi looking to put some hurt on Adam. He misses the seismic shove, and that might just mean his life barely gets away. Campfire is healing up Shochi off that trade, and it looks like Supernova are going to be primed and ready for this next dragon.
I mean, Shochi is just way too strong for Adam to deal with right now. Big emphasis in the draft was how well does Shochi make it through the laning phase, and he did it damned well, especially when he sets up for a triple kill for his top laner. So you can see how well that trade went. One more Q would have spelled Adam's demise. Good sidestep, at least from Adam, to make sure that that did not come to pass. And does preserve the flash, and is at least able to reset ahead of this Drake. They say that, though, Redemption getting chunked out. I don't think Dorado can really look for this. I just don't think they have the items.
Yeah, I think it's a tough position to be in, especially against a comp that, again, is so stalwart. When you look at how they set up fights, how they fight around prolonged engages, like the fact that they have so many go buttons when they're ahead has got to feel amazing for Supernova.
They really do have a composition that likes to party. I'm going to call these party comps. The ones where you everybody get into the back line. It's a party, you know? We're killing that guy today. And like bunch of melees, meatballs going in. It's a party. It's a fiesta on Summoner's Rift. And I think that's what Supernova is really trying to do. And it feels good to be ahead when you're on that style of composition. That's for sure.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think it's a bit of a different story if they're not ahead, but they are immensely ahead, and they just have decision-making prio over everything, it seems like, at this point. And again, one of the key factors for Dorado Gaming's comp is like trying to get some of these items, trying to get to these 5-on-5s. But if you're this far behind, those 5-on-5s feel so much worse or so much harder to execute. And you can see they're trying to put the pieces together, right? The Vi engage is the primary setup for them, but they haven't been able to layer things around it just yet.
And remember, no true tank on the side of Dorado this time around means that it's a one-way trip unless you find the perfect engage. And so far, Low Jazz yet to really find that perfect engage. Rushing ahead of the team in the last couple. Just needs to settle down a little bit, calculate his angles, and not throw his life away quite so recklessly. We have gotten word.
I'm just saying.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say we have gotten word that from production there's a lag spike going on right now, so hopefully we get back underway pretty shortly. You know, maybe just got to restart our Spectrum routers, call Xfinity, do whatever we got to do in the moment.
What I was going to say is we're looking pretty good for the 100% blue side win rate for Supernova. We got a lot of game left to play, but I'm just saying.
True.
We're 7 weeks in, 100% win rate. That's pretty good.
And, you know, 1 could just be a fluke. 2, though, it's a pattern. Actually, I think 3's a pattern. But
no, we'll just make it 2.
But let's just make it 2.
We get to decide. We get to decide. We're in the power here.
We're getting word we have that, speaking of power, ETA, maybe 1 minute. So hopefully we'll be getting back underway. Okay, here's something for you, though, Lennon. Is aside from blue side win rates and all that fun stuff, Hoarder, he's got 4 or 5 kills. He's very fed.
Okay.
I do think one thing we've been looking at this player too for his growth trajectory over the course of both last split and also this split is how well does he connect with the team and share his lead with the boys. He's been really good at it in some games. I looked at game 1 last week against Blue Water on the rec side where he was able to do it extremely effectively, showing up for the squad and paying them back. But there's been some games where he gets very far ahead and just feels like he doesn't really have an impact. I would like to see this be one of those games where he's able to get involved with the squad and make plays, like around this dragon.
Well, there's a bot lane play developing now. Weaver's Wall going to come across, but Redemption is already dead before Adam even gets to the fight. The Dragon was preemptively started by Dorado Gaming, but that might have been the biggest mistake of all. A double kill goes over to Levitate, maybe making it a triple. It's going to be Music that claims that one over Hub, and they just go straight back to the Dragon to even the Dragon objective score 1-1.
So maybe Supernova doesn't actually need him, and they're just going to win everywhere as Levitate kites out the engage very nicely. Dorado, as you called out, just trying to kind of make 2 plays at once. And Hoarder, despite having teleport, he didn't need to show up. He just knew the boys had it.
It's the squad goals, I guess you can say. I gotta say though, gotta give it to them. Redemption and Low Jazz, they don't stop trying. They have the buttons, they're pressing it. Doesn't matter if they rack up the deaths.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a good thing. Like, look,
well,
we
I
always
didn't say it was a good or a bad thing. I just left it out in the open.
We always like to praise players for not going quietly, right? But I like how you left it up for interpretation intentionally. Yeah, because I would say racking up the deaths generally something in League of Legends we try to avoid. We might have to call Drew Levin.
There's good deaths.
If there's too
We've
many.
learned from Baus. There's good deaths.
Yep. There are also bad deaths. I don't think every death is good, you know?
I'd hope not. I think that'd be bad. Rift Herald is started up by Supernova now, though. They're going to continue getting all these objectives. They've only given over 1 dragon, was the first dragon, to Dorado Gaming. It's slowly but surely going down. He's by himself there, but it doesn't look like anybody's going to come give him a little how do you do. His Low Jazz is sitting on vision now, so won't be able to do much there. Hoarder is in between turrets on a decoy. That's not going to feel really good. And some good damage trade by Adam onto Shochi. Oh, it's looking like a dive.
Zyko, really good anticipation. He's here to cover, try to get him out.
Fate Seal going to be used defensively. Going to flash as well on the back end of it, so he is fine. It's a attempted play from Dorado again.
I mean, good look from Dorado to try to get some resources out of a critical member. I think grouping up at this point on the side is intelligent, especially when Supernova is not really getting too much on the opposite side. I think that top lane tier 1 was always really set to fall. And they're going to be able to trade it back with an objective bounty, so not bad.
Little gold back.
Oh, or maybe not.
Maybe. Oh, no.
Well,
one auto attack would have done it.
Very sad.
Well, unfortunate.
Oh,
Music
and
has
now
a
they're getting
flame.
collapsed on. No. Okay.
Okay, they're fine.
Okay.
They're fine.
Okay,
Everything's
thank
okay.
God.
Everything's okay.
If they got run down right there, that oppression. Like, that's when you call GG. I mean, already being down 6k at 17 is rough, but I think if you lose that 3-man unit right there after...
Little drive-by going through. Public execution is going to... So, using the new nerfs really nicely.
I was about to say, pre-nerf Ambessa, baby, that she hits that one. Hub! he's alive. Thank you, Riot.
Thank you, Riot, from ADCs everywhere. They're attempting another play on the Shochi. He's going to play pretty safe. Weaver's Wall coming in, though. Low Jazz going to make his way over. No, he gets it.
Oh, my gosh.
He actually got the seismic shove, and Shochi gives a thumbs up. And, oh, God, Redemption
Yo,
got the
Redemption
kill.
kill Segura, bro. What was that?
Man.
I thought
that just took all the... Oh, no. Levitate just got a solo on the hub.
What is happening? Dude, I thought Adam missed that shove. I'm not going to lie to you. Thank goodness. He managed to land that
on
one.
the edge.
We'll see what happened in mid, I'm sure, in a moment, as looks like Hub without flash tried to contest a mid wave against a Lucian, ? Generally not advised. He did.
2-item Lucian.
A 2-item? Yeah, that guy's pretty strong. He did get the summoners off of him. Maybe good death? ?
True. To be determined. I guess at the outcome of this game.
Results-based analysis will say, if Levitate dies in the next team fight, it was a good death for Hub.
There you go.
I'm going with it.
Keep that in mind.
Yeah.
But 1:10 ahead of that next dragon, though. It's the first of the Mountain Dragons in a Mountain Soul map. And I don't know if Dorado want any part of that side of the map.
Yeah, I think wisely recognizing that they don't have
There's a
item
big
spice
shutdown
right
on
now.
Hoarder.
There's a large shutdown on him. I think this is a difficult dive, though. He is 1v5.
They don't really have much to speak of. Public execution just used. There's a cease and desist, CC chaining, and now he can't dash. He will flash, though. It's going to be the flash returned by Adam. Oh, they are in a bad spot now. Glacial Prison comes through. Music is tanking like a beast. That's going to be a big equalizer, though.
Whoa,
on top.
wait a minute, wait a minute.
Go down. Shutdown goes over to Hub. Lojaz chasing down Hoarder. Hoarder's the big target. They're going to go for Zyko instead. I thought they might want the shutdowns, but they don't find it. Meanwhile, it's Shoji pushing bot lane all by his lonesome. He's pushing in an inhib turret here as Supernova are losing bodies one by one. Music does make his way over towards bot side, over towards Shochi, but it's Dorado who are going to continue chasing. They got Decoy out of the base now, too.
Should be able to get the dragon
Shochi
as long as they don't overcommit here onto this chase.
Shochi wants this smoke. He's set up behind.
Oh,
He's
my
going for
goodness.
a big fate seal. Shochi has activated, and it's going to be all to the pain of Dorado as they will end up getting 1-for-1 back. Dorado Gaming get massive shutdowns and chunk this lead right back.
Yeah, it's a very delayed ace around the map as Dorado finds 5. Supernova only gets 1. Decoy really saving that last little re-engage right there with a great Zonia's to burn down Shochi. We can get another look at this part of the play, as I thought Shochi was going to fry them again, and it looks like it was going to happen, but Decoy, great Zonia's to make sure he does not become another victim, and not letting Shochi really get out of that one.
The Unraveled Earth too, man. Like, I cannot stop saying how important this is going to be in these team fights. Alone, it's not as great. You can work around it, but when you're not paying attention to it and you have an entire team of dash-based champions, you are going to lock yourself up.
Now, it took so long to kill them. Dragon is still up, so it's a lot of kills. It's gold for Dorado, but it's not an objective. Supernova's still up 4.5 thousand, but I gotta say, things got a little silly there, as I just can't really understand Supernova going for a 4 versus 5 re-engage when the call was clearly for Shochi to split put bottom, and I think it is showing a bit of a disjointed Supernova here on this fine Wednesday.
Still in a massive lead for themselves, though. Almost 3 items on both Shochi, Hoarder, and I guess we'll throw Levitate in there too, as that's another dragon going over to Supernova as well. And while there's these little moments of brightness for Dorado Gaming, you have to remind yourself every time that Supernova is in the driver's seat. Music's in his front of his bus, he's driving along, and it's all of Supernova that are right there with him. Some big item spikes for them coming into these next fights as well. Dorado, their goal here is to try to catch anybody that's overextended, try to use this dual engage of Lojaz and Redemption to find picks.
Yeah, Supernova definitely still in a very good position despite those kills. I'm realizing Hoarder never died in the last play. I could have sworn.
Yeah, he still got a massive shutdown.
Yeah, that's crazy. Wow. I don't know how that guy ended up getting out, but very impressive stuff from Supernova. Guess it was only a 4-for-1 in the previous look, and SN still doing a really good job of controlling the map, right? Like, they are now transitioning their vision line up towards the top side. They're going to slowly take control of the river, make sure these Dorado wards are gone. They're going to slowly try to advance their vision line up into Dorado's jungle next. But in order to do that, they got to redeploy first, make sure they're able to defend Levitate as he contests these mid waves high.
You see the gold lead still in favor of Supernova, but it has been slighted just a tiny bit. Also, little thing, Decoy is up a level. Obviously, I think Porter will catch up now with this next wave, but crazy with how far ahead he was initially, how that lead has diminished just a little bit in that lane. Elsewhere, not so much, unfortunately, for Dorado Gaming. But Supernova going to feel really good after a bounce back from that game number 1. They can be in a commanding position, and that, I believe, is the Baron started. Okay, Shochi's going to second guess his idea. He's going to back away.
Honestly, I want to give Decoy a ton of credit. Despite Hoarder getting extremely fed very early on into the game, Instead of crashing out at his teammates like in typical solo queue fashion, he locked in and did not let Hoarder really grow his lead. Decoy individually is not down that much. He's got 2 items, and he's going to need them at this Baron play.
Oh, I don't know if they know. They're going to finally get it. It's so late, though. Chochi tries to go over the wall. It's going to be a potential smite fight. Oh, beautiful Glacial Prison. LoJazz can't even get in the pit. He goes in way too late and just sacrifices his life. Music going to burn down to the equalizer. It's not enough, though. He's alive. And LoJazz just a little bit mistimed. Public execution going to be used. And that's going to be Hoarder trying to end the game here. Big engages from an engage-centric team. Knockups everywhere as Hoarder is just ripping through them at the back. When Shochi had that engage on the side too, you knew it was done. They're going to try to push down mid lane with this Baron buff.
Supernova, I don't think they have the members to end things quite yet, but it's at least going to be the base getting broken into. A really clean Baron start and take right there as Dorado was just not organized on their contest. And in the ensuing fight, Adam, I'm not going to lie, that guy got Z-axised really hard. Unlucky, but a good re-engage nonetheless from Supernova.
When the fights are so split like that and you only have one Unraveled Earth you can lay down, it's not going to necessarily be the exact spot you want to be in, but that's a really good utilization from Supernova. It's so nice to see them working with this coordination, with these multifaceted engages that they've been able to pull off time and time again.
If I've learned anything about Supernova this split, it's that they are typically on the same page about what they want to do. The question may be, are they doing what they should be doing? Not always, yes. But they're very good about playing together as a team and kind of throwing themselves into the fire for each other. And I think in a game like this, starting from even that first skirmish, taking the crazy play, even despite losing their jungler, to let Shochi and Hoarder just cook. It's what you love to see from a team in the NACL. Trusting their guns, trusting their hands, and for Supernova, at least this game has paid off for them.
And they went with a very hard-pressing bot lane as well. I mean, it maybe didn't get as much of an advantage as you want, but it's still a pretty hefty advantage. And then that on top of everything else going their way, it's just been Supernova all game long. They still have 50 seconds on this Baron buff as well. So the siege is not going anywhere anytime soon. And they had the 3 grubs from earlier in the game, so it's even more powerful.
Now, the thing with the Fiesta comp here from Supernova, the party comp, is that they do not really have siege. With the melee mid, it's really only Levitate that can damage the towers from range, and Lucian not really the best at doing that either. So I'm expecting this top lane tier 2 will be the last one that gets knocked down by Supernova on this Baron buff. Still is a really nice injection of gold and map control, but it's not the base getting broken.
Seismic Shove actually chunks Music down. Hub is starting to do some work now with the 3 items completed. Hex Optics there for him. Just waiting to get the kill to be unlocked. Levitate was trying to push in that top side. Won't get to the end-hit turret. We'll get some decent push there. Nothing left outside the base for Dorado Gaming. And it's Dragon now in the eyes of Supernova.
Should just get taken uncontested. Despite having 3 items on the hub, Dorado just does not have spikes that they need to be able to fight into Supernova. I think at this point, you're really looking at a miraculous engage. Somehow, LoJazz, Decoy, Adam, Redemption, all landing their skills onto one member and hoping that the other 4 don't just all kill them. It feels like that's really relying on Supernova making a mistake more so than Dorado really having much control over the remainder of this game.
That's a tough place to be in when you're kind of thriving off of the confidence that that game 1 gave you. It was a cleanly executed game for Dorado Gaming as we take a look at the precision play by Philips NACL OneBlade and a wonderful re-engage after the Baron.
Yeah, first of all, LoJazz, I get it. Desperation tries to get this, but then Z-axis moment coming up here for Hoarder on the Adam. I think I audibly gasped when this public execution somehow landed. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Okay, well, we couldn't see it. I swear he missed. I think it was a Z-axis moment. Adam, unlucky, but regardless, it is a great re-engage, as you say. It's a great find from Hoarder, and it means that Supernova was able to clean up most of the rest of the squad, get a lot of extra gold for themselves.
and now circling a 9,000 gold lead for Supernova. Maybe this is the performance that Bach had in mind when we talked to him earlier in our coach's interview. And maybe he'll be happy about the comeback play in this series so far. A little play in the mid lane. Speaking of coming back, Levitate going down. Hub takes the kill. Big shutdown over.
Hang on.
Oh, they got Zyko too. Decoy goes on a killing spree. Fate Seal going to be used defensively from Shochi. He does get out alive. Big heads up play by Dorado Gaming. Takes about 2,000 gold off that lead.
Okay, I mean, that is exactly what we were talking about. Mistake from Supernova. Levitate getting lazy on wave as his team's trying to push up on top side, and he gets caught. A good find from Low Jazz and Redemption. Gets 2 kills, gets all of the summoners off of the enemy bot lane ahead of the soul fight, and gives Dorado a semblance of a win condition. Shochi!
Another shutdown goes to Adam. They can't take the turret, can they? There's 1 minion left. They're going to have to back off or just tank it. Looks like they decided they are going to back off, wait for the next wave, but those are 2 big shutdowns. The only one left is Hoarder.
Brother Shochi, that tower is not worth dying for, my friend, as I will say, you've been talking a lot about Unraveled Earth. That was a big one from Adam right there. Yet another shutdown. This gold lead right back down to really where it was before the Baron. I mean, that's huge for Dorado.
That guy right there, the guy with the 2, axe things in his hands, pretty terrifying. And Hoarder has decided to come make Dorado Gaming pay. As in the picture-in-picture, you look at the pic of Shochi under the turret. Low Jazz maybe getting caught out here. Glacial Prison drifting as Levitate gets the kill, and he's back on the board.
Low Jazz, I see the vision, trying to sit off to the side, maybe engage a fight unsuspectingly onto Supernova, but he just kind of dies, and that means Baron's going to go over uncontested. So we got real hype for Dorado for a hot sec, and now it's just going to be Supernova right back in control.
That's just how it be sometimes. Got to keep you in it. Keep the carrot on the stick, if you will. Yeah, that's... I'll give Low Jazz, you may just look on paper and you're like, wow, Low Jazz is 0-8. That's so bad. He has been the one that's like locking things down for Dorado Gaming. He's playing with his life, and honestly, I appreciate it.
I think Low Jazz has had some good looks this game. I think he's had a few bad ones as well. Is such as the curse of playing Vi, I think, by and large. Very boom or bust champion, very all or nothing in the way that she plays.
More breaking of the base.
Multiple places.
Low Jazz was waiting for a potential pick setup. It is a 4-1, but Shochi can get over very quickly, does have the flash. One more engage, and Supernova take this one. They get the Glacial Prison, public execution on top of it, and they get a 4-man Fate Seal from Shochi. It doesn't matter what you do in the face of Supernova Game 2. Dorado have no answers, and it's the full engage comp of Supernova that comes bearing down on them.
And we're going to Game 3. Supernova and Shochi come back to life. Hoarder goes deathless on a multi-kill Ambessa masterclass. Dorado, playoff hopes, their own destiny in their control. One more game against Supernova to try to maintain.
Hoarder ain't embarrassing nobody today, Bach. That was incredible stuff in that setup for the Ambessa. The fact that he's unkilled and results-based analysis, Supernova 100% blue side win rate. Let's go.
And 2's a pattern, as we have now decreed here on twitch.tv/NACL. 2 is now a pattern. It's huge. I'm a big fan of the results-based analysis. I didn't call back to it earlier, but when we talked about getting Levitate's flash out from Hub, they did kill him on the next timer. So, like, results-based analysis eaten real good after this game, too.
It is indeed, and so are Supernova. He's going to feel a lot better of this series after that game number 1. But that is it for our second game. We get to go to 3 on the first day of week number 7. Wouldn't have it any other way. We'll see you there.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. More style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
What's up, everybody? Slayer here, bringing you the Week 6 NACL recap, where we're going to focus in on Citadel's huge upset over NRG. Game 1 saw Citadel draft 5 champions with dashes and high mobility to shut down NRG's heavy CC composition. And after a very clean early game from Griffin and Bradley, CTG secured nearly every neutral objective on the map to open up a resounding lead. In Game 2, Citadel knew they had league-leading NRG on the ropes, and Bradley decided it was time to take over. Locking in Irelia mid and immediately grabbing a solo kill in style, 1 versus 2. From there was little NRG could do to stop the Citadel freight train. Try as they might, the CTG Deathball composition couldn't lose a fight. Aaron on 5, all it took was a catch onto Spica's Senna outside the NRG base to cement Citadel's sweep of NRG, NRG's first series loss, and the biggest upset of the split no one saw coming. Let's take a look at our standings with playoffs just a couple of weeks away. Maryville and NRG have locked in postseason play already, with CCG and Supernova not too far behind. But the real battle will be for those final 2 playoff spots, currently held by Winthrop University and Conviction, and Dorado Gaming and Citadel on the outside looking in, with the regular season winding down. And there's your Week 6 recap of the NACL, brought to you by our friends Philips Norelco. Make sure to follow us on Twitter and tune in for another week of NACL at twitch.tv/NACL. I hope to see you there.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL presented by the Philips Norelco One Blade. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Hawk, and we have our first Game 3 of the week. Week number 7 coming all down to the line. Dorado came out with a massive swing in game number 1. Supernova corrected the balance of things in game number 2, and now we get to go all the way to the distance.
Yeah, I mean, Supernova charge led by Shochi in game 2 off of some nasty Fate Sealeds that came out and got Hoarder and Levitate and the rest of his team a whole lot of money, and they were able to convert despite some little goofiness in the mid game that maybe we've come to associate with Supernova on a relatively dominant 32.5-minute win. And now just comes down to one game. Remember, Supernova mostly just playing for seeding at this point. They're already into the playoffs, but massive implications for this series and every remaining series for Dorado. In order for Dorado to control their destiny when it comes to making playoffs, they would really like to win this series. And
Don't say.
yeah. And also in order to completely remove themselves from any conversations of relegation, they would also like to really win this series. So a massive game that feels like Dorado's entire season has been leading up towards. Obviously, they still got a couple more matches to let things come out in the wash, but it would just be a really good start to the last couple weeks if they were able to take down a top table team here today.
It really would. And I think it'd be, I know we always talk about the growth in a season by these developing teams, but it would show at least a little bit more of that. We are into game number 3, and the importance of this one is that we will have EOG picking that blue side away from Supernova. But
Supernova has lost games on red side.
They have.
They've done it before.
They have. Results are based on analysis. As we do see Supernova with the first pick here. So it will be counter pick for Dorado. We'll get some similar bans that we've seen throughout this series and throughout today. As Oriana is going to be banned away by Dorado, we will get the Nocturne and a little bit of mid lane focus here. The Aurora and the Mel going to be coming out from Dorado and Supernova.
Somewhere Bill James heard you say results are based on analysis, and he smiled somewhere. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised by the mid lane focus. One of these things that we always tend to see towards the end of a Fearless series is there's like 5 or 6 really strong range supports. And as you get into this game 3, you can usually remove most, if not all, of the range supports from the pool. And right now, Bard looks like a massive elephant in the room, as it has been banned 2 games in a row. And with Seraphine, Nico, Karma, and Milio all not available, it's looking like a pretty enticing pick on both sides.
Yeah, I do wonder if Supernova just grab it here on 1, and they do. We have seen Bard first picked twice now today, and has had a lot of influence on the meta as of late. I do like that signature Jax ban, though, onto Hoarder. Don't want to give him that one. Side lane pressure and all that. But now we get the 1-2 punch from Dorado Gaming. What they want to grab here could be a little bit of focus on the bot lane, but just needing to stabilize something early.
Lulu Yanara looking mighty juicy right now for Dorado, especially again with a lot of those other range supports being removed. I think if you want Hub and Redemption to have any way really to play this lane phase, I think you're going to have to go Lulu in these first 3 picks. You are Dorado. They might want to snap up a jungler of their choice before then, though. The Wukong, really the only main skirmish/initiator that is still open. Zhao actually also still on the table. So both those champions could be picked here by Music and Low Jazz should they choose.
Honestly, I could just see them both being picked for this game. But we'll see the Lulu Yunara pickup now. So very strong 2v2. Very strong as time goes on in the game as well. So still going to have a lot of options for carry potential from Dorado. See what Supernova want to grab here. 2 picks back to back. One will be the Xin Zhao.
Ooh, and Caitlyn. So we're going to get another very strong 2v2 from Levitating. So that was a boon for them in game 2, was having that quote-unquote lead winning lane. I think the more volatile lane phase from game 1 did cause them a bit of problems. I'm expecting Wukong to just get locked in here from Dorado, unless Low Jazz wanted to cook a little bit. I mean, there are still setup utility champions like Skarner available. Dr. Mundo's been a flavor of the month. Not been a Low Jazz champion, however. I mean, if you want to get real old school, Maokai is still in the pool. It's just a blend.
Man, I wouldn't even mind something like the Skarner, or something that just has that kind of perma CC lockdown for Dorado Gaming. But we're in the second
Skarner
phase
here.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is I
Supernova.
think that Supernova is going to be putting a lot of resources towards banning some junglers here in the second phase. Take away anything from Low Jazz, because again, I said it, and I think it was very clear in that last game and the first game as well. Low Jazz is a very crucial heart to the team of Dorado Gaming. He is the one that kind of says how things go, and you can see what happens when he's a little bit behind. Nefiri is going to be the first ban, so saying Low Jazz ain't pulling that one out today.
Skarner, Trundle, both champions I'm looking towards for Low Jazz on 4. You also have the luxury of B5 counter pick here for Decoy, because I know if you went for something like the Trundle, you're really lacking that like frontline setup. Hoarder loves to play things like, you know, I think of like Gwen, Jax already got banned out, Yorick, Zahen into more of these split push side lane oriented champions. So I think Dorado being able to avoid a situation in which they open that door for a Hoarder is good.
The
Interesting.
Yorick.
Supernova bans that themselves. Do they want frontline for Hoarder?
Also appreciate the Silas ban. Maybe it's a Malphite jungle angle. See what they end up going for. The Gnar comes through. Counter pick gonna be available for Low Jazz. The Gnar gonna be going towards Decoy, and something that he's leaned to a decent amount so far this split.
Hoarder's
You
played
just get counter picked here though.
a lot of champions. I mean, what do you play here? Because you don't really want to play a tank. Like, Cannon's available. It's going to be Vayne.
I'm
wow.
so curious.
Into Gnar?
I'm just, yeah, I mean, it's pretty decent. I feel like we've seen it a decent amount in tier 1 as well. But the biggest thing I want to know here is, like, why not save the counter pick for Decoy when we already know it would have made the decisions from Supernova much more difficult, I feel like. But maybe they're saving the best for last here, as we do get the Vayne Rise lock-in for Supernova. They are scaling, baby.
Yeah, we have seen a good amount of Vayne into the Gnar. I've just not been too inspired by this matchup specifically, because Gnar still provides a lot of value to the team later on, and he's less liable to just getting destroyed by this Vayne. Okay, so this is why Dorado saved B5 for Low Jazz. They wanted to try to throw a curveball. It's gonna be the Shen jungle. It's something that's very good at shutting down this Vayne from Hoarder. But I have got to say, you have not a lot of range on Dorado and not a lot of setup. Your engage boils down to flashes from Low Jazz and Decoy being up, or a straight charm from Adam. And on the other side, you have 3 hyper scaling carries for Supernova with pretty decent front line and a Bard to back them up. I think it's a pretty difficult composition for Dorado to execute, and I'm looking at this Hoarder Vayne counter pick as a big question mark. I mean, he has got the cook on this one.
It's very obvious that a lot of the focus from Music is either going to go towards bot lane or towards that top side. I think Shoji will be just fine in the mid, at least farming it out. But it's also a situation where it feels like Supernova are saying, Dorado, you're either going to beat yourself or you're not going to be able to face us in the later parts of the game. You're not going to be able to approach these fights because we just have that extra scaling on our side.
Yeah, and it's not like the scaling for Dorado is bad. You know, you've got this Yunara backed up by a Lulu. All these champions on Dorado going to scale very nicely, but it just feels like a death ball for Supernova in these team fights. But you do have good early skirmish game potential. I really think these side lanes, you have to hold the ship together if you're Dorado, right? You cannot lose too badly in bottom lane to this Caitlyn. You cannot lose too badly to this Vayne. We have seen Vayne against Gnar around the world here and there in tier 1. It has generated menial CS leads, generally averaging 15, maybe 20. If Decoy only goes down that much, that's okay. As nice trades level 1 from Dorado.
Game 3 already starting off spicy here. Dorado Gaming versus Supernova. A win means a lot, especially for Dorado. But we're going to see how much this bot lane has in store for us. Both junglers pathing straight down this way as well.
Order also playing very aggressively on that top wave. With both junglers pathing bottom, unless there's some sort of cheese from Low Jazz to come through, which, hey, I've seen weirder things from River Shen, you never know. But unless there's some sort of cheese, means Decoy very much going to be left to his own devices. And I like to see Hoarder already playing past the wave. Definitely something you want to do to leverage that range advantage, that stat advantage that you have early on into the game, as it is a Cloth Armor 4 pot start from Decoy.
He also already got the exhaust used on him by Hoarder, who was trying to take advantage of the early levels there. But yeah, we'll see if that defensive stature does end up paying off in the end. But for now, it's just going to be something to think about as we move forward here. It does mean, though, I really want to kind of keep a side eye on this bot lane and how crazy it can potentially get. The health trades going both ways here. Low Jazz tries to go for the flash play in mid lane, doesn't land it.
Really great reaction from Shochi. I mean, that is an impressive
He's feeling
flash.
himself, man.
Yeah.
He woke up after game number 1, that's for sure.
He really did, as that was a bang play, but understanding the gravity of the situation, he's probably dead, or at least loses his flash anyway and gets chunked out majorly if he doesn't flash early. So impressive reflexes. Low Jazz, it just ends up being time lost.
We'll see Low Jazz attempt something else in about 5 minutes when his flash is back up. Nah, he might do it a little bit earlier than that, but that is the timer, and that's what, crazy. We had our first Shen jungle pick earlier today. Now we have our second, all in one day. It's almost like a theme. And first time around, things were not going great in the early game for Tomio, but able to come back with a lot of those crucial flash plays with the taunts and the stand Uniteds. But that level 6 couldn't come soon enough. We're going to see another mid lane play. Okay, Music pulls it off. Doesn't want to go for it just yet. We'll just go for the Scuttle Crab trade for both.
I like the hover, the look there for Music. Maybe Adam messes up, steps up too far, and you can look to punish. That doesn't end up coming to pass. And Music, I think, happy to take a Scuttle Crab. He's up camps as Low Jazz with the time invested mid, and also just the all-around slightly slower clear speed of the Shen has yet to do his Krugs, so that's just a golden experience being left on the map by the jungler of Dorado.
Push Prio going the way of Supernova already, as you could expect with the Caitlyn. The range advantage she has over the Inara is going to feel really good. The all-in advantage is definitely there for Hub and Redemption. That duo has become a nuisance, it feels like, with the Unara Lulu. And especially after game number 1, I want to see Hub and Redemption put back into a place of promise, as Music is going to go for a wide gank on top side, going to go try to get Hoarder a little bit of a lead. Condemn comes through, really nice flash from Decoy, just enough to get away from the wall.
Couple of little outplays in these games. Oh no, Levitate!
He's going to have a heal there. He's going to go back on a Hub. He has lethal tempo proc, but it's going to be the smackdown from Redemption, as its support's getting kills all over the bot lane. 1 for 1.
I feel like Levitate didn't need to die there. Maybe he was already going to get run down by Redemption anyway. As I'm going to be honest, I think you're pretty happy with that one. I didn't see the wave state, but Dorado, they got a kill on a Lulu, which definitely is a champion that scales harder with items than Bard. And honestly, early kills on any Enchanter support feel pretty damn good if you are this Unara. So not too bad there from Dorado. Ends up being that 1 for 1.
And both ADCs
yeah.
backed and got a BF sword. So, you know, even power there.
Yeah.
That's going to feel good for the push, though. Dragon is up. Grubs not for a little while. We have seen a reluctance to get these early dragons started so far in this series.
I think Music would like to leverage push in bot lane if it's available to him to start up an early Drake. It's a little bit difficult. I mean, the early skirmish from Dorado, don't underestimate the power of an RHN. If they're able to lock down a single target, these champions can really do a number. And I think altogether, again, we're about halfway through the laning phase right now, maybe a little bit less. Dorado's sideway lanes, how are they going? Levitate and Hoarder, both up about 10 CS.
You see Lojaz just waiting to make sure he can hit the taunt. He's going to have to be careful now, though. It's the skirmish power that's coming through, but big resets potentially there. He gets one kill. He gets the Spirit Rush back. It's both junglers down now and just a 1v1 between the mid laners. Looks like they're going to back away now. It's another 1-for-1 trade between the two, and so fitting for a game number 3, Hawk.
And very even yet again, as there's no clear advantage for either side. Both the mid laners are the ones that get the kills. The wave was about even. Levitate taking a ton of damage again.
Oh, Hub takes a big Piltover Peacemaker right back to the face. Tries to even things up here for Levitate, who's also going to have some heals coming from Zyko.
I love how Bard just always can lay down those emergency med kits. Leave them there for whenever you need them, you know, just keep yourself topped up. And get a replay. This is the initial bot lane 2v2. I think Levitate just stepping up to Hub a little too close. Yes, the Yunara was out of mana, but get his Q going, and Hub kind of cooked him right there. Credit to Zyko for being able to trade one back at the very least. And then in this play, I mean, it's really just a bunch of champions that do single target damage wailing on each other. Not really much else to say. Junglers both end up being the ones to drop, as the melee characters so often are.
Charm and Taunt is a heck of a duo there to get Music back. But that does mean now we're getting to a place where maybe we see some movement. We're especially going to see some movement out of mid lane. Shochi has been spotted out on the roam towards top. Looks like Adam is going to join in that move potentially, but they realize there's probably a little bit of control for the side of Supernova on the way there. Porter's going to get the crash in. Still a massive CS differential there as well. It looked like Lojaz was thinking about coming top. Zyko almost dead.
Man, Hub and Redemption are really firing back some damage in this lane. It's a shame it hasn't netted them really a gold lead of any kind, or even stable gold. Like, they're still down CS, but these trades are going better than expected. And I think credit to them for finding their windows to get into range and stick onto these targets, because you know the damage Yunara can do when given uptime.
I was just looking at some of the back and forth that the bot lane's presenting us. Hoarder going to go for a nice trade in top side, but back got stopped. Levitate actually stopped Redemption's back, wasn't able to stop Hub, so Hub will redeploy with a little bit more strength than Levitate, but Levitate just got a bunch of gold off of the turret plate there, and because they already have push prio, he's not going to back, and they're going to take the dragon.
And this is the kind of acceleration that Supernova wants on the game. I think Zyko, he's a Bard, he's totally fine. Lojaz, don't do it.
Yeah, he's thinking about it. Oh, yes. 50-50.
He's just gonna have to taunt.
He's gonna have taunt coming up soon. He has a Spirit's Refuge there. Adam goes in, tries to get some resets. They get the Temper Fade on top. That was really nicely done by Zyko. Redemption coming in, trying to heal up. Hub is gonna get a big shield. The Stand United coming through. Levitate's getting a little bit lower. The Smite's coming through. The Charm on the other side of the wall. What a dastardly play by Adam. And he gets him down. That's gonna be 2 kills to Dorado. And the Dragon, too.
That's a huge fight. Adam is having a great series for Dorado as him and Lojaz lead the charge in the fight. I think Supernova thought what I thought, which is that, these guys can't do this, contest this dragon. They're going to be so scattered. We got Zinjowl, but the single target damage that comes out from this Aryan Shen is massive, and Dorado just focuses down individual target one at a time and blow them away. Meanwhile, Supernova just does not have the damage at this point in the game to fire back the same way. They're more item reliant, and it means that Dorado, they get a couple kills and a dragon, and they find themselves leading early on in this game. Swap into the Vayne now. As Hoarder potentially be a target. Uh-oh, he's gonna pop his ulti, but there's people in that bush! Oh no, Hoarder didn't expect the lane swap!
Oh my gosh, he is down. Oh, that's gotta be one of the biggest moments. Like if somebody can clip that and just take a screenshot right before, and this is when he knew he messed up, right on top of it. It's right when he dashes straight into the bush. And that also means that another big pick to Dorado Gaming. They do end up securing 2 of the grubs as well. And that's a bonus play for Dorado.
Yeah, really nice swap from Dorado off of that timer. Clearly, Supernova not anticipating it, and that's a pretty big kill on the Hoarder, who is also going to lose some farm and some time. Meanwhile, Decoy just happily 1v1ing Levitate down on the bottom side of the map. He's chilling, man.
He's got the range, and he doesn't have to deal with a Vayne, which he's got to feel a little good at least. So we're going to take a look back at this one.
I mean, Hub and Redemption are pretty smart to just not immediately show on this wave. I think good acting job there from Decoy, who, you know, he's getting a little bored, right? He's playing Vayne. I wanna start Vayne spotting, but yeah, dash into the bush. Oh no, 3 people in there, and it's a tough scene for Hoarder, and a nice play from Dorado.
Yeah, it's those kinds of moments, those strategies that I love to see. A team like Dorado means they're working through things. They're figuring out live how to crack apart this team at least a little bit, as Decoy will reassume his position against Hoarder. Now feeling a little bit better about the setup. Does have the plated steel caps as well. That's going to feel pretty good in that matchup with the auto attacks coming through. A little bit of fun in the bot side to be had, though, as we are getting to those first item spikes. A couple already completed for the jungles, though. Next one I'm looking for, yeah, okay, Shochi just completed his rod, so he'll start stacking that one up. Will be 22 minutes when that one's all done. Blackfire Torch is completed there for Adam as well, so he'll have a lot of strength. And it goes back to that factor that you were talking about and just how lethal the taunt charm duration with the damage following on top of it can be for Dorado.
And let's remember, the win condition we said for Dorado was hold together the side lanes. Don't get beat too badly. Levitate up 5,500 gold. Hoarder up much less than that. Things staying together for Dorado, and we like their mid-game more for this reason.
Oh, nice tempered fate coming in, but Levitate might still just die. Gets polymorph, gets all the CC to him, and that's going to be more kills going to Dorado Gaming. That's 2 quick ones, but it's going to be Music and Shoji that come join the fight. Music's getting a little bit low. He's going to crescent guard, but look, going back into the fight. Supernova needs to back away now. Adam came back for more, and it's about to be a quadra coming through. The entirety of Dorado Gaming is just dashing the hopes of Supernova. A double kill comes through for Adam.
The mid-game composition is coming alive on 1-item spikes as the Shen and the Ahri show up to the play first, and they show up better. Dorado kept the side lanes together early, and now they're getting paid.
What a turn of events and beautiful team play from Dorado Gaming.
I mean, this is just such a good call. They have the move from mid. They have the first item spike sooner than their opponent, and regardless of those spikes, they're just stronger on 1 item with this comp. So they make the call to force. They know they've got the tankiness with Stan United and Lulu to back up whoever's tanking the tower, and Supernova just does not have the poise to fight back.
Dude, Adam's been him. I mean, I know the Talia game they lost, but he was crucial in a lot of those setups.
Yeah.
He has been having an incredible day for a guy that's looking into his 2nd year, obviously, and some fluctuations there. It's really awesome to see that against, you know, an established name like Shoji, who we've had so much praise for in the past, he is showing up on the day.
Not only that, I think Loja is a tough game on the Vi, has just completely turned the ship around 3-1 and 4, and Dorado with like their largest gold lead of the series. Remember, game 1, they barely had a lead like the entire game, Mazel, and they're up 2.5K.
Adam's looking for more resets. Did have to use the Spirit Rush, but they might just go back in. Flash charm play at home. He is just Himothy.
That was just nice. That was mint right there. Really good catch out of Music, who has his 4th death. Just getting picked on, trusting too much in the Crescent Guard to keep him alive, but he can't get away from the Shen and Ahri.
If he doesn't build, if he doesn't go to the library and get some page, I'm gonna be very sad. I'm gonna be very sad. I want to see it.
A little book, perhaps.
He's already got 8 stacks of the Dark Seal. Just go to the library, Adam. Just do it.
He does. He's got a book though. Look at that. So he's got the 400 gold.
Not the right book. All right, you go return that one.
Like right now, he's reading like some trash. You're trying to get him on like Jane Eyre. I got you. You know.
There you go. You read it, man.
Yeah.
There is another potential fight setup. I mean, obviously, Dragon had just gotten taken by Dorado Gaming. It's going to feel good in their stacking objective there, but the Rift Herald play could be under their guys as well. They don't have Low Jazz on this side of the map, but he could always join with the Stand United.
Adam is once again on the map, and he's going to find Hoarder.
Oh, the flash charm play doesn't work, or at least the charm play doesn't work. It's Low Jazz that just takes him down. Hoarder doesn't get to exist in this top lane, and now Zyko's about to get chased down. Low Jazz will just follow you through your portals. You're not magical anymore, Bard. Low Jazz is unstoppable on this Shen jungle pick.
The Dorado mid jungle is actually dunking on Supernova right now. Hoarder not even safe under his own tier 1 tower from just getting run down by the pack of dogs, man. Adam, 4-0-6. Low Jazz, 5-1-5, 10 kill participation apiece.
Man, this duo. I know we were talking about supports coming into this one. We were like, oh, that's going to be super important. And it is important. But man, this duo mid-jungle for Dorado Gaming is truly showing up. 5,000 gold up now, 17 minutes in. And again, they're going to be getting stronger. There's still more spikes to be had. And speaking of, Hub has now hit his second item spike, a huge break point for the Yunara.
And this game is quickly getting off the rails for Supernova. Remember, Dorado not inherently a must-win series, but one that they really want to have. If they win, they are no longer at threat of getting relegated. If they win, they are on track to potentially be a playoff team. They're going to be up 5.5 thousand after this mid lane tier 1 falls. Herald, great usage of it. Decoy, look at that sidestep.
He's just going in for it. I love it. They were getting collapsed on. Realm Orb had to be used, but Adam had found an angle now, and he's looking for more resets. He's got more spirit rushes. Doesn't even need them. He is just stuttering on him. Yes, Adam, you do you, boo-boo.
Adam, I mean, he's looking like an MVP. Hoarder, you can have that top lane tier 1. We'll just take your entire team. The biggest stomp maybe of the day. Is it going to come in game 3 of Dorado Supernova?
I just love that Adam's feeling himself, man. Do the stutters, do the emotes on him. Just absolutely feel yourself, King. He has earned it this day, and Dorado are really showing some of those growth moments here in the latter half of the split. Yes, it's been rocky for them the whole time. The fact that they're still in the conversation and they're finding performances like this over Supernova has got to feel great.
And remember, this is a team that was pretty widely considered to be a favorite for relegation, if you will, alongside Apex Mission Impossible. I think the feat of even just hitting 3 series wins and coming in 7th or 8th in their first split together as a squad, regardless of whether they make playoffs, is honestly a massive feat for Dorado and showing how much they've grown as a team over the course of this split, from really being counted out by a lot of people to taking games and potentially series off of top teams. Is just really awesome to see, and I think a massive thing that they can build on potentially going into summer.
Here we see Supernova trying to stick to their guns, trying to get some gold in the side lanes for their carries. Shoji will still be strong if he can get these items going, and giving a little bit of breathing room to Supernova could feel really nice for them. They do finally have second items coming across here. Mostly looking at music at this point with the Black Cleaver completed there too. Dorado Gaming on the hunt once again.
I think it's just going to be a Dragon take. I don't think Supernova is going to give them an angle. But that's going to be Dragon Soul Point, Cloud Soul Point, with a composition we've already seen run down Supernova like it's nothing. That extra movement speed going to go a long way, potentially in 5 minutes.
He's going to be a Cloud Dragon, and I'll just say, this team, if you ever wanted a Cloud Dragon soul, this might be it. It's like the best soul for this comp, just because literally every ultimate is a Kickstarter for them, and they'll just be so dang fast.
I gotta say too,
music gets the scan. He's like, nope, I don't want that. I'm gonna walk away.
Understandable. That guy's got 2. Oh wow, yeah, he's got the book.
He did it. Let's go, Adam.
He's got it. He's got Project Hail Mary in his inventory right now.
Heck yeah.
Peak literature.
Let's go, Adam. You did the thing. Confidence is there, King.
I like it.
After he was stuttering on it, if he didn't buy it, I think it would be a slight to all of us.
I like it, man. Adam, he's really earned his flowers. They still got to convert. Goal lead has shrunk a little bit, 4.5k. And Supernova, it's probably too little too late, but they are starting to come online. Shochi about to hit that Roa proc. Levitate is 2 items. We are at a place where they can fight back if Dorado messes up. One more good fight, though, in this game is lights out. Dorado grouped up around the Baron. They just need to find that angle.
It's just feeling so scary on the map right now for Supernova. But you can see they still are willing to go for it. Tempered Fate's going to be used in mid lane. They're going to catch Redemption out. That should be 100-0. Big shutdown goes over. Now they've actually got the Condemn into the wall. They took him down too. That's unfortunate for Dorado Gaming. They lose so much pressure, and just like that, the lead is torn to smithereens. Don't know if they can go for the Baron play here just yet. Shochi, his Rod of Ages has just fully stacked. It is dark, and the night is full of terrors for Dorado Gaming. Charm goes a little bit wide, and that's the insta-engage. That's the TP coming in, finally joining his Hoarder. But it's already Lojaz getting taken down now, too. Meganar into the wall, but it's not nearly enough. Adam's going to try to escape with his life, and so is Decoy, but that's multi-members down of Dorado Gaming, and that should be Baron to Supernova.
Mattel, I didn't want to be right. I didn't want to be right about Supernova coming online and being able to fight back. I wanted to see Dorado do it. But now Supernova, they're going to equalize the game. That's 3 kills, 3 shutdowns, and a Baron.
And the scaling is just now
TP behind.
coming online. We talked about it from the draft. It can make such a difference if they make it there. And Supernova might have just opened the doorway to get there. Psycho almost going down. Dorado trying to clean up some of these kills. Big condemn from Hoarder staves off the darkness of Supernova. And it is a dead even game now.
I think that condemn, I don't want to overreact. It could have just prevented an ace. If Adam was able to start resetting in the middle of the team with the Spirit Rush, that could have been the cleanup, and Dorado right back out on top. Hoarder bailing the squad out of a sticky situation, and they have evaporated this gold lead. What was once 4.5 to 5,000 is now down to just 1.5k. Baron and hand for Supernova, and they caught him! 700 gold in his head!
Tempered Fate! Another shutdown! Who's it gonna be? It's Hoarder that claims his life, and now is Supernova with an advantage in the game.
24 minutes in, and we are all square. 45.9 to 45.9. Supernova is right back in it, and they're going to try to knock down some towers without him dead for 30.
What a gritty performance from Supernova, but they still have a long way to go to finish it off. It's going to be the mid-outer turret going down now. Dragon spawning in 1:20. Music goes back in for the fight. Hub is going to bait him out there as well. Ace in the hole is going to be used on the Lojaz this time. Shochi, he's on a flank here, but he could get found out. He's got to be a little careful. Lojaz is going to go for the taunt. They've got enough damage. Shochi is not tanky enough, and he will just be slain. Hub cakes him, and that's a big pick. Not in time for the Dragon to be affected, but a big pick nonetheless.
Shochi will probably be a little bit late to the setup, though. The biggest thing is that Supernova was able to push up their waves so far. They do at least have the early wards getting dropped down. This is a very important Dragon, though. Supernova is not completely out of the woods yet. Picks like these have definitely brought them back into the game, and Hoarder, specifically, has gotten a lot of money. He was also the one that got the big shutdown off of Lojaz. So this Vayne, going to be a massive problem.
He's on 3 items now.
Yeah, he's 3 items. So is Levitate. but so is Hub. And one of the best Cloud Soul abusers in all of League of Legends is this Yunara, and it's Dorado. They're gonna be second to the river. Supernova laying a trap, but they don't have the numbers. Shochi only just now respawned.
As the Realm Warp can use it to get a little bit of distance close. Adam, more importantly, has lost all of his Magi stacks, so that's going to feel real bad in terms of the damage profile for Dorado. But if they find a big pick, if they find a big taunt, that's all that matters. They're going a little bit overhand for it. It's going to be Redemption instantly deleted. Control, Alt, delete, and that's going to be the Stand United not in time. They are just sitting ducks when it's a double marksman comp, and they have arrows coming all their way. That's going to be Supernova wiping the floor with Dorado Gaming. They're pushing for the end.
Absolutely monster fight from the Supernova bottom lane. Zyko, two-man stun, and Redemption gets blown to hell. And Levitate, great kite back on the Caitlyn to secure the triple. They might be looking to end. I don't think they have time. I think Dorado will get one more fight. But it's an inhibitor down. Soul denied. Supernova, they're in the lead.
That gold swing is going to be a legendary one. I cannot wait to see this gold graph because it is going to be wonky. 4,000 gold up before they even take the dragon here for Supernova. It'll be Supernova's first dragon in the game, 26.5 minutes in, and Hoarder is having himself a superstar day. Now off 2 games back-to-back, the Ambessa and now the Vayne.
And this is 2 fights in a row that Zyko has found Redemption. And the Lulu has gotten bursted out before the fight can begin. So much of that additional tankiness for Dorado not available. And in that previous fight as well, Zyko even ulted Adam. So he wasn't able to contribute damage as the fight continued. I mean, just a huge set of plays here from the support of Supernova. We were praising him at the top of the day. We talked about the support matchup. And Redemption, he's got to lock in. He cannot get picked like that a 3rd fight in a row, or the game will end.
Oh, Temper Fate got used to try to get a pick on the hub. Zyko's still going to come around the corner. Oh,
aggressive.
Playing with it. I mean, they want to try to get the inhib turret here. They will get the fast track to it, and Hoarder will be able to take that one down pretty quickly. But, I mean, we're going right back to what we were saying from the draft. Supernova, yes, they were losing the early games, but we always said, you know, if they get to a point where 3 items are built up and they have some of that scaling, their comp is so difficult to break open. And we're seeing that here. We have 4 items now for Levitate, working on 4th for Hoarder as well.
Yeah.
And Dorado struggling to find answers.
Vayne, Rise, and Caitlyn just scale so much. And even though you've got this Yunara Lulu, I think for Nara, Shen, and Ahri, decidedly more of a mid-game comp for Dorado. They had their window. They used it well. But they weren't quite able to cross the finish line, and the gold has completely pendulum swung back. Adam, he missed!
Adam tries to go for the flash play. Oh, God, it's not looking good for Dorado. They just threw everything they could at the wall, and none of it stuck. They're going to flash. They're going to throw up the white flag, but Supernova takes them down a peg yet again.
Oh, my goodness, Adam.
I saw the angle.
Levitate
I saw it. I saw it.
That was it. I mean, that was it. He just missed him. Oh, no.
That's it. Not like this. Not like this, but a triumphant comeback for Supernova. One that they might not be super happy about how they got there, but the fact that they were able to finish this series out, claim this win, means a lot for the longevity of Supernova as we move closer to playoffs. It's a 2-1 victory for Supernova to start off the week.
Supernova potentially in a position where they could still get a bye pending losses from either Maryville or from NRG. So they're feeling really good. They are really firmly at the top of the standings. And for Dorado, dropping to 2-5. Everything for their season now, riding on a series against Conviction next week. That's going to be a really big one.
The worst part about it is I can see the angle 100%, right? Like those engages that they kept trying, they're at a desperate point. Like, if
he had no cleanse.
Right,
you hit the charm, he dies.
Yeah, 100%. But it's the compositional strength that really shone through for Supernova. Huge props to Bach and the training staff, but also to the players for executing that one and keeping their heads in the game. Because I think that's the one most difficult point. They were down 7,000 gold at one point. And I don't think it can be highlighted enough that the mentality you have to have, the iron mentality that you have to be able to keep strong in those moments and kind of continue forward has got to feel really good for Supernova. Got to get every training aspect out of the way before we get into playoffs.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I know, by the way, he's not going to be the MVP of this series, but I want to give a huge shout out to Zyko on the Bard. I think the last couple of fights, he was a monster in helping Supernova find the critical picks and setting up the team for success. So want to give a shout out over to him. A great end to game 3. Supernova, I agree, a lot of resilience, and I have got to feel for Adam. He carried for an entire series, did the most damage in the game, but that missed charm is going to be what ends up defining the result.
Yeah. And that's the most unfortunate thing, is that nothing else will be remembered but the couple missed moments. Really strong. God, that gold crit. Oh my God. That's a 13,000 gold swing. That's crazy.
I mean, like, wow.
That's one of the biggest gold swings I've ever seen.
Yeah, that is outrageous.
And Shen loses again. It's not fair. Shen is so good. I don't understand it.
Yeah, Low Jazz was really cooking.
It was so good.
Low Jazz was really cooking that game. I want to give him a shout out too. I mean, Dorado, they were right there, man. They could have been 3 and 4. They could have been tied with conviction in the standings.
Right there.
Oh, such a heartbreak. I love all the teams in this league. I like Supernova, man. I'm happy that they won. Good for them. Don't get me wrong. But I was really pulling for Dorado, I think, in that third game. I wanted to see them do it. They were cooking.
You're gonna get an angry message from Supernova squad in a little bit.
Maybe. I think they understand. You always got to pull for the underdogs. You know what I mean?
True. Oh man, what a series! I'm just happy it went to 3 games. I'm glad we got to see everything we got to see. I mean, game 2 was insane for Supernova. Game 1 though, man, clinical from Dorado Gaming. They're gonna want that third game back for sure. But that being said, we're getting one step closer for these teams being at the end of the split, the end of the regular season at least.
Yeah, I know we are so close. Only 1 game left for Supernova, 2 for Dorado. I do wonder,
and both next week.
Yeah, both are next week. Oh, so yeah, those are gonna be big ones. Definitely looking forward. I wonder. I know we're still getting our interview ready with our MVP. If we wanted to pull up the standings real quick, and maybe go over some of the ramifications of this match, because if I'm not mistaken as well, Supernova's last remaining game is against Maryville. So if they win, they actually lock up a bye.
Be pretty insane, as we are going to have our MVP interview ready to go. So I believe you're going to be handing it off here, Hawk.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's take it away. I believe we got Hoarder here in the booth, the MVP for the series. A monster series yet again. Hoarder, I feel like I'm having deja vu to last week, man. Bit of a banger.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, these games were definitely cinematic. I'll say that for sure.
Cinematic is definitely one way to put it. I don't know if you guys have gotten the numbers yet or anything, but you guys were down 7,000 gold at one point in that third game. What was going through your all's minds when things started turning around?
Honestly, even though we were down on gold, we still stayed in the game. There wasn't any talk about this game was lost or anything. We were talking about our item spikes, when we can fight. And after the fight win, I didn't say anything, but personally, I knew after the dragon fight win that the game was won. Yeah, as long as we didn't make any stupid mistakes, which we didn't. So I'm pretty proud of that.
Love to see it. Just got to stay locked in. Got to find your one window. For you, Vayne in game 3, first Vayne of the split. I'm trying to think. Have you played Vayne on stage before?
I don't think so. No, I think that was my first stage Vayne game.
Yeah, pretty hype, man. Were you expecting to play it coming into today, or was it a spur of the moment? Give me the Vayne in game 3.
I mean, it was always on my mind, but I didn't really have any I didn't draft around
like, I want this Vayne for sure in game 3. But, it was just definitely something that I had kept in mind,
For sure. Well, I mean, pulling it out at the right moment definitely looked pretty damn good. You guys have also, by the way, officially clinched playoffs today. Congratulations. I know there wasn't much doubt coming into the day, but I guess just looking ahead for Supernova towards those playoffs, how are you guys feeling towards the back half of the season?
We're feeling pretty good. I mean, honestly, after today, even though we won, it doesn't really feel like a win. I think I can speak for all my teammates when I say that, as well. We're coming in as the favorites to win, and we barely clinched the victory. I think Dog played like tremendously well today, but we didn't show up. And although we won, we still have a lot of work to do before playoffs start.
Love to see it. Nose to the grindstone. Well, Hoarder, always a pleasure, man. I mean, I feel like, again, it's deja vu, but dude, you got any shout outs before I let you go for the fans?
Just shout out my team. I'm really proud of them for staying locked in, even though we were down so much gold. Shout out my coach Bach, keeping us in check. Shout out to everybody who was watching the NACL, like supporting me and the team. And shout out my parents, shout out my sister, and yeah.
Awesome. Hoarder, always a pleasure. You've been smurfing it recently, and we're looking forward to seeing more. Next match going to be against Maryville University next week for Supernova, so be sure to stay tuned for that one. But for now, we're going to bring Mazel back into the booth so we can wrap up the show. A lot of implications from today, but that's an MVP performance if I've ever seen one.
Heck yeah, it is. Don't worry about what happened in game number 1. Game 2 and 3, that's all you need to know. It was impressive stuff. The Ambessa, getting 4 kills from the first skirmish is just nutty. And being able to kind of clinch that one in, as well as the Vayne being such an important factor in those later game or fights, at least for Hoarder. Nice to see him performing as well. As he said, though, a lot of stuff to work on, at least for the Supernova squad, and a lot of things to try to pick apart and figure out how to make work again for Dorado off of this one.
Yeah, I mean, Dorado's clearly got a good head on their shoulders about how they want to play the game. When they're making plays together as a team, they look great, and the calls are usually very succinct. The problem is they just drop waves, drop gold here and there. They need to figure out how can we always be maximizing every moment of the game at all times. But this is a team with really solid fundamentals, and I think that match against Conviction a week from tomorrow, potentially the entire season riding on the line for both teams in that game. So that is going to be can't miss League of Legends.
For sure. And we're going to be taking a look at the results of the day. Obviously, 2 series on the day. But the important factor is we got a 3-gamer in the last half, which makes me feel really, really good. As, I'm always a fan of 3 games. But, hey, that first series was pretty NRG favored.
I would say so. Yeah, Conviction definitely still, I think, looking like they're struggling their way through the middle of this season, and they're in need of a resurgence up against Blue Otter tomorrow, which we'll get to in just a minute. As NRG, for sure, they are, I think, deservedly at the top of the standings, but this team has Phi Mini. They are still undefeated. And then for Supernova, we already said it, they're looking like a top team. They're looking like a formidable force approaching playoffs in Dorado. They're just that one step away, and the biggest question will be if they can take that final step.
Yeah, and we're going to take a look at the standings as well here, and we can break down some of those moments as well as potentially what's going to be happening in the near future here. We'll have it in just a few moments, but hey, there's a lot of big series left, a lot of things to be decided at least in that top 6. So you remember there's that little weird room in the middle where you don't get to be a part of playoffs.
Yeah, there is a door open, and while we're getting ready for the standings and also our matchups for tomorrow, I gotta say, the door is open, and it's wide open for the 4-way tie at 4 and 5 between Winthrop, Conviction, Dorado, and Citadel. It'll just take a couple of upsets, but like totally plausible.
What does that have to do? It's totally plausible.
It is possible, and the main takeaway is that if you're not clinched, you are not safe. Everybody's really wanting to hit that magic number 5 wins.
Yeah.
But for Dorado in the Citadel, that's impossible. So they're hoping Winthrop and Conviction aren't able to get there.
It's always funny. It's like watching, like, I'm a big nature guy. It's like, it looks like a food chain, right? Because, like, some people are just trying to stay out of relegation. That's like the bare minimum. That's the bottom part. The other teams trying to stay, you know, maybe in that middle room. They don't want to go to playoffs. I don't think anybody doesn't want to go to playoffs. But then you have the upper echelon. They're like trying to fight for that top of the food chain, trying to fight for that top 6 to make it into playoffs. And some of these series tomorrow are going to have some importance in that as well. Blue Water, Conviction, and CCG versus NRG.
Yeah, big implications for the first series. Blue Water, they have to win if they want to avoid relegation, and even then, it's not in their own control. For Conviction, funnily enough, this series barely matters as they're in a win-and-in scenario against Dorado in Week 8 really anyway. But, again, like, you want to win every game that you can, and they really want to beat Blue Water, who has struggled a lot throughout the season. CCG, NRG, much smaller implications. NRG does lock a top 2 position in the standings with a win tomorrow. And then for CCG, I mean, they're wanting to put themselves in a position to shoot for that top 2, but also they would like to show that they can compete with the best teams in the league. Maybe a bit of a playoff showdown preview coming up at 4 tomorrow.
Yeah. And just real quick, a couple big series for Conviction. I mean, obviously just changing their bot lane, but with how things went today, obviously you want to try to shore things up quickly, but you have such a quick turnaround because you're literally playing tomorrow. So I want to see how Bounty and Tactical are going to be doing on that second outing at least. Maybe see some more comfort champions from Tactical. That'd be cool. But I do believe, a lot of that being said, a lot of things will be decided in these last couple of weeks. 3 days this week, and then a couple next week as well. So still a lot of line, and Conviction are playing next week too. So still a bunch of games to be played. And hopefully we'll be getting those standings to kind of break things down here very shortly. But any thoughts on the standing setup right now? Any different fluctuations you have now coming in after today's games?
I gotta say, I am rooting for Blue Water against Conviction tomorrow so we can get the 4-way tie at 4 and 5. That's the only way it can happen, because we need Blue Water to beat Conviction, and then we need Dorado to also beat Conviction. Wait, no, I'm doing my math wrong. I don't know. There's a way it can happen.
Math on stream.
Maybe it can't happen. Hang on, my brain's breaking. It doesn't matter. We're hoping for chaos. That's really all we want. I want chaos towards the end of the stream. And also, hey, register for OQs.
Yeah, if you want more chaos, go tune into OQs or go be a team in OQs. Important, though, that registration will be ending on the 10th, so you still have a few more days, and the tournament starts on the 16th. So make sure you go to that QR code and get your team to be a part of the OQs for NACL. Hawk, last part here. Do you have any feelings going into tomorrow? Any feelings from the day? Anything you want to talk about? Get off your chest here before we get going.
I figured it out. Blue Water. Conviction needs to be Blue Water for the 4-way tie. We need Conviction to beat Blue. We need Dorado to beat Conviction. We need Dorado to beat CCG. And we need Citadel to win out. That's the 4-way tie. That's the scenario. So real NACL heads are rooting for the 4-way tie right now, and I know I am. So let's go.
The meme of the guy with all the stars and stuff around, that's you right now. That's
exactly.
Exactly. It's a pleasure to be back on the NACL show. It's a pleasure to get to kick it off like this on the week. We will be back tomorrow with more banger games like we had said earlier, and it should be a lot of fun to start closing out week number 7. We'll see you there, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.